Martling for GT3 Racing. At present, we have greasy conditions rather than full-on wet, but all the same, it can be a little bit of a drama potentially for some of these teams and drivers, whether they go slicks for this coming race, the first race of the day, which will be the GT4 Wind Series, whether they go on to cut tyres, we'll have to wait and see. All the same, welcome to MotorLand Aragón, welcome to day 2 of the weekend. It is a day where championships could be decided on this, the penultimate point scoring weekend for this year's Winter Series. The MotorLand Aragón circuit, always a thrilling place to watch racing action. Myself, Adam Weller and Andrew Mather are with you in the commentary box. Andrew with his first weekend with us in the Winter Series. Myself and Izzy Browning back wherever he is. 4-kilometre version of that means we've got the hairpin at the end of the long straight rather than the sweeping curve that the motorcycles typically use. 18 corners, predominantly left-handers. Elevation change of 50 metres. Not an easy one to walk, ask me how I know. Established in 2009, the circuit is rather alarmingly a bit older than a couple of the drivers in the Formula class, but it is still one of the newest and most compelling 21st century circuits in Europe, and one that always delivers fun when we come to the circuit for the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. The conditions have gotten a little bit worse today. Doesn't look like we're expecting much more rain to hit the circuit. We've had a little bit of drizzle on the way into the track this morning. There is a chance of rain throughout the day, but for now, just clouds, lower temperatures, and fairly still wind conditions is what's being predicted by our radar from Alpha Live, and that is potentially a good sign for everybody. But 3 to 4 degrees Celsius, a bit of a cold one for our drivers today. They're going to struggle a bit with some temperatures out there on the track, I imagine, today, and it's going to be a markedly different set of conditions than we had, say, at Valencia 2 weeks ago. So, English weather. And you do have English commentators in the box, my apologies. So I think we'll blame ourselves, Andrew, but it is going to be, I think, a really interesting, especially early on in these greasy conditions, a really interesting Sunday.
Absolutely, all the ingredients are once again there for some really exciting racing here today at MotorLand Aragón. And as you say, we'll start with the GT4 Winter Series in their second race of the weekend. And every single race that we saw yesterday had a different story. There were some common elements, particularly those first laps, and again, that's going to be key today because there's been no warm-up, there's been no running this morning, so for a lot of the drivers, they are heading into the unknown. Tyre choice, as mentioned, will be critical. But yeah, really excited for today, can't wait to get going.
Yeah, you can see the first grid, the GT4 Winter Series, making its way down to the pits in drips and drabs at the moment. The GT4 teams this weekend are largely based out of paddock awnings because, frankly, there aren't enough garages to hold us this weekend. We have all 4 classes of Winter Series action. The GT4s, the GTs, the prototypes, and the Formula cars are all with us this weekend. So it is a full house, a slightly overcapacity house, at least when it comes to the main pit building. And that is always great to see. Of course, it will be all 4 categories racing today. The GT4s will be starting their race in a little over 15 minutes time. They'll be leaving the pits in a little under 3 minutes time. We then have the Formula Winter Series about an hour after that at 10:15. We have the prototypes having their second race of the weekend at 11:15. Then at 12:35 we have GT Winter Series with their first race of the day, their second race of the weekend, of course, and that will be taking place from 12:35. That is the last race before we go to a lunch break, and then we'll have another race for the Formulas, another race for the GTs and the GT4s, and it will be the GT Wind Series, of course, that closes out the day, as it so often does in the GEDLICH Racing programme. We've We've got two flavours of GT cars, the big GTs and then the GT4s, although increasingly little in the modern era separating a GT4 car from a GT3. Of course, yes, less downforce, slightly more production based as an overall product, but towards the end of that long back straight here at MotorLand Aragón, they're not too far off actually in terms of straight line speed, only somewhere in the region of 10 kilometers an hour based on some of the earwigging I was doing down in the pit lane, just because of course the GT3 cars have so much downforce. But there is, of course, we mentioned that back straight, which also leads me to mention turn 16, always an action zone, and if we are indeed still on greasy conditions by the time we get the cars out on their first racing laps, I think it's going to be a compelling one.
I think it's going to go one of two ways, and particularly those categories with more cars. That's where we're going to see the real drama, because you've got on one side the unknown grip levels that could produce drivers going, do you know what, I'll just take it a little bit easier into turn 16 on that first lap today. But then there'll be some who may see that as an opportunity to gain some position. So yeah, turn 16 will be a hot spot of activity, not just on those first laps, but throughout the race. We saw some action down there in the prototypes, in the battle for third place on the podiums. A great race in the GT Winter Series yesterday with many a story to tell. So and there's more opportunities to overtake around this circuit as well. Turn 1 is going to be an area where drivers are going to be looking to take advantage of any mistakes from others out of turn 16. So the drivers will be getting themselves ready. GT4 Winter Series, their time slot of 9 o'clock is just about upon us. You can see the grid starting to, the drivers heading to the grid in a few moments' time, just sitting there waiting in pit lane, ready for their instructions to head out on circuit.
So it was a 32-point lead for Elite for Elite Motorsport coming into this weekend. And they weren't actually set to be here at one point for this weekend, but they are indeed racing with us, the Elite Motorsport number 77. However, finishing second to SR Motorsport yesterday means that a 32-point lead will now be down to 25 points, which is a race victory in the overall standing. So that is a particular point of interest coming into this race. Elite Motorsport, they need to do well today to make sure that they have the championship lead even going into the season finale at Barcelona. Coming out of the Portuguese leg of the season, it felt like Elite Motorsport almost had it sewn up already, but the SR Mercedes team, Enrico Ferda and J-Mo Hartling, they have been surging in Spain.
Yeah, they had a really good run of things in Valencia, but we were having a chat before we came on air, didn't we, Adam, that the question mark is, how will the Mercedes perform in these conditions? It was fantastic yesterday. It was able to overpower and move on through. And in Valencia, when it was properly felt like a mid-spring day as opposed to the winter, it was right in its optimum performance window. Today, greasy conditions, all that weight over the front of the car. There's some talented drivers in that machine, but yeah, it's going to be a challenge for them, I think, today.
Yeah, traditionally in this kind of midpoint weather, we have seen them struggle a bit with not just SR, just the Mercedes platform in general doesn't seem to like this this halfway house situation. It's going to be interesting to see how they handle this corner, the exit of turn 10. In the dry conditions yesterday, drivers were exploiting the fact that it's one of the corner exits that isn't being observed for track limits. But of course, in these conditions, the last thing you want to do is tempt the greasy curves too much. We'll see if that changes anyone's approach. Certain parts of the circuit, like turn 3, looked quite slick to me, but some other parts of the track looking effectively dry. It's, I think, going to be a very difficult choice for these teams and drivers. Quite a lot of the drivers on this installation lap, of course, they're taking it slow. They sort of have to take it slow. They can't be seen to be driving crazy on the sighting lap before the race. But it's a very limited window of opportunity that they have here to actually understand what's going on underneath them in terms of the track surface. But I suspect more drivers than not will be possibly taking the safe option here and maybe going for cut tyres.
Yeah, I'd say so, particularly when you've got the third, another race later on today. The last thing you want to do at this stage of the weekend is have a silly incident and give your team too much work to do to get back out into the third race later on this afternoon. There on the grid, can see the teams ready to welcome their cars, and they'll be going through their procedures before we get this race underway.
That one car that's coming down to the grid now, Charlie Robertson, that's one of the drivers that I would potentially nominate as someone who give it a crack. He's already tried it once this year, Portimao Race 3, drove the entire first half of the race on slick tyres. The conditions never quite came to him that day, but of course they are listed as an invitational entry. It is an Evo spec BMW M4 GT4, which is not formally homologated quite yet. And so he took that qualified risk at Portimao, and it didn't pay off. But Charlie's approach is basically, look, we're not fighting for points, so I'll give it a go, and I wouldn't be shocked if that car had slicks on it. But that's going to be the important thing down there on the grid, is seeing what tyres everyone ends up on. And of course we do have Izzy and cameraman Joe down there. Hopefully we'll get to see tread or no tread down there for most of these drivers. Big V8s, flat sixes, mid-engined, front-engined, a healthy mix of cars in the GT4s, a broad variety of soundtracks as well in the GT4s. It's always a really interesting race for me, Andrew. I don't know if you've formulated an opinion quite yet on all of this, but to me the GT4s is pretty consistently the show stealer. Yeah,
they've been spectacular across the season so far, and really excited to see what we get here today at MotorLand Aragón. For now though, let's head down to the grid and to Izzy Browning.
Yes, hello, good morning everyone. Welcome down to the grid for the first time today. I can tell you for free, it's very, very chilly down here. We have had rain overnight, as the boys were saying, a little bit of rain as we were coming into the circuit this morning, but temperature going to be an issue because it is very cold down here. As you can see, I've got my gloves on, multiple layers as well. And I did just have a chat to Baudouin too on the way to the grid. I asked him what he kind of thought of the conditions here this morning, and he said to me, well, it's going to be too dry for wets, I should say, but the slicks may be having an issue with a couple of warm-up issues. The Elite does have the wets on though, from what I can see on P2 today. Tom Levin will be in that car. Of course, the gap, as Adam was saying, is down to 25 points between Elite's Mackenzie Cresswell and the number 11, who has had a string of racer wins from Valencia. And I'm going to see if I can jump in with Tom. I think he might just be on the radio, but he's looking pretty calm in the car, so I'm going to see if I can jump in. Tom, great to see you again back on the grid. Of course, you've raced here before, you know what this track is like. How is the track looking out there this morning? Because we've had a fair amount of rain overnight.
Yeah, there's no standing water. It just looks really greasy, to be honest. A bit like a British test day this time of year, to be honest. I think it's all going to be about tyre pressure and who can get the tyres hot for the first couple laps, and really making the most of when everyone's getting used to the wet. I've never been here in the wet myself. I don't know about the others, but that's going to be the hardest bit for us.
Yeah, definitely. And in terms of the championship, obviously, the gap is now down to 25 points. I know you'll be doing everything to push to increase that gap again.
Yeah, obviously the goal is to win the race overall, but obviously the thoughts are to try and beat the Merc specifically. But for me, it's learning about the wet tyre as well and just doing our best.
Absolutely. Good luck out there. Right, we're going to continue back as the race director wants to have a chat with Tom Levin. He said, "Give him to me." Of course, the number 11 alongside on pole position, J-Mo Hartling, will be in that car. 3-minute board going up, so we're going to continue back to the P3, and that is the 812 of Charlie Hart. I do want to grab a word with Charlie because Callum had a very tricky race yesterday. I'm interested to know if they've changed anything on the car today, so I'm gonna jump in with Charlie as Callum's having a last couple of words. Charlie, tricky race for Callum yesterday. Is there anything that you guys have changed overnight to maybe have a less tricky race this morning?
Yeah, I just think things didn't exactly go his way yesterday. I had a few unlucky moments, but Yeah, we've had a look at the footage, bounced back, and obviously wet today, so we'll see how it goes. It's going to be interesting, very slippy out there, so I'll give it my best shot.
And you're on wet tyres at the moment. Is it looking really tricky out there, the conditions this morning?
Yeah, I think obviously taking slicks would be a huge gamble. The track temp, I don't even think it's above 10 degrees, so you're never going to get heat into the tyres. Obviously, we don't have tyre blankets or anything like that, so I think wet's is the right option, but we'll have to see.
All right, wait and see. Good luck, Charlie. Right, we're going to continue back so that I can give you a little bit of a look at the tyres. We're going to do tyre chat this morning. So the number 82 SVG car also on wet tyres. A great qualifying for them. Owen Hizzy will be in that car this morning. Yet to take a class win in the Pro-Am class. So I'm sure they'll be trying to make sure that they do that this morning. Right, we're going to continue back so that we can see the tyres. The number 39 also on the wet tyres. So Baudouin did tell me that they went on slicks and then now they've actually changed their mind, so they're also on wet tyres. The W&S Motorsport car of Alon Gabay and Max Schreier. Alon will be in that car this morning, also on wet tyres. It does seem, boys, majority of people, if not everyone I've seen so far, going on the wet tyres. The number 38 of Joachim Bolting also on the wet tyres, and the number 71 of Charlie Robertson also on wet tyres. Maybe a driver we thought might take a gamble has gone on wet tyres, so it's looking like all wet tyres down here on the grid, boys.
Thank you very much, Izzy. We were wondering if anyone was going to take the gamble, but that sheen on the track is just a little bit too worrying for everybody. I do understand, I do sympathise, but it would have been interesting if someone had rolled the dice. Look at that margin on the front row. 203.335 for J-Mo Hartling in qualifying. 203.352 for Tom Leben. Very evenly matched on the front row of the grid. Charlie Hart third on the grid with Owen Hizzy alongside him. The Pro-Am entered SVG Motorsport car. We'll see what he can do from there. Maximilian Hewitt, 204.1 for him. He starts from 5th position alongside Alon Gabay in 6th place. Charlie Robertson in P7 alongside Joachim Bolting. We'll be sharing with Peter Terting in the third race later on. In 9th and 10th, it is the pair of SR Motorsport Cayman Trophy cars, Luisa Carla alongside Cedric Fuchs. Those two young talents will certainly come through the order. They typically succeed at doing so in these conditions. Daniel Blickler is 11th on the grid alongside Nico Grundle. In 13th position, it is Thilo Goss, the number 700 Aston Martin Vantage. And my thanks to Sergio Fonseca, part of the crew behind the scenes here at the GEDLICH Racing Wind Series with the Portuguese Race Ready organisation. He had the same question as me on his mind, and he's confirmed everyone has put the wets on. So Izzy managed to cover that very well, and absolute confirmation from Sergio as well. He was doing some snooping, and everyone has decided to go for the wet, and I do get it, because especially around here, seemingly at the back end of the circuit, it is looking particularly greasy.
Well, we saw enough thrills and spills yesterday, didn't we, Adam? Even in the dry conditions, particularly down here through the corkscrew. And I think this corner's going to be, well, you mentioned the exit of turn 10. I think the whole of that run down through 9 through 10, where you need that front traction, that's probably the biggest point where you'd say, yes, go for some wet tyres, because whilst drivers have been exploring parts of the tarmac out to drivers, right, there is some dirt and gravel that's ready to catch the unwary should they have a really big moment. But formation lap underway. Hartling on pole position for this one. Tom Leben will have plenty of experience of these kind of conditions. What can he do there from the second spot on the grid? Also interested to see, looking a little bit further down the order, Joachim Bolting had a really good day yesterday. What he can do from the 4th row of the grid. Many of the drivers with 2 allocated drivers on the entry list this weekend. Their second driver is doing this race as opposed to the first yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And then they will be sharing, of course, come the race proper or the endurance race, the pit stop race on the afternoon sessions here. I suspect we're going to have 2 formation laps here because of the wet conditions. That's typically what happens when we have a wet race scenario, and they're not going 2 by 2, so it does look like we are going to get a second formation lap in here, but that will probably still be the first lap of the race on the timing screen. We'll wait to see that. Yeah, green flag, so they are starting the race is as per the record books, but they still have another lap to get their head around these conditions. All important, of course, to make sure that everyone is aware of what's going on around the circuit from a conditions perspective. Those 2 Cayman Trophy cars, Luisa Cala and Cedric Fuchs, I think they are going to be ones to watch. They're going to be bearers of action, let's say, out there around the circuit. Cedric in particular, on a couple of occasions in the wet conditions, has found himself knocking on the door of the top 5 and the pro class drivers in that Cayman Trophy car. And now the Cayman Trophies are similar to that number 30 that we have on screen just momentarily there, the full fat GT4 RS CS. The full GT4 car is a 4-litre. It has some more advanced suspension components than the GT4 CS, which is the Cayman Trophy car. The Cayman Trophy machine also has a 3.8-litre engine, so it is a little bit different than the GT4. It's 90% of the way to a GT4 car, a little bit more production-oriented than the actual full-fat GT4, but all the same, they are very good pieces of kit, and we've seen Cedric, Luisa, Mikael Sander and Willy Kuhne, as well as Arne Hofmeister for Speedworks and Franz Linden, all kind of getting in amongst it with the full-fat GT4 cars on several occasions, and I expect nothing different today in this race. If you had to put your money on a dark horse for this one, a dark horse for the podium, Andrew, who would you maybe pick on?
I'd like to see how Owen Hizzy gets on today in the SVG Motorsport Ginetta G56. Good qualifying for them. P4 starting a little bit higher up the order than that car did yesterday, and it's another team that has good experience of these conditions, so yeah, let's see how they get on. And
the team declared Owen a wet weather driving god near Estoril at one time, which maybe is a little bit hyperbolic, but he is genuinely very, very good in the rain, and we saw that on Sunday morning at the Circuito Estoril, the season opening weekend, which had some much wetter conditions than this. So then, for the second time in the race, they are on the back straight. They will bunch up in 2x2 for formation very shortly. We'll have 26 minutes and change left on the clock when the cars are launched into the race. And for Jamo Hartling, he's picking up quite the baton from Enrico Federer. It's 4 wins in a row for this car at the front of the grid at this stage of the season. And Jamo would like to keep that streak going and further ebb into the points lead held by Mackenzie Cresswell. Of course, Josh Ratican was partnering Cresswell in the early stages of the season. So Cresswell is now solo in the lead of the overall championship points. But Tom Leben is still going to try very hard to do his part, of course, for Elite, for Mackenzie Cresswell in this championship bid. They lead the championship for now, but they can't afford to finish second to SR Motorsports each and every time for the rest of this season. They need to get a few races in on SR. Can it happen today? Can Tom Leben do some of his magic at the front row of the grid, or will we see someone from further back as a disruption in this battle? We're underway, we are racing, and it is Jamo Hartling who will lead them down to the first corner. It's a fast start from Charlie Hart. He's going to be up into second place. It will be the white McLaren in P2, or will it? He went deep into the first corner. Leben now around the outside at turn 2, regains second, and now has a little look to the inside for the race lead, but he remains in second for now, ahead of Charlie Hart. Then it's Hewitt. Hizzy in fourth. No, Hizzy's gone down to sixth place, and Alan Gabai is up to fourth position. So Gabai having a very good start indeed in the WNS Motorsport Porsche. Wide goes Jamo Hartling, and Tom Leben may not need a second invitation. He's on the outside line now for turn number 7. Can he find the grip around the outside of the corner. He strays very wide indeed. I think that's going to allow Hartling to retain the race lead as they approach the corkscrew. Oh, and Levin has gone very, very deep indeed. All of them, I think, have slightly misjudged that corner. J-Mo Hartling goes extremely wide on the second phase of the corkscrew, and Tom Leben does get into the race lead. Goodbye now challenging for the podium positions. The McLarens are brave enough to go onto the runoff area. Some of the others are taking a more conservative approach. They'll approach turn 12, all trying to suss out this circuit in unison, but it's Leben who gets there first.
I was going to say, everyone was a bit cautious through the first 2 or 3 turns. That all went out the window by the time we got to turn 5, turn 6. Everybody's having moments out there, but what a great start, as you say, from the 31 of Alain Gabai, who's now looking around the outside to the inside through turn 15. Is taking third place away from Charlie Hart and the Rafa Racing by Racelab 812 McLaren there. Leading then, it is going to be Tom Leben coming down the long straight to turn 16. Hold on to your hats, everybody. How much grip is there in the main braking zone of this circuit? Look at Gabai. Gabai on the outside now challenging Hartling for second place, trying to go round the outside. Can he find the grip when he gets on the power? There's a bit of a kick of oversteer as round goes the Aston Martin Vantage of Maximilian Hewitt. That's the racing spirit of Le Mans car that did so well yesterday. We said turn 16 was going to be a hotbed of activity, and it's claimed its first spinner of the day.
Yes, it has. Unfortunately, a spin for Hewitt, assisted, mind you, by Charlie Robertson there. I think Ravi Ramid might be racing solo, incidentally, in the endurance race today, since Robertson is in the car right now. Indeed, Ravi will be solo in that race later on, the endurance. So this is Robertson's one chance to try and get some positions and have some fun out there on the circuit, maybe pushing a bit too hard early on. Your order, though, is Leben from Gabai, from Hartling, from Hart, your top 4 in this race. A great start to the race for Alain Gabai. We've seen WNS Motorsport thrive on a couple of occasions in the wet conditions. They really know what they're doing with this car. They won literally dozens of titles last year across GT4 and other programs in the GT racing scene across Europe. And here comes Gabai for the lead around the outside at the first element of the corkscrew. I thought he was going to wait a bit longer than that, but no, the opportunity beckoned around the outside of turn 8, and he's through into the race lead. Gabai making short work of the pack, and on that rapid note, I'm struggling to see that Leben is going to have an immediate retaliation.
I tend to agree. We've seen this car have some good results before. Think back to Estoril, and similarly, well, not similarly, there were far worse conditions at Estoril, but now really good start, good preparation. You think from the WNS Motorsport team that clearly they've managed to get the tyres in the operating window. As here comes Charlie Robertson. Charlie Robertson puts the move on Charlie Hart for 4th place, but Hart's going to get a good exit. They're going to be side by side down the straight once again, heading towards the fearsome turn 16. Who's going to be latest of the late breakers in this one? It's Robertson on the left of your screen, Hart in the centre. Pretty evenly matched for top speed down this part of the circuit. Robertson's got the outside line. I think he's going to take the position here. Hart's going to have a little nibble down the inside. But good stuff there from Charlie Robertson. Century Motorsport up to 4th.
Absolutely, but Tom Leben got it all wrong at turn 12 on that lap. That bunched everyone together, and I think that was, as a knock-on effect, the reason that Charlie Hart ended up behind Charlie Robertson. The Charlies are having their scrap then for 4th and 5th position. J-Mo Hartling down to 3rd place now, and he's going to be increasingly frustrated watching that yellow car maybe just slightly get away from him. It's only 9/10 for now. He'll be hoping he can stay in touch, of course, with Tom Leben, because at this stage of the season, every chance they can to whittle away the points lead of Elite Motorsport is something that SR Motorsport needs to take. For J-Mo Hartling, though, what he doesn't need is a big BMW making life difficult for him, even if it's not scoring points as an invitational entry Charlie Robertson is going to be a pain and a thorn in the side here of JMO Hartling. And, well, Robertson clearly means business out there. Drifting very wide indeed goes JMO Hartling. Is that the opportunity that Charlie needs? No, Robertson remains in 4th position. Interesting that Charlie Robertson seems to be one of the drivers, as he gets a bit of an armful of opposite lock there, but he is one of the drivers who seems to be being a bit less ambitious in regards to use of the runoff areas.
Yeah, indeed. I think he's just trying to keep his tyres clean at this stage. He has got one problem, though. Just a note from race control that the incident between Robertson and Hewitt at turn 16 on lap 1 is under investigation. That's all the news we've got there. Oh, it's off is Tilo Goss there in the Aston Martin Vantage from Mucker Motorsport. That's clearly had contact with the Armco. Significant amount of damage to the front end of the 700. Marshall quickly over there just to check that Tilo is okay. That's the most important thing. But that is going to be a bit of a clean-up.
That is, and that's hugely unfortunate for Tilo Goss. He's had a couple of moments this season. The car's always come out of it effectively undamaged. This time, though, that does need some work, unfortunately. Side-by-side drag race between Hartling and Robertson. While this is going on, there's been a 5-second penalty applied to, I think that was the 71 car of Charlie Robertson for causing a collision. Of course, that was with the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. So as he battles now for 3rd place, he unfortunately does have a penalty hanging over his head. JMO, though, is going to be very worried, not so much, I think, about Charlie even, but the cars behind, as they all start to bunch up now. He, of course, even though he won't lose points to Charlie Robertson, he will lose points to Charlie Hart, to Owen Hissey, to Cedric Fuchs. In the overall title, it's clear that JMO is struggling in these conditions, and I tell you who isn't struggling, Cedric Fuchs, who is, as predicted, coming up to the overall podium fights in the Cayman Trophy leading car.
Yeah, brilliant job so far from Cedric Fuchs. Just again watching the body language on JMO Hartling's car at the moment. It's as we feared. It's on turning. He's really struggling to get the front axle of that Mercedes AMG GT4, which has all of that weight up front. It's a beautiful machine, but it's probably not feeling too beautiful in these half-wet, half-dry conditions. There again, you just see him running wide. Charlie Robertson in the BMW able to hold that tighter line. The McLarens seem to be getting to literal grips with the surface as well. Tom Levin is pulling away from this group, and Charlie Hart still looking quick there, sat in 5th place.
Absolutely, we saw it as the inside of turn 4 where Tilo Goss's car is stranded. They've been past it once under local yellows, and we'll see whether that remains the case. In fact, those yellows have just come off the screen, so potentially they've managed to pull the car behind a barrier. Charlie Hart goes too deep into turn 12. Just about manages to get back on the circuit and doesn't lose a position in the process, but Owen Hissey might now have an opportunity to challenge down the main straight in the big burly V8 powered Ginetta G56 GT4 Evo from the SVG Motorsport squad. He doesn't even wait for the straight, he gets it done at turn 15. Hissey then back up into 5th position, having started of course in 4th. He's actually lost some places and he'll be keen to rectify that situation, and both of them have to worry about Cedric Fuchs behind as well.
Yeah, good car control there from Owen Hissey out of turn 15. Got a bit of a slide, gone onto the curb, but kept it under control. Charlie Hart now trying to go around the outside. We've seen this move work for a couple of people already, but Owen Hissey locks it down onto the curb. Oh, Hart's going to have an opportunity there. That's going to be tight through the penultimate corner. They all run a little bit wide. Cedric Fuchs is still there as well in the 110 Porsche Cayman. 16.5 minutes to go. Hissey defending from Hart. This is all over 5th place. Fuchs now having a little look down the inside into turn 1. Hart goes from attacker to defender now. Can Fuchs find a way through round the outside through turn 2? That's going to get a little bit close and personal between the McLaren and the Porsche. Fuchs is still holding it in there round the outside. That's going to get close again. Fantastic racing here at Aragon. Hart using that outside line, which he seems to quite like in these conditions, but to no avail. Fuchs is through and up into 6th place.
Yeah, so Cedric on his way towards the top 5. Charlie Hart and the Rafa Racing by Racelab team seemingly struggling a bit in these conditions. Their dry setup didn't do wonders for them in the flash rain at Estoril either. Just, I think, struggling a little bit here with the car in these halfway house conditions, but he comes back at Cedric Fuchs, has the inside line for turn 9. Can Charlie maybe claim his 6th position back? Cedric's going to have to take the long way round at turn 10 and turn 11 by the looks of it. He does indeed take the extremely long way around, and the McLaren gets back through for the time being, but Cedric's not going to take that lying down. Cayman Trophy leader or not, he wants as many positions in the overall standings as he can. The reigning Tourenwagen Junior Cup champion over in Germany. This is a shop window opportunity for him, of course, to advertise his skills. And at turn 14, he's found the inside line. He'll have the outside for 15, and he'll have a McLaren parked at the apex as he comes out of the corner as well. J-Mo Hartling, meanwhile, is side by side with Charlie Robertson. Robertson had a nose ahead coming out of the corner, but by the time they get to turn 16, it is going to be J-Mo just a nose ahead. And Hartling back into P3 for the time being as they continue to scrap. And while all of this is going on, Robertson drifts very wide indeed. It's worth mentioning Alon Gabay, our race leader. He's 4.5 seconds clear at the end of the previous lap, well ahead of these battles, as Cedric Fuchs once again briefly leads the McLaren, only to have an armful of opposite lock at 17. Charlie Hart back through into 6th.
Yeah, it's a big slide there from Fuchs that allowed Charlie Hart to retake that position. He's got a bit of a gap now as they head into turn 1. 2 minutes and 22 seconds, new fastest lap from your race leader, Alon Gabay. Tell you what, his pace is incredible. He's probably 2.5 seconds thereabouts quicker than Leben, Hartling and Robertson. Owen Hizzy is the next fastest driver at this present time in the 2:23s, but Gabay, it's almost like he's in another class at the moment. He's really got that Porsche Cayman hooked up. It's performing very, very well indeed. This is your battle for 3rd between SR Motorsport by Schnitzel and Century Motorsport. J-Mo Hartling seems to now be getting on top of the Mercedes. Maybe the tyre temps have come up a little bit. He's able to hold off the very fast starting Charlie Robertson down through turn 9 into turn 10. This will be frustrating Robertson perhaps a little bit, because he's got that 5-second time penalty overhanging him at the end of the race. Right now, that would drop him down to 7th place. So Robertson's going to be keen from an overall position perspective, Adam, to get through and then try and negate that 5-second penalty over the next 12.5 minutes.
Absolutely right. Only 12.5 minutes left to go. We've had half of the green flag running in this race already. Of course, the first lap of the race was the second of the 2 formation lap in these wet race conditions. And, well, it has flown by so far. We've had battles up and down the field for the entire duration of this race. Gabay's not been involved in any of them. Charlie Robertson has been involved in most of them at one point or another, as he once again gets the inside line approaching turn 16. Looks like he's going to be a little bit later on the brakes by the looks of it. And he gets it stopped for the apex. Meanwhile, Hartling on the slippery paint there is going to fall down to 4th momentarily, but it was a good run out of the corner for he and Liesel, the Mercedes AMG GT4. Will Hartling have the opportunity to try and get 3rd place back as they come across the line? It is Robertson with a nose ahead at the timing line. By the time they get to turn 1, it's the Mercedes with its 3-pointed star just clear of the BMW, but Robertson and Hartling, they can't be separated out there.
It's good to see this from J-Mo Hartling, that all of a sudden he's able to get off the corners a lot better than in the first 3 or 4 laps. So yeah, I do think that number 11 Mercedes is coming properly into its performance and operating window now. The question is, has the damage been done? The gap up to Tom Leben is a couple of seconds, and to Alon Gabay it's now 9 seconds the lead for W&S Motorsports. Owen Hizzy still there as well in 5th place. Need to keep an eye on him. Currently leading in the Pro-Am category. 3 entries in the Pro-Am category. Mentioning the other drivers in that one, Joachim Boelting at the moment in a solid 8th place. Has got 7.7 seconds to find up the road to catch up to Cedric Fuchs, but is holding off Daniel Blickler at the moment by 8/10. So good battle there further down the field.
Certainly a very good battle. Tom Leben appearing from out of shot there, coming very, very wide at turn 10. Leben does seem to be having a bit of more trouble than Robertson and Hartling in this phase of the race. They've been reeling him back in a little bit over the last couple of laps, so we'll see if, with Robertson actually able to focus on his corners for a little bit, with Hartling a few car lengths back, whether or not the BMW will soon be on the rear of the elite McLaren. Owen Hizzy equally wants to get back to at least where he started, in 4th position, at the expense of J-Mo Hartling. And of course then in the back of shots as well, Cedric Fuchs is still keeping Charlie Hart exceedingly honest. But Leben doing a good job here in 2nd, of course critically outscoring the SR Motorsport Mercedes as it stands. But it does look like he's having to really wrestle with McLaren in this weather.
Yeah, he is indeed. It's not an easy prospect for anybody out there at the moment. Bit of news further down the order. Change for 11th place. Maximilian Hewitt in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin has got past Luisa Carla in the SR Motorsports. This is the 111 Porsche Cayman. That is not a change in terms of class positions, so Carlo retains 2nd place in the Cayman Trophy category, and for Hewitt it's a bit of a lonely 5th place at the moment in Pro. That's the car, of course, that had the problems at turn 16 on lap 1.
Yes, so we are now on lap 9 of the race. They're fairly slow laps given these conditions, and well, we're not going to get more than about a dozen in this race, but they have been great value for money for an entertainment factor. Hizzy there in his G56 GT4, of course SVG Motorsport in their first European season this year in the GT4 Win Series. Haven't been with us for all of the rounds, but they have been making their first travails in Europe, which has been very exciting to see for Mark Ellman, Owen Hizzy and the entirety of the SVG team. Of course, Ellman has been coached and won championships with Hizzy previously in the UK. Now we've got a yellow flag at turn 6. That's coming up the hill towards the first of the real kind of track limits bother spots, the second of which is turn 10. And unfortunately, it's Daniel Blickler who's come off in the number 32. The Sol Am car has had a moment there at turn 6. That's on the outside of the corner, quite a long way away from the racing surface itself, but it is in the firing line rather in the gravel there. Charlie Robertson is on the back of Tom Leben, and if the safety car is scrambled, it could be critical that he gets through before that. We'll see if he can succeed at doing so. They'll have more punch out of the corner in the big BMW, even with that wayward approach to the apex coming out of turn 15, but it will be Leben that leads them down towards the 16th corner in this battle for 2nd place. We ride on board with Tom as he's making some adjustments there in the car, just moving up to 6th gear before applying the brakes down towards turn 16. A couple of the cars going quite deep into the corner. Still just local yellows for now with 7 minutes left to go. Certainly, Alan Gabay is going to be hoping that those locals remain, yellows remain local.
He does, but to be honest, I think he would still have the pace to pull away from the rest of the field as long as he can keep his tyre temperature up. The driver a potential safety car is not good news for is Charlie Robertson. If the field gets bunched up, that 5-second penalty is going to have a much more profound effect on his race results. Meanwhile, this battle's still raging on for 6th place between Cedric Fuchs and Charlie Hart. Fuchs has the advantage at the moment as they go through turn 1. I think they're on to about round 8 or 9 of a heavyweight boxing fight there between those two cars. It's been good fun for the course of the last 20 minutes or so.
Yellow flags now at turn 11 as well, and safety car is out on the circuit. Safety car out on the track. We had 6, 8 and 11 all covered by yellows momentarily, and we do now have a safety car out here at MotorLand Aragón, and with 6 minutes left to go, we might just be able to get the racing back underway. However, that is, as you said, detrimental to Charlie Robertson and his attempts at maybe securing an overall podium even after his 5-second penalty is applied. And it is certainly detrimental to the lead of Alan Gabai, although, that was a very, very close for Joachim Bolting there, wasn't it? He was around the outside of the spinning Daniel Blickler there, but thankfully they managed to avoid contact. But yeah, to your point, I do think Gabai, even if once we are bunched up behind the safety car, you would think he might be safe, but of course Tom Leben, he's got such exceptional racecraft gained from his years in single-seaters, from his, of course, championship winning season in the GT4 European Series last year. If anybody is going to defy the timing screen and the previous lap time information, it's going to be Leben. Gabai isn't going to have it all his own way.
No, he won't. But then again, there's going to be at least a few minutes whilst the extraction of the number 32 takes place. It's the right call. They've got to get the big tractor out to pull that Porsche out from the gravel. It is well and truly beached in there. It's not going to be going anywhere in a hurry. So the order, with just over 4.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Alain Gabai for WNS Motorsports is your race leader. The race lead was up to 11 seconds. That's promptly going to come down now. Tom Leben for Elite Motorsports and the McLaren Artura GT4 is in second place. Charlie Robertson for Century Motorsports in their BMW M4 GT4 Evo, that's the invitational car, is in third, but has a 5-second post-race time penalty overhanging him from an incident on the first lap. J-Mo Hartling in fourth, the first of the Mercedes AMGs, the first of the cars operated by SR Motorsport by Snitch Lam. Owen Hizzy, bit of a slower start than we would have expected, but he has been able to fight back to fifth place overall and has the lead in Pro-Am. That's the SVG Motorsport Ginetta G56. Second of the cars prepared by SR Motorsport by Snitch Lam has been the very entertaining Cedric Fuchs, leading in the Cayman Trophy category in sixth place overall. Charlie Hart seventh, bit of a tough race again for Charlie here in the Raffle Racing by Racelab McLaren Artura GT4. There in seventh place. Joachim Bolting is eighth in the second of the Caymans. WNS Motorsport ninth and third of the Porsche Caymans. Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Maximilian Hewitt there, Aston Martin Vantage. I wonder whether that is maybe running a little bit wounded after the incident on lap one there in 10th place. 11 cars remaining in the race proper, the last one being Luisa Carla in the second of the Porsche Cayman Trophy entries.
Yes, indeed. We saw there Daniel Blickler being pulled back onto terra firma. Might even let him go again. We'll have to see quite what happens there. But all the same, I think the objective here for the driver of the Volkswagen Polo is go as slow as possible to make sure we get one more racing lap now, because if he goes past the start-finish line again, the race will end under safety car. Incidentally, for those of you who saw the viral moment from last year, yes, sadly, that is a Volkswagen Polo. The Panda 100 horsepower is in the paddock, but sadly not in use as a safety car for this weekend. But let's hope we get to see the bulletin that says safety car in this lap for a grandstand finish here at MotorLand Aragón. They're certainly, I think, with purpose, slowing the pace of the safety car here, almost at a crawl as they make their way through turn 11 and into 12.
They are indeed. Investigation underway for the incident, or for an incident between the 38 and 32 in turn 7. So that is where we lost Daniel Blickler from the race itself, the race proper. He'll still be circulating. He's just going to be down a couple of laps now that that 32 is out of the gravel. But we'll get you any more news on that as and when we receive it. 90 seconds to go on the clock. Safety car is in this lap. Good work by the marshals.
I was going to say, on that camera shot at 12 and 13, you could hear the tractor doing its reverse beep, 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 and then it stopped about 10 seconds before we got safety car in this lap. So manoeuvre completed for the recovery of vehicles. We are going to go racing again, this time by, of course, single file, mercifully, on a restart. But Gabai will now face pressure potentially from Leben Everyone, of course, will be facing pressure from somebody here. This could really shuffle the deck in the last stages of the race. It's more important for some than others that they make their way up there. Gabai wants his win. Leben wants to take the opportunity to score 7 further points over SR Motorsport on behalf of Elite and his teammate Mackenzie Cresswell, of course. So let's see how this one plays out. It's going to be Gabai that leads them away. He had superior pace prior to the safety car, built almost a dozen seconds worth of lead prior to this period of yellow flag. We now go back to green, hopefully with 20 seconds left on the clock. Alon, please hit the throttle. Don't do this to us. We've got 15 seconds left. He has hit the gas. We will get one more lap of racing in here in the GT4 Winter Series. And it is the W&S Motorsport Porsche that leads the way. Tom Leben is in second place. Will he remain there? Owen Hizzy under pressure further back from Cedric Fuchs for 5th position. But it's Gabai, Leben, Robertson, Hartling in the top 4, as it was under the safety car coming out of turn 2, now towards turn 3. Robertson gets the car turned in, even though he was on the paint there on the outside of the entry to turn 3. I was a little bit worried there momentarily. Leben a little bit squirrely there on corner entry, going up the hill towards turn number 5, but that's no harm, no foul. Critically though for Alan Gabai, he's already got a couple of car lengths. I think he's almost in a range of safety now up against Tom Leben. Here comes Jamo Hartling, however, to get to the inside of Charlie Robertson. Remains, though, in 4th position.
Yeah, really good controlled start there from Aragon Gabai. Didn't try and push things too hard as he approached the run through turn 16 and out towards the timing beam. He does have this one under control. Further down the order, I don't think we've had any changes in position, but if anyone has have any moments at this stage, it would completely ruin their race and lose several positions. So everyone's going to just try and keep it nice and calm as they come through turn 11 down into what could be one of the still tricky parts of the course. You can still see that sheen over the circuit, showing how wet it is. Charlie Robertson trying to use the curb to get the BMW round turn 13 there. He's going to have an opportunity perhaps. No, Tom Leben's wise to it, closes the door as they exit turn 14. But Alon Gabai has done the hard bit now. It's just one more big braking zone and then that run to the line, Adam.
Absolutely right. W&S Motorsport have been waiting for some of their 2024 results to bleed into the 2025 GT Winter Series. They haven't always had the run of luck this season, but Gabai is on the verge of winning the race here. Meanwhile, Cedric Fuchs trying to get into the top 5 around the outside of Owen Hizzy. Not sure he's quite going to make that work. Hizzy blocks him off, but at the front it is Gabai who comes around the final corner, and Alan Gabai crosses the line to win race number 2 of the weekend for W&S Motorsport in the GT4 Winter Series. Tom Leben crosses the line second ahead of Charlie Robertson. Jamo Hartling and Cedric Fuchs did get into the overall top 5 there, coming through 16, 17 and 18. Looks like Nico Grundle picks up some damage towards the end of the race also, but for Alan Gabai, it is a perfect run all through the race in these wet conditions, picking up positions early on, getting himself to the front, and ultimately, even with the safety car, dominating proceedings. Leben with a 2nd place finish up against Charlie Robertson. That will be very useful for their points tally. 6 points now put back into the championship lead for Elite Motorsport. So a lead of 25 points will now be extended back to 31 points. So almost all of the progress made by Jamo Hartling. In fact, sorry, it will be only 3 points between 18 and 15, because, of course, Charlie Robertson doesn't score in the overall championship as an invitational entry. So revise that. The lead will be 28 points for Elite Motorsport up against the SR Motorsport Mercedes. But all the same, a little bit of a greater cushion coming out of this race than they had coming into it, and that is very important indeed for Mackenzie Cresswell and Elite Motorsports, and of course Tom Leben, who will take great pride in trying to help Mackenzie win this driver's title, help Elite win the team's title, even though even though Tom wasn't here for the full season. So then Alan Gabay wins overall. The Cayman Trophy class goes to Cedric Fuchs in 5th position in the overall standings, just ahead of Pro-Am winner Owen Hizzy, and Daniel Blickler, I think, will be classified as the winner in the AM class, even though he, of course, had his incident. Ditto Thilo Goss, of course, he will be more than likely classified as the club class winner anyway, even though he only had a few laps out there on the circuit, unfortunately, in James 3.0, the affectionately named Aston Martin, which unfortunately is a little bit damaged. I do believe they have a spare car, should they wish to use it for race number 3 down at BWT Motorsports. So the Aston Martin team will hopefully be able to get back out there on the circuit with Thilo in the 3rd race. Alan Gabay has had a brilliant day so far in the GT4 Winter Series. The best finish for the team so far this season came at Estoril. It was a 2nd place at Estoril in the endurance race for WNS Motorsports. But now they have a race win. It will be the 1st race win of the season for WNS, and therefore, of course, the 1st race win of the season for Alan Gabay in the GT4 Winter Series. That's exactly what the team wants to see. They want to see progress out of their drivers during the Winter Series, and then hopefully carry that momentum into their summer programs as well. Alan Gabay, I'm sure, will be running on high after that race. He has had superior pace over everybody out there on the circuit. Has proven quite how good he and the car are in wet conditions. Tom Leben with a solid 2nd place as well, taking points in favour of Elite in the championship battle against SR Motorsport. Greeting there between himself and Charlie Robertson after their little fight. Of course, Robertson 3rd, but he also had a 5-second penalty, so he will be dropped down. Now, where will he be dropped to? He will be dropped down as far as 7th place, I believe, ultimately. So Charlie Robertson 3rd for the time being, but J-Mo Hartling for SR Motorsport will ultimately be classified 3rd anyway, with that 5-second penalty that was applied to Charlie Robertson for the contact with Maximilian Hewitt, who ultimately finished in 10th place. The Aston Martin from Racing Spirit of Le Mans, not quite able to work its way back through the field after that early drama. Never really saw the potential of the American and that Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin, which really has been a theme this year. They've had potential on many occasions. They've often not been able to realise it, although of course they did finally get on the podium yesterday with Baudouin Detu in race number 1. Hopefully in race number 3 the Swiss Aston is able to once again fight for the podium places here in the GT4 Win Series. We know what the drivers are capable of, we know what the team is capable of. We've just not seen it often this year, with a litany of things going against them. Regardless, nothing went against Alan Gabay in this race, and he is now with Izzy Browning.
He is indeed, Alan. A 1st win of the season. You said to me earlier in the weekend that this weekend was going to be better than Valencia, and that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, it was a really fun race. I enjoyed every moment. The start was amazing, and I just started to push, and I enjoyed the whole session.
Yeah, your pace in these conditions, really, really strong. I mean, I'm not sure if you know what was going on behind you, but others were very much struggling to keep it on the road, and a lot of battles going on behind you, but you were off into the distance until the safety car, of course.
Yeah, I heard in the radio that I have a big pace, a big gap from the guys behind, so yeah, I was just chilling. I enjoyed every moment. It was really fun. So yeah, I saw the battles behind me, and I just kept pushing to have the biggest gap I can. The safety car, of course, but for last lap, dramatic. But yeah, it was fun. Everything was okay.
Yeah, a 1-lap dash, but ultimately, again, they didn't have the pace to keep up with you.
Yeah, it was great.
All right, congratulations. We'll let you go and enjoy the podium. A 1st win of the season for WNS.
Yeah, it's been a little time coming, hasn't it? They've had a couple of opportunities. This time, Alan Gabay took it. Let's take a look back at the highlights then of race number 2 in the GT4 Winter Series. It was a good start from Jamo Hartling, but he was struggling in the early stages to get that car turned in. Mercedes-AMG not liking those greasy conditions. And moving through the order very quickly was the number 31 W&S Porsche. Already up to P4 at this juncture as the pair of McLarens managed to get alongside the SR Motorsport Mercedes. Hartling was just about holding on to the lead as Leben and Charlie Hart were both challenging behind. But here came the Porsche, trying to move up the inside there of Charlie Hart as Tom Leben strayed wide. Hartling then went very wide indeed at the second part of the corkscrew. That gave Tom Leben the lead for a fleeting moment. Already up into third place by the time they got to the long straight at turn 15 was Alan Gabay. Gabay was up to second place by the time they crossed the start line at the end of lap number 1. Unfortunately, Maximilian Hewitt was at the back after a tag there from Charlie Robertson, and Robertson, while he was making progress, would get a 5-second penalty for that collision. That was Gabay through into the lead down at the corkscrew at turn 8, and that lead would not be given up from there. Robertson moved past Charlie Hart for 4th position. The big BM was soon challenging Jamo Hartling for 3rd on the road. Of course, that's an invitational car. It doesn't score points, but still a hindrance for Jamo as he was trying to chase down Tom Leben in at the number 77, his championship rival. Owen Hizzy and Charlie Hart had a little bit of contact coming out of turn 16 behind them, and Cedric Fuchs was getting involved as well. We saw lots of drivers going deep into the corners, struggling out there on the circuit to find purchase, to find grip, to find turn-in their cars. And a few instances of near contact. Owen Hizzy was determined to climb through the order and was having some great battles with the likes of Charlie Hart and Cedric Fuchs during this race. Cedric getting leaned on a little bit by Charlie Hart, the Cayman Trophy leader, again disrupting the main GT4 battles. But of course, Cedric has every right to fight for these overall positions, and fight he did. Unfortunately, Thilo Goss, all on his own, had a little spin going into turn 4 and 5, head in hands, very disappointed. Hopefully we get to see more of Thilo and his mighty sounding Aston Martin this weekend. That did not trigger a safety car. The car was collected under local yellows. We got to see some interesting battles further back, and unfortunately we saw this spin for Daniel Blickler in the final 10 minutes of the race. Only 8 minutes to go when this car beached itself in the gravel, and that was a late safety car period. Alan Gabay rejoining the race then, no longer with a 12-second lead, but with a McLaren right behind him. But that was no trouble for Alan Gabay, who had mastered these wet conditions. W&S Motorsport, if they had made tweaks to the setup, they were the right tweaks. Some contact towards the end of the race between Joachim Bolting and Nico Grundle, but no issues for Alan Gabay at the front. The Porsche Cayman from W&S Motorsport, victorious at Aragon. So Gabay ultimately only winning by 1.2 seconds over Tom Leben, who takes 3 points back in the championship scrap with SR Motorsport in the overall standings. Hartling finishes in 3rd place with the penalty, of course, for the BMW of Charlie Robertson. Cedric Fuchs, therefore, finishing in 4th place as well, ahead of Owen Hizzy, the Pro-Am winner. Charlie Hart in 6th place. Charlie Robertson down to 7th after the penalty. 8th place for Joachim Bolting in Pro-Am, finishing 2nd in class ahead of Nico Grundle. In 10th position, Max Hewitt for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. In 11th place, the last of the finishers, Luisa Kala, who was 2nd in Cayman Trophy behind Cedric Fuchs. Daniel Blickler ended up in the gravel, and unfortunately Thilo Goss ended up in the Armco. So then, the race is finished for GT4s, but the day is just getting started here in the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. The Formula teams are currently getting their cars prepped and ready to go underneath the podium. Of course, we will have a podium ceremony shortly with Andrew Mather and the winners and podium finishers in the GT4 Winter Series. But those Formula cars are going to be compelling. Just looking out of my window now, Everybody is on cut wet tyres, and I think that will be the case in the race as well. Looking at the circuit throughout that race, there wasn't much drying going on for the surface of this circuit. Some of the surface is relatively new. They've done some resurfacing since we were here a year ago, and that will be particularly slick. And of course, in these very cold ambient conditions, the circuit isn't going to dry quickly. We are ready though on the podium, so let's go to Andrew Mather with our drivers from the GT4 Winter Series.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, it's time for our first podium ceremony of the day for race 2 of the weekend here at Aragon for the GT4 Winter Series. We'll start with our Cayman Trophy category. First of all, please welcome your second place driver for SR Motorsports, Luisa Carla. And your victor in the Cayman Trophy category, also for SR Motorsport, please welcome Cedric Fuchs. And we'd like to welcome once again to the podium, handing out the trophies, Florencio Carso from Pirelli and Mark and Sergio from GEDLICH doing the duties as well for our drivers here today. A very entertaining race for our Cayman Trophy drivers in tough conditions here at MotorLand Aragón. It is quite cold. It's still a little bit greasy from yesterday. Thank you, drivers. Thank you for your time after the photos from down on pit lane. And we'll see you again later on for race number 3. Next, we move to the Pro-Am category. First of all, please welcome your third place driver for W&S Motorsport, Nico Kerndl. In second place in the Pro-Am category, please welcome for Plusline Racing, Joachim Bolting. And your winner in Pro-Am in race number 2 for SVG Motorsport in their Ginetta G56, please welcome Owen Hizzy. Once again, the trophies being presented to our top 3. All of them taming the conditions very, very well across the course of this morning's race. A few photos as well. And applause from those down in pit lane. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for your time. Congratulations once again. A brilliant race there. One more category to go is, of course, the Pro category. First of all, let's welcome your third place driver for SR Motorsport, Jamo Hartling. In second place for Elite Motorsport, please welcome Tom Leben. And your winner, a superb drive both before and after the safety car for W&S Motorsport, please welcome Alon Gabai. And once again, the trophies presented by Florencio Carso from Pirelli and Mark and Sergio from GEDLICH Racing. Fantastic stuff from our Pro category, a race that kept us on tenterhooks throughout with those tough conditions for everybody out there, but a very good performance indeed from Alon Gabai. The lead up to 11 seconds before the safety car and then held onto it afterwards as well. Thank you very much, drivers. You've earned your rest for the next few hours. We'll see you later on for race number 3. For now, though, let's get ready for the next race here at MotorLand Aragón.
So then, the Formula Winter Series cars are now heading out onto the grid for their second race of the weekend. It is race 2 for them. Of course, race 1 yesterday was also a race won by Kabir Anurag, his first victory in the Formula Winter Series. It's his second year in the championship, and that has felt like a long time coming for him. It also moved him up to third in the championship points. Now we have a yellow flag down at turn 9, which is the corkscrew. We had a yellow flag momentarily. I just wonder if someone was testing the limits even on the sighting lap out there on the circuit for just a fleeting moment. It is not unheard of for drivers, of course, to try and push the limit. Our camera op down there at turn 9 saying didn't see anything happening out there on track, but we do sometimes see some looping going on as people try and find a little bit of purchase on those wet tyres that everybody appeared to be going out on, heading out onto the circuit. I don't think it's going to be drying anytime soon. There's still some light rain in the air to my understanding. I'm sure Izzy could confirm that when she gets down there for our grid walk shortly. She is in position, but the cars aren't quite there yet. It is going to be 3 US Racing cars at the sharp end of the order. Gabriel Gomez on pole position again. Anurag and Rim behind them in 2nd and 3rd position. And then it'll be Finn McLaughlin in 4th on the grid for High-Tech TGR. So coming out of yesterday, of course, with Leo Robinson not finishing the race and finishing well outside the top 10, ergo well outside of the championship points, the situation for the championship has moved firmly in points leader Gabriel Gomez's favour. 152 points for Gomez, 98 points for Robinson, but the 26 points for win and fastest lap for Kabir Anurag really has boosted his profile in the championship. He's up to 3rd place now, 5 clear of Finn McLaughlin for the High-Tech team. Who of course leads the rookie standings, but Kabir really hitting his stride. A bit late, I would suggest, to challenge for the overall title, but all the same, great to see new drivers getting in amongst the winning positions in the series. Of course, Kabir very familiar to us in FWS in his 2nd full season, but I think in these conditions, opportunity is rife and indeed ripe for drivers to maybe get some wins on the books. The weather is going to throw a spanner in the works, and it wouldn't be shocking to me if we saw another new face on the top step.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think for Kabir Anurag as well, just looking at his body language after the race yesterday, Adam, it was almost the shoulders came down. Yes, got that race win on the books. And he could be, I agree, I think the hopes of the championship being at the top of the standings at the end of things once we've completed the meeting at Barcelona a little bit long, but he could also be a very, very big helping hand for Gabriel Gomez in his title bid. Being teammates, they worked well together yesterday. Gomez, is still going to be, I think, one of the favourites for this race, but yeah, it's going to be intriguing to see how the US Racing guys work together again here today.
So under normal circumstances, the drivers have to go out for their sighting lap and then head straight to the grid. However, the bulletin was put out on the timing screen saying, look, you are allowed in these circumstances to go and have a 2nd sighting lap, which everyone took the opportunity to do. So the cars are still making their way around the circuit largely at the moment here at the MotorLand Aragón. Drivers taking the opportunity to really get their eye in, figure out where the circuit is slippery. It does look to me like it's a bit drier down at the first couple of corners than the back end of the circuit to me. I think that like maybe turn 3 through turn 10, turn 11 seems to be the most tricky section of the circuit at the moment, but it is going to be tricky for everybody in these conditions. Someone who I think might be one to watch in this race, Andrew, is Nina Hardeman. She has been a disruptor all year long. She's often come up through the order anyway. She's starting in a very strong 11th position and is therefore the first of the female trophy drivers. I wouldn't mind betting that she comes through the order. I could also see someone like Rafaela Ferreira coming up. She starts 18th on the grid. Simon Trans has had some very promising efforts as well. He starts from 16th on the grid. Had a good Portimao run, I think, in the wet, was on the verge of the top 10, so we have to keep an eye on him. And then, of course, it's going to be an interesting day in general, I suggest, for Thomas Behrman, because he will be on the front row of the grid for race 3 later on, determined by qualifying 2. This grid set by the second fastest times from the first qualifying session on Saturday. Behrman for this race will be starting from 6th position, and of course, well, we carry that stereotype with us. He's a British driver. Everyone expects you to do well in the wet when you're British.
Yeah, I think the other concern for the drivers right now, just stepping out onto the podium for the first time today, is cold. Yesterday we described the conditions as brisk. Today they're biting. It's just a few degrees in air temperature lower, so it's going to be a challenge. We saw a lot of locking of brakes on the dry tyres in dry conditions yesterday. I think that's going to be even more to the extreme in the first couple of laps of this one. Other stories to note, Elliot Weiss, first time in for the series this year, starts on the 10th row of the grid for this one, inside the top 20. Intrigued to see how Elliot Weiss gets on today. Andrea Dupe is another one to look out for, mainly because Andrea is at the very back of the field, didn't get a second counting lap in yesterday in qualifying 1, so as a result of that will start 29th on the grid, but we know that his pace is a lot stronger than a 29th spot on the grid, so look out for the Italian coming through the field.
Yeah, good spot there. So Dupe will have some work to do down at AS Motorsports. Sebastian Bach could be another one to watch in this race as well, from 15th on the grid. Just ahead of pole position on the grid is Izzy Browning, and she is now ready to talk us through what's going on down there at the start line.
I am indeed. Down here at the front of the grid, although the grid is looking very empty at the moment. Of course, you will have seen that the drivers got more than one installation lap due to the conditions down here on the grid. I'm going to be a little bit careful because a couple of cars are still rolling in. And Adam, you were asking earlier if it's still raining down here. It's strange because there are some light raindrops, obviously not anything anything too sinister, as you can see on the camera, but there are some light raindrops, and it's definitely still very cold down here. I would even say that it's got colder. My hands certainly have got colder after that first race, and I'm sure that these Formula drivers will have been looking out at that first race and maybe just having a look at how tricky things have been. Our front row has now rolled in, so of course familiar on the front row pole position of Gabriel Gomez in that number 78 car. One of the last to come to the grid, along with his teammates Maxime Rem and yesterday's winner Kabir Anurag. Of course, you'll see on the cars the wet tyres as we are expecting. It's definitely going to be a tricky race in terms of conditions. Right, I'm going to continue back because we have spoken to Gabriel and to Kabir quite a bit. I am going to jump in with Maxime Rem if I can. Had a DNF yesterday, obviously a tricky race yesterday. Front wings galore. Flying all over the place in the opening couple of laps of yesterday's race. I'm going to see if I can jump in with Maxime, although there is a lot of work going on the tyres. Maxime, how are things looking out there? Obviously very, very cold down here this morning. How's the track looking and feeling?
I mean, obviously it rained last night, so now it's just starting to dry down. I think we're going to be on wet tyres for this race. This track dries down very slowly, so it's gonna be, I think the one who figures out the best line is gonna win, and I think I'm quite quick with that, so let's see what I can do in these tricky conditions here in Aragon.
Yeah, absolutely, and sounding confident. Obviously yesterday was a difficult start to the weekend, but I'm sure you're fired up and ready to go again today.
Yeah, of course, today we have to go again, we have to reset, and then we go again. Yesterday was quite unlucky with the puncture, but we have to forget it and go for the podium this race.
All right, best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us. Great to hear Maxime's insight about the conditions. He's right, absolutely right, that it is going to be who can get that tyre underneath them and who can get a good start that's going to be crucial in this race. Finn McLaughlin in the number 5 alongside him. I am gonna jump in with Finn because we haven't had a chance to speak to Finn. Finn, leading rookie on the grid, although I know that the overall standings is what you're concerned about. I think it's going to be potentially quite tricky in this race this morning.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult race, but I'm confident in these conditions that I can do well.
And is this a condition that you think will suit you then?
Yeah, definitely. I'm used to these conditions from where I live, so I enjoy this.
Absolutely, good luck. Right, we'll continue back on the grid. We have already had the 3-minute board just going up. Bart Harrison now alongside in the number 21 car. I spoke to Bart yesterday. I feel like I maybe cursed Bart a little bit because I said to him, "Oh, you're gonna get a good race," and we spoke to him for the first time on the grid, and then it all went wrong. So I'm going to leave him today because I don't want to give him, they say, the commentator's curse, the grid walk's curse, shall we say. So we'll continue back. The number 7 of Thomas Behrman now alongside him, and it's definitely going to be interesting. I know a couple of the drivers sort of revel in these conditions, but it's going to be extremely tricky, at least for the first couple of laps. And as Maxime Rem was saying, great insight to have that this is a track that takes a while to dry. Obviously some tracks that we've been to can have these conditions in the morning and dry it quite quickly, but not the case here in Aragon. Right, we'll continue back. The number 3 of Maximilian Popov alongside me. Max has had a podium in every single round of our season so far. Yet to do so this weekend, but definitely one to watch out for this weekend. Of course, wanting to get the win that has so far evaded him, and very fired up to do that last weekend when I spoke to him in Valencia, but so far not able to grab the win. Today could be the day, though. I think we're definitely going to see, well, not definitely, we don't know, but I think we might see a new face on the top step. Alongside him will be the number 6 of Leo Robinson. It's been a tricky weekend for Leo. Actually, it was Leo's birthday a couple of days ago, but it was a tricky qualifying and a tricky weekend for Leo, just giving us a wave there. But his starts have been fantastic all season long, so he could be definitely one to watch. And the number 66 of Dante Vinci as we continue back on the grid. And one person I did want to point out just before we get the 1-minute board, which we're having now, is Nina Hardeman, her final weekend in the Formula Winter Series. Let's see what she can do in this race.
So the cars are lined up and ready to go for the Formula Winter Series, and Gabriel Gomez is on pole position for this race alongside yesterday's winner, Kabir Anurag. Bit of a slow start there from one of the Van Amersfoort cars, Gennaro Trapper, as they get off the line. Maxime Riem will start from 3rd position for Us Racing. He is alongside Finn McLaughlin, the first of the high-tech racing drivers, the Red Bull Junior. Can't miss that car out on the circuit. Bart Harrison is representing the UK, as is Thomas Behrman. It's an all-British row number 3 for the Yenza and high-tech drivers. Then it's Maximilian Popov for Van Amersfoort in 7th position, alongside Leo Robinson in 8th. The fast-starting Robinson was good in the wet at Portimao. Let's see what he can do here. Dante Vinci from 9th position alongside Andrea Kostic, the number 10 driver, starting from P10. 11th place it is Nina Hardeman. She and several of the drivers who'll be competing in F1 Academy won't be with us in Barcelona Sunday's their final day to make a mark in this series. Then Artem Severikin starts alongside her. Alexander Ruta is in 13th place alongside Gennaro Trapper, who did struggle a little bit to get off the line there as the race went to the formation lap. In 15th place, Sebastian Bach alongside Renault Motorsports. Simon Schranz, the only driver for Renault, of course, so a rather limited data pool for him to work through in conditions like this. David Walter alongside Rafaela Ferreira, 17th and 18th on the grid. 19th and 20th, Matilda Patz and Elia Weiss on his first weekend in car racing. In 21st, it's Alba Larsen, another one of the drivers who will be heading off to Shanghai for the F1 Academy very soon. Theo Borenstein alongside her. In 23rd position, it is Peyton Westcott for Van Amersfoort Racing. Cornelia Olkutska alongside in 24th position. In 25th, it is Enya Fry, uncharacteristically low on the grid. He'll be working his way up. I suspect Chloe Chambers will be as well from 26th position in her Campos machine. Nevra Panzeri starting from 27th. It'll be her first time in the wet in a single-seater race. Ditto Marcus Saiter, both of them in their first F4 racing weekend, although Saiter has raced previously in Ginetta Juniors. Andrea Dupé, another one to watch coming through the order from 29th on the grid. Well, Andrew, this is going to be a compelling start to the race. It's going to be, I suspect, more than a little bit dramatic as they try and find purchase. Those front axles, no matter what they do, aren't going to be generating optimal grip, optimum heat in the early stages.
Adhesion was a challenge yesterday, and it was dry. So, yeah, this has got everything set up to be a very dramatic start to this race. I've got a good feeling for Maxime Rem in this race. He seemed very, very confident talking to Izzy. He loves a challenge, and, you know, he's seen Gabriel Gomez have all the success so far this season. He saw Kabir Anurag win yesterday as well, and, yeah, he wants a piece of the action, I think, this weekend to get himself on the board.
Excellent stuff. So the cars are lining up on the grid now, and it will be Gabriel Gomez on pole position. Of course, on the racing line side of the track, and of course in the wet conditions, people tend to avoid the rubbered up parts of the circuit. Whether or not he's going to struggle to purchase a bit more than Kabir and Finn McLaughlin and the others starting on the right-hand side of your screen remains to be seen. The last couple of drivers pulling up now to their grid slots. The yellow flag is dropped by the marshal. The green flag now waves. The lights are on, all five are on, and they are extinguished. It's a bad start from Gabriel Gomez, a magnificent start from Maxime Riem. Before they even get to the first corner, he is your leader. One of the Van Amersfoort cars did not get off the line. Thankfully, everyone avoided it. I think it might have been Trapper again. Nonetheless, Maxime Riem leads them through turn 2. Then it's Anurag. Then it's Gomez in 3rd. McLaughlin in 4th. Bart Harrison rounding out the top 5 in this half-hour plus 1 lap race. We are on the first lap, but already Maxime Riem coming in with an abundance of confidence, had the best start of anybody out there on the circuit. He already has a couple of car lengths over Kabir Anurag as they head up the hill towards turn number 7.
What a start. What a start for him there. He just lit it up and it launched off the line. There was a yellow flag at turn 5 that's just come up on our screen. So I hope, was out is this, Ferreira in the Campos Racing prepared Red Bull liveried car. And she had such a good start as well. Was starting from 18th on the grid but falls all the way down to the bottom of the order now. Double yellow flag now at turn number 9. So that's coming down from the corkscrew. It's been cleared now, so we've not even got to turn 16 and there's already a few dramas for our Formula Winter Series competitors. Riem goes a little bit deep there as they go into the box section in through turn number 12. You can see how tricky it is. The back end of everybody's cars sliding around all over the place. Gomez down to 3rd. This is okay in terms of his championship bid, though. He doesn't need to take too many risks. This weekend is all about consolidating the work he's done so far. Crucially, right now, he is still ahead of his closest title rival, Leo Robinson.
Another yellow flag now at turn 13. That's the corner as they sweep right past the famous wall here at MotorLand Aragón. Here comes Kabir Anurag. These two went wheel to wheel last time at Valencia. Kabir came out on top then, and he was briefly in the lead there, but the better exit from Maxime Rim, who seems so confident on the grid. And he will lead the conclusion of the first lap of the race. Thought for a moment Kabir might get him. Kabir very wide coming out of turn 18. Then it is Gomez, still McLaughlin in fourth, and then a big gap back to Bart Harrison, 2.3 seconds off Finn McLaughlin. So Harrison looks like he might be struggling a little bit. He's got Robinson, who's up to 6th behind him. Then Popov, Behrman, Vinci and Nina Hardeman rounding out the top 10 in this race. But it is an us racing 1-2-3 at the moment, much to the satisfaction, I'm sure, of the team. But Kabir Anurag will take no satisfaction with second place after, as you said, lifting that weight off his shoulders yesterday, claiming the race win here at MotorLand Aragón. He is going to mean business in this battle.
Absolutely is. Good starts further down the order. David Walters up to 13th place. That's a gain of 4 on the first lap here at Aragon. And Andrea Dupi, we said watch out for him. He's already up into the top 20. So the Italian in the number 61, prepared by AS Motorsport, I think has gained 11 places on that first lap. Wow. He's up into P18. As round there is Cornelia Olkutska in the number 91 for Mafia Racing. That looks to be at turn 5. There's a double yellow flag out at turn 5. That's a shame for her.
Yeah, great points on Dupé then. You were quite right to point him out. He has moved up the order nicely. Indeed, it was Olkutska down at turn 5. Does seem like she's gotten back underway now. Other drivers that moved through the order well on that first lap include Alexander Ruta. He made up some places for Cram also. Maximilian Popov on the back now of Leo Robinson. These two have had a couple of scraps so far this season. And of course, Popov has had a couple of podiums. Would like to move himself further forward this time. He's got a lot of work to do if he wants it in this race. So they are side by side on the run down to turn 16. Anurag is having a look to the inside at turn 16 for the second lap in a row. This time he's going to try and perform a block pass on Maxime Rim, and he succeeds at doing so. Not too late on the brakes, doesn't drift wide, moves through into the race lead. Meanwhile, Robinson, Popov, Behrman, Vinci, all still close together, but no changes there. Anurag again drifting exceedingly wide out of turn 18. I think drivers avoiding that by and large to avoid the paint on the exit of the corner, but Anurag is feeling brave, and it is Kabir in the race lead then. 0.4 of a second clear now of Maxime Rim. Here is Popov to the inside of Leo Robinson, and that will be a move for 6th position for the Van Amersfoort driver.
Lovely move there from Anurag. Learned from the lap before, knew he didn't need to completely send it in there and overcook it and miss the apex. It was all about controlling the exit of the corner and making sure Rim couldn't get that cutback that we saw on lap 1. And we'll see now whether Anurag can continue the form that we saw yesterday. And he's going to try and stay with him though. Doesn't want to give away any more positions. Looking a little bit further down the order, who's changing positions? Sebastian Bach is up to 13th place. Andrea Dupe continuing this drive through the field. Is now into the top 15. Ania Fry, in a similar regard, is on the move, is up to 18th now. And Gennaro Trapper has also gained a position on that lap. Plenty to play for out there.
Yeah, plenty going on around the circuit. Kabir Anurag playing with the limits of staying on tarmac. He was well off the defined circuit, but they're not observing track limits everywhere this weekend. They can't be monitored at all corners here. Yellow flag at turn 8 for this car, the spinning number 37. Unfortunately, Alexander Ruta has had a moment, but Kabir Anurag really using every inch of tarmac that he has been told he can in the driver's briefing, and in these wet conditions, that is always quite brave.
Gabriel Gomez has suddenly lit up the timesheets, went quickest of anyone through sector number 1 and has closed in behind his US Racing teammates now. Will he do the same job that he did yesterday and just sit there? Well, yesterday it was sitting behind Kabir Anurag and taking the points. Gomez is going to have a little look to drive us right round the outside of Rem. Goes deep, but might get a good run off of the corner. Does Rem know he's there? Yes, he does, and through goes Gomez. Lovely move by Gabriel Gomez up to P2. That's why he's leading this championship.
Absolutely right. And the argument can be made, of course, that if you have the pace, it might be detrimental to stay behind cars that you have the speed over, and Gabriel Gomez got it done. Maxime Rem to the inside at turn number 1. Can't get it done there. It's a bit like that old adage about not lifting off too much, isn't it? When when you've got a comfortable lead, if you have the ability to get around a driver and you don't, there's some whiff of inevitability that you might end up caught up in something anyway. Gomez felt he had the pace, felt he knew where to do it, and sure enough, he was quite right. He's up to second position, and now it is the same situation as yesterday. Anurag versus Gomez at the front. Let's see if Rim and indeed Finn McLaughlin, who just set the fastest lap of the race, can try and intervene on this lead battle.
A few more changes down the order. Maximilian Popov has got through past Leo Robinson, so that's more good news for Gabriel Gomez. That's his closest rival in the title in the standings overnight, now down to 7th place. Just had a notification on our screen. It's an incident involving cars 84 and 48, turn 14 noted. So that's going to be David Walter and Gennaro Trapper. They are currently discussing 16th place.
See, well, maybe that discussion got a little bit argy-bargy at one point, but that has been noted, as you said. 21 minutes and 35 seconds plus 1 lap left to go in this race then. Anurag, I think, a little bit further ahead than he was a lap ago, with now Gomez behind him. Of course, it was Rim at this point last lap who was in second place, and Finn McLaughlin is looking very, very foreboding to me for Maxime Rim. He's in the slipstream as they run down the back straight here at MotorLand Aragón. He is edging ever closer to the gearbox of the German driver. Let's see if the Irishman can make something happen.
Yeah, he's very good in these conditions, and we talked about it yesterday that he's also very good on the brakes like this. He has very good feel of a car underneath him. That is classic Finn McLaughlin. Down the inside, takes 3rd place.
Great move then from McLaughlin, getting a high-tech car into the top 3 for the first time in this race. And there's a high-tech battle going on further back as well. Leo Robinson and Thomas Behrman are exchanging blows for 7th position, but the Red Bull liveried high-tech car remains in P3 for now. Maxime Rim, meanwhile, down to 4th position, was leading, gave us reason to believe that he might be on for something special here. Is now outside the podium places, still a long way to go, but he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to be on that top step of the podium from here.
Yeah, it does indeed. I think there's been a little bit of a hold-up for Enia Fry further down the order, Adam. Lost about 2.5 seconds through sector number 2, and yeah, it's dropped down to 16th place as the drivers come over the line once again. There's also been another incident noted out there for Artem Savrukin. This is a good battle. This is Bart Harrison going wheel to wheel. No, it's not. It's a little bit further down the order. This is Savrukin in the other Yenza Motorsports machine, and Andrea Dupe. So Andrea Dupe now through and into 13th place. What a drive from Andrea Dupe. You can just see Gennaro Trapper behind there in the black and orange of Van Amer Sports Racing. Savrukin trying to fight back there on Dupe, but such is the pace for Andrea Dupe. I think that's going to be a bit of a losing one. Next job for Andrea Dupe is to try and get up the road. It's quite a bit of a gap up the road to Sebastian Bach. It's around 8.5 seconds, but given the progress that we've seen from the Italian so far in this race, I wouldn't put it past him that he could pull that one off.
Don't know that you can focus on up the road just yet, fighting the car at turn 8 and 9. I was just about to say, I think he's still watching the mirrors, and then he missed the apex by a margin at turn 8, so I think I might have been right on that one. But through there went Enia Fry on Gennaro Trapper back up to 15th position. Fry, of course, started 25th. Dupe, as you said, started 29th at the very back, so both of those drivers making good progress. They could have the pace to challenge for a top 10. They're a long way back from the top 10, about 10 seconds they'd need to find over the next 18.5 minutes of the race, plus 1 lap. There's a good chunk of time. It's not impossible. It's also not impossible that gap is closed up by, let's say, other means, and not say the words that owe the initialism SC.
Well, let's say it's a developing situation. Finn McLaughlin has got through on that lap. I didn't see where it was, but he's got through past Gabriel Gomez into second place. Kabir Anurag has just had a warning for track limits as well. So Finn McLaughlin is growing into this race. They're down into the 2-minute 17s at this precise moment. But considering that McLaughlin was doing some overtaking on that last lap, the fact that he was only quarter of a second off the pace of Anurag is quite a menacing task for the race leader. Yellow flag is out at turn number 10. We'll try and update you on what the cause of that is, and there it is. It's Olkutska who's had a moment on the exit of turn 10. She rejoins the race, all good to go from there.
Yeah, Finn McLaughlin then once again looking good in these wet conditions, and now up to second place. This will be his first lap in clean air since getting involved with the other two US Racing cars. So this is a critical lap for Finn. It's a critical lap as well, of course, for Kabir Anurag, who has a 2.7 second lead over the Irishman. What's that going to look like in a lap's time? All four of those drivers playing a very bold game with the gravel trap on the outside of turn 10. As we've alluded to, track limits are only being observed where they are actually monitorable for race control this weekend. It would be a mighty task for any corner marshal to try and keep a tab on the track limits of 29 cars, so best to keep human error out of it on this one. Car number 37 with a 5-second penalty for causing a collision. That was Alexander Ruta. Of course, we saw him in a spin, so perhaps it was a spin of his own creation one way or another, but regardless, he has been slapped on the wrist there for 5 seconds worth of penalties. We've got double yellow flags down at turn 8 at the moment, and it's for the other car from the Crown Motorsports stable. Elia Weiss there having a spin, and that will take him down from 20th place. Way wide is Gabriel Gomez. Maxim Rim sends an opportunity now to get back onto the podium.
Yeah, he's had a little look there, but Gomez had good exit speed, good traction out of turn number 16. Got to say, Kabir Anurag has responded to the threat of Finn McLaughlin behind. 2 minutes 16.9 last time around for Anurag. McLaughlin 0.2 quicker, or actually more like a 10.5 quicker. So with the gap at 2.6, we're into that race management phase of this one now for Kabir Anurag. Gomez looking a little bit wide there out of turn number 2. Not much front end grip for the Brazilian, who spent a lot of his young racing career in Italy. As he came up through the karting ranks, was one of the big names in the European Championship in 2024 before his move into single-seaters in the autumn of last year. And a little bit further down the order, there's been a change for 14th place. I'm afraid the progress of Andrea Dupe seems to have been arrested, because he's now dropped 2 positions back down to 15th. Has just lost one of those places to Enya Fry, and Artem Savrukin has also got through. Another instant for us to note, and in fact, with the drivers that we just mentioned, the 20 and the 61 of Fry and Dupe, that's another one that's at least been noted by race control.
Yeah, and a warning flag for abusing track limits, which, as we see that camera shot, seems novel. But at one of the points where it is being monitored, Chloe Chambers has been pushing it a bit too far, and she has received a warning flag. She needs to be careful so she does not end up gaining penalties as a result of any further track limits transgression. She's still down in 23rd place, Chloe Chambers. Not quite the race that perhaps she would have liked so far in this one in the Campos Racing number 82. We've got a back marker now between the top 2 in the form of Cornelia Olkutska, who's had a couple of moments out there on the circuit, so now she is going to be potentially a bit of a hindrance to Finn McLaughlin. He'll be hoping for an easy berth past the Maffei Racing driver. Now, Kabir was actually fastest of anybody in the first sector. He lost some time in the second sector dispatching Olkutska. I think the gap will still be a little over 2 seconds between himself and Finn McLaughlin, although it looks to me, by eyeball test, that it may have gone up. No, still only 2.1 seconds. Olkutska stayed way out of the way, which is a good move, and I think she's going to try and do the same here for Gomez and Rim, although Gomez having to go around the outside of Cornelia there, then cuts to the inside and both of them managed to get past the Maffei Racing driver, but not a comfortable position for Cornelia there. I think overall she did a pretty good job of just staying predictable there for the drivers.
Yeah, indeed, and Gabriel Gomez again with this championship position. No need to risk or take too many high risks. And again, you've got to remember that all of these drivers have got another race to go. It's the same as what we were talking with the GT4 Winter Series. You don't want to be giving your mechanics and your team too much work over the lunch break. Double yellow flag at turn number 5.
I fear Cornelia may have had a moment there.
Okay.
But I'm not sure where she ended up. Hopefully, well, yeah, there she is. She did have a spin. But thankfully didn't end up in the racing line and potentially therefore in the path of the likes of Bart Harrison, Maximilian Popov behind. She's now waiting for her chance to loop the car back around. Oh, goodness me, Gabriel Gomez getting a bit loose over the bumps at the runoff of turn 10 and continues on his way in this battle for third place. And increasingly we have to talk about this battle for the lead because that 2.1 second gap is down. Finn McLaughlin took 7/10 out of Kabir in the first sector split alone. He took a further 8/10 out going through the middle sector. McLaughlin has arrived on the rear of Kabir.
Yeah, this is what McLaughlin's all about. This is the similar kind of performance that we saw a lot on the karting scene in 2024 where he impressed a lot of people, was picked up by the Red Bull Junior program towards the end of the year. He's a little bit too far back on that occasion to have a go into turn 16. A bit of a slide for Anurag mid-corner though. That'll lose him some time. McLaughlin's just gone purple through sector number 2 as well. But it's that old adage of catching one thing, passing is another. Just to note as well, we haven't talked about him too much in this race so far, but I think Bart Harrison's on for his best results of the year, is he not? At the moment, they're in 5th place, so maybe is he not speaking to him on the grid as giving him some more favour this time? But no, really good drive at the moment from Bart Harrison. Has been holding Maximilian Popov off for a number of laps there, and after the disappointment of yesterday, where he had that great Q1, was hoping for a best result of the year, and all pretty much ended at turn 1. That's a good. I always like to see that from a young driver. When you have a disappointing day, you have a disappointing moment, you get back on the horse and you go again. And Bart Harrison's doing a fantastic job there in 5th place.
Yeah, best finish so far this year of 7th position, running in the top 5 for the first time in this late stage of the race. We're approaching the final third of the race distance. It's going to be a long 10.5 minutes and then additional lap for Kabir Anurag. If he wants to try and keep Finn McLaughlin behind, he's going to have to make that the widest Tatus F4 chassis that we have ever seen. There's a yellow flag down at turn 17, which I suspect might be for Gennaro Trapper, who has not crossed the line this time in the point that he was scheduled, and in fact there might be a few cars involved. That's Olkutska facing the wrong way again actually, so it might just be that Cornelia had another spin. Trapper did cross the line, so everything's alright with Gennaro Trapper, but Olkutska having another moment out there on the circuit. Meanwhile, McLaughlin is studying the gearbox and the rain light of Kabir Anurag's number 19 US Racing car. The high-tech TGR driver gets a good run there for my money out of turn 15. Not sure if he's going to be close enough by the end of the straight, but certainly you get the feeling that Finn is very soon going to be drawing alongside that number 19.
And he's got to consider that he's got still 10 minutes, or the best part of 10 minutes and plus 1 lap to make this move stick. He'll try and do it in the lowest risk possible. He'll have a little look down the inside into turn 16. They're going to be side by side on the approach through 17, still side by side past the apex of the corner, and McLaughlin is through. So he didn't need much time to make the move. Will Anurag have another go into turn number 1? This is what we've got the swaying from side to side that we saw from McLaughlin and others a lot yesterday, but he's through. The Irishman takes the lead.
Great stuff. Oh, that's unfortunate. Chloe Chambers with her rear axle. Doesn't look like it's all the way beached, but it might be about to be if she puts her foot on the throttle down at turn 6. That might actually work out quite well for her fellow Red Bull Junior. Race neutralised for a moment if the safety car comes out, but he is now through. Finn McLaughlin into the race lead. I thought he might wait a little while to make the move stick. As you said, 10 minutes to go. He locked the rear axle a little bit, front axle a little bit at turn 16 as well, which kind of put him, I think, further out wide. He wasn't trying to lean on Kabir Anurag as much as he did, but the lockup kind of forced him into it. And now the situation is that he's well ahead. And in fact, to be honest, now that he is ahead and now that Kabir is a couple of car lengths back, he doesn't want that safety car. He doesn't want that neutralisation because he is driving away from Kabir Anurag. We've got yellow flags, double yellow flags down there at turn 5 and 6 intermittently. They're hoping, I think, really, that Chloe Chambers could maybe just about nurse the throttle to get the car out of the gravel trap, which she has succeeded in doing, which is a very deft touch there for Chloe. So good driving from her there just to get the car back out. Very difficult to do once your rear axle's in the gravel trap. There's a double yellow flag down at turn 16 for a couple of cars having a moment there that we were just catching the end of something. Meanwhile, the top two are really closing in on some lap traffic here. Of course, these conditions really do set apart the field a little bit, and Finn is going to have to do some traffic management here by the looks of it.
Yeah, and this is something that when we're talking about this first step up into single-seaters, that many of these drivers probably haven't had that much experience of dealing with in a longer race, in a 30-minute race, when conditions are a little bit iffy, that you've got to make your way through and safely past some slower traffic. In the pits there, is that Dupe? So after all of the issues earlier, it's a real shame. Pace last time around, 2 minutes 16.0 for McLaughlin. That is a new fastest lap of the race. That's 9/10 quicker than Anurag on that last tour of the circuit. I think was it Matilda Parts who was in the pits? It's just been noted in the number 18 for AS Motorsports. That's a shame for Matilda. She was having a strong race. Was looking at a good way up the order, and it's unfortunately a mechanical issue has let her down.
Well, yeah, mechanical, more so that they were replacing a front wing.
Good point.
But they were replacing a front wing, and I can't help but notice that the unit they were putting on the car had the number 61 on it. So hopefully they've rectified that, because I'm sure there's a technical regulation or a sporting regulation that they would be having an issue with. But safety car is out, so the safety car has been placed onto the circuit. I'm wondering, we did see a few cars kind of skating nervously away from turn 16, whether there's an amount of debris there after that double yellow flag at turn 16 a lap ago. No, this is at turn 18, and Peyton Westcott has suspension damage. You can see there that her toe link on the left rear has come a cropper. I suspect she's had contact with somebody, and perhaps there is a stricken carbon fibre field somewhere out of that shot as well. So the safety car is out with 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap of the race to go. The flatbed is called into action immediately, but with Peyton having to get out of the car there, the safety car therefore was declared, understandably so, but Finn is not going to be happy with that, because he'd already built, I think, well, it was 1.1 at the line. It was getting on for 2 seconds by the time the safety car was actually called out. But now we are under safety car. Let's get a look at what happened at 16. So it was at turn 16. It was Matilda Pats into the rear of Peyton Westcott, which is why they were replacing the front wing on Matilda Pats' car, and also why Peyton Westcott's rear suspension was damaged. We did see double yellows at 16, and that is what happened there. Again, hopefully Matilda isn't running around with a 61 on the front, because that will go against the team, but it was certainly one of the Andrea Dupe front wings that they were putting on the car.
What I will say about the situation now for Finn McLaughlin, and something that impressed many people, myself included, last year in his international karting, similar to what we were talking about with Bart Harrison a few moments ago, was his ability to overcome adversity. He had some very good days in his karting career, particularly in 2024. But he also had some days last year, like at the World Championships when he had mechanical issues, in his Miami Euro racing as well, when he could have won the championship and had a mechanical failure. He's always had a response of, okay, that's happened. I'm not going to let it get me down. I'm going to come back and come back stronger. He has maturity well beyond his years, does Finn McLaughlin. I think it's a big one of the big factors that Red Bull have been looking at when they picked him up at the back end of 2024. So yes, this will be a challenge. Yes, this is a bit of a disappointment that he's lost that lead of around 2 seconds that he was more than worthy for, that he built up, but he'll be keeping things calm now and just going through the procedures of thinking how he's going to tackle this restart.
Ginevra Panzeri leads the safety car queue. She was just on the verge of being lapped by Finn McLaughlin at the point of the safety car being scrambled. So that is something worth keeping in mind. I suspect she'll probably be released, waved by at some stage. But for now then, it is McLaughlin from Anurag in the top two in this race. Of course, Finn McLaughlin also leads the rookie trophy standings. Third place is Gabriel Gomez, Maxime Ream in fourth position. Then it's Maximilian Popov in P5. Bart Harrison in sixth position, so Popov has gotten past him. Leo Robinson is still down there in seventh place. He would like to try and get a couple of positions to minimise the points lost to Gabriel Gomez here. There's still a distinct possibility, of course, that Gabriel Gomez could be the champion today if he leaves with 82 points in his favour, or more than 82 points in his favour at the end of race 3 this weekend. He will have sewn up the championship. That's currently at 54. It won't go out by a dramatic amount as it stands. However, it would be somewhere in the middle 60s, I believe, and that is going to be potentially, if Leo has another poor race, something to bear in mind. I'll just quickly run through a few more positions before we get on that point situation. Thomas Behrman running 8th, Vinci 9th, and Nina Hardeman rounding out the overall top 10. Kostic, Bak, Fry, Severikin, and Andrea Dupé, who did stay out on the circuit, up to 15th place.
On my very early unofficial commentary box calculations, your lead for Gomez as things stand would be 63 points.
Right. Okay, so with it's unlikely, frankly, that unless Leo has a non-finish or a sub-top 10 result, then that the championship would be won in race 3 today. But regardless, the way this weekend is panning out for Gomez versus the way this weekend is panning out for Robinson, all signs point in Gomez's favour at the moment. Wait and see what comes of these last moments of the race. Then the safety car is in this lap. I believe the clock will hit 0 before the lap is completed here, so it will be a one-lap dash. And one thing I will say is that for Finn McLaughlin, this might be a little bit concerning with Ginevra Panzeri ahead of him, because of course he can't overtake Ginevra before the safety car line. Therefore, if she decides she's going, she has to keep the pace on, and if she holds up Finn at all, Kabir is going to have a go. For Finn McLaughlin, this is a little bit okay, well, they've heard my points and they've decided to nullify them. Panzeri makes her way past the safety car. I'm assuming she was instructed to do that, and that is definitely for the best, certainly for Finn McLaughlin. Now, the safety car line is incredibly spread as they come to turn 16. So it's going to be, I'd say, a fairly distant little pack, although Finn McLaughlin, I think, is now going to try and hold them up a little bit. But it is going to be a rather spread out start to the race. It looks to me like Finn McLaughlin is pretty much already underway, which is bold because the Volkswagen is there. He can't overtake the safety car before it gets into the pits, and I think he might have done that, to be honest. It was difficult to see from that angle, but you can't overtake the safety car before it makes its way into the pits. Nonetheless, Finn McLaughlin leads the way. Then it's us racing 2, 3 and 4. Maxime Rim there getting around Gabriel Gomez, but a huge armful of oversteer allows Gomez to sweep back around on the outside. Well held by Maxime Rim.
That was close in several regards, as Popov's having a look down the inside. Popov has, at least in the middle phase of this race, got past Bart Harrison. Double yellow flag at turn 1, so I think something's happened a little bit further down in the field. There is your race leader, Finn McLaughlin, He has had race wins so far this season. Has been particularly strong when it's come to some of the Sunday races, but yeah, still that question mark for me. I think it was a difficult one, managing it and trying to back the field up, and perhaps could have done it a little bit more. We only had one angle of it, but it did look close.
It did. Ginevra Panzeri there sticking to the track as everybody drifts wide around her. And that allows Aragon, McLaughlin and indeed Gomez through. Meanwhile, Finn McLaughlin is just corners away from a second victory of the season in the Formula Winter Series. Incident involving car 12 under investigation for safety car procedure, which tells me that maybe Ginevra and AKM decided to do that rather than being told to do that overtake on the Volkswagen Polo down this long straight. That's under investigation. A few things are under investigation as well further back in the field. But at the front of the pack, it is Hi-Tech's Finn McLaughlin that leads the way. He leads the way and will make his way down to the 16th turn. Oh, drifting wide goes Maxim Rim on the very final lap. He's not going to be able to get his way through. Gomez is going to stay in third place, but for Finn McLaughlin, it is a win again in the Formula Winter Series. Win number 2 of the season. For him, win number 2 of the season for Finn McLaughlin. Anurag in second place. Third position for Gabriel Gomez. Finn McLaughlin wins for the second time this season for Hi-Tech. And their third win as a collective of the year as well. Further down the field, Nina Hardeman winning in the female trophy, of course. Rookie trophy going to Finn McLaughlin. Also, Sebastian Bach moved up to 12th place there towards the end of the race. Enya Fry was 13th. So a few drivers moving up the order, but your top 10, McLaughlin from Anurag, from Gomez, Rim, Popov, Harrison, Robinson, Behrman, Vinci and Hardeman, your top 10. Andrea Kostic, Sebastian Bach and Enya Fry bringing us down to 13th, ahead of Severikin and Andrea Dupé in 15th. I don't know if everyone's caught the memo on the on the race concluding. Some of them still looking a little bit feisty out there. Lots of gravel we saw spread on the apex at turn 9 over the course of that race. Lots of drivers cutting it fine with the gravel trap on the inside of that corner. It does seem that a lot of drivers are still moving on at full speed here, but the race has indeed finished. It seems everyone's maybe a bit eager at the moment, but I promise you the race has concluded. The checkered flag has flown on this race in the Formula Winter Series. And for Finn McLaughlin, it is going to be another celebration. He was very happy, of course, when he won that first race of his car racing career with us a couple of weeks ago at Portimao. Was sitting 4th in the championship coming into this race on 64 points, with Anurag behind him in 2nd place. And the fastest lap of the race, I believe, going to McLaughlin. Yes, it did. He will net 26 points versus the 18 for Kabir Anurag, which means that McLaughlin will once again be 3rd in the championship points. And actually, while Gomez continues to stride away and frankly mark himself out as the favourite in the championship with a 63-point advantage now coming into the last race of the weekend here at MotorLand Aragón. 4 races left in the season. I think the battle now could well be Leo Robinson versus Finn McLaughlin versus Kabir Anurag for 2nd in the championship. And right now, with this victory, Finn McLaughlin has brought himself back to 3rd in the points and closer to 2nd in the points. But in race 2, it's P1 for Finn McLaughlin. And the Hi-Tech team congratulating him. A very good effort from the Red Bull Junior. A driver who, as Andrew Mather alluded to, has so much interest, so much hype and expectation behind him. And in his early stages in car racing, we are seeing quite what young Finn is capable of. It's so hard to get a read on where these drivers' ceilings are at this early stage of their career, but there's certainly a lot of expectation on Finn, and he will have maybe proven a few things for his self as well coming out of that race. Didn't manage to have a particularly great weekend at Valencia by his high standards after here at MotorLand. He is right back in the groove and thriving in the wet conditions, as he has been known to do in the world of karting as well. So Finn McLaughlin, after 13 laps of racing, winning by just 0.6 of a second. Probably would have been a little bit more if he had been allowed a safety car free run. But even with the safety car, he managed a pretty good result there. I'm assuming there has been no indication of investigation regarding my slight fear that maybe he overtook the safety car before it got back into pit lane. There's been no indication that that's being looked at by the stewards. So hopefully they had a better view of it than I did, and no harm, no foul on that front. Of course, the drivers have a little bit more to do after getting out of the cockpit in this series, because they have to go to the weighbridge immediately following the race. Therefore, it is just a few minutes usually before we can collar them for an interview, and Izzy and Joe down in the pits will be working hard to do that at the moment. And the high-tech driver, who we already heard from, of course, under the podium in race 3 at Portimao, will, for the second time this year, I'm sure, be sporting a wily grin down there under the podium. And he is down there under the podium now with Izzy.
He is indeed, Finn, a second win of the season. Congratulations, first of all. We spoke on the grid and you were confident that you could master these conditions, but that is exactly what you did. Side-by-side action with Kabir, getting a little bit tasty out there, but looked like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was definitely a nice race to be in. I was confident before it, knew the race would come to me, just build into it, and had to fight 3 US off, which was tough, but I got it done.
Yeah, you did. And the guys in commentary, you probably want to go back and watch that race, because the guys in commentary praising your ability, certainly on the brakes as well. You seem very, very brave. I mean, we have to remember that it's only the first few races for you in this car.
Yeah, definitely. You have to be comfortable with the brake in the car. So I've always been good with the brake, and that's where you make overtakes. So that was my strong part in the race.
And I have to ask, when you're in the car, obviously safety car comes out in the closing stages. Were you frustrated at that point that it had come out, or just knew that you could manage it?
No, I was fine with it. I had to keep my composure, and I did that and got a good launch and got away.
Well, you did exactly that. Congratulations. Another win. We'll let you go and celebrate and get ready for race 3 this afternoon. Thank you very much. Very happy, Finn McLaughlin.
Yeah, very confident Finn McLaughlin as well. The added issue of the safety car not bothering him. Let's take a look back then at the highlights for race number 2 of the weekend. Gabriel Gomez did not get a good start from pole position. Conversely, Maxime Riem led the way from row number 2 in the early stages. Anurag followed him in second place. It was a spin early on as well for Rafael Ferreira. A lot of drivers struggling with the traction coming out of corners, even Kabir Anurag having to fight the car at times. But in these greasy conditions, on these wet tyres, there's always going to be a challenge, and there was a lot of challenge going on between Anurag and Riem. That was Kabir's first attempt at getting past Maxime at turn 16. It didn't work out on that occasion. Further back, people were squabbling for the lower positions, usually staying out of each other's way in terms of contact, but certainly tricky. Cornelia Olkutska was struggling to keep the car under control for Mappy Racing. Second attempt at moving to the inside at turn 16 for Kabir Anurag was successful. Kabir moved into the lead, while others faltered. This was Alexander Ruta having a little bit of a moment in the 37 car. Bart Harrison working his way through further back. Maxime Riem was struggling not just to chase down Kabir, but also to keep Gabriel Gomez at bay. Gomez went very wide at turn 16, got a great run out of the corner. But for Riem, it seemed as though the confidence he'd had pre-grid wasn't translating in race conditions, unfortunately. The 24 car dicing around. We had a car in the gravel here, Albahurup Larsen down at the corkscrew. Few cars finding the gravel trap at turn 8 and 9. Artem Severikin drifting wide at turn 14 and 15 as he was fighting for the lower teen positions in that battle for 13th place. Cornelio Kudska again just struggling with the car in these conditions. Some three-wide action further back in the field as the two Yenza cars of Fry and Harrison going either side of Andrea Dupé. Gabriel Gomez was still under threat from Maxime Riem, and it wasn't just us racing, watching their teammates fight each other out on the circuit. Yenza had a good battle to watch, albeit perhaps a slightly uncomfortable one, as Fry and Harrison fought over their positions, or rather I should say Severikin and Harrison fought over their positions. At the front though, the second and third place battle was going on at pace. In fact, at that time it was third and fourth, because I believe already Finn McLaughlin had gotten through into second place. The 24 and the 39, Larsen and Weiss, they were having a scrap further back. And in fact, here is the moment where Finn McLaughlin moved up into the race lead. He'd already gotten past Gomez and Gomez and Rem. This was him moving into the lead on Kabir Anurag. Shortly thereafter, Chloe Chambers had a moment in the 82 car, ended up in the gravel but got it going again. However, there was a collision further back. Peyton Westcott and Matilda Putz having an issue out on the circuit. This would trigger a safety car. Damage to Peyton Westcott's car. Unfortunately, she did not take the flag. This was Leo Robinson having his moment here with Bart Harrison. Those two squabbling over sixth position at that time in the race. Lots of gravel down at turn 9. Safety car out briefly to deal with that collision, and we saw with with Pat and Westcott. We went back to green flag conditions, and it was driving away from the field at the front, Finn McLaughlin, who has mastered the wet weather once again in the Formula Winter Series. Lots going on towards the rear of the field. Maxime Riem desperately trying to regain a podium. Artem Severikin rather rudely pushing Andrea Dupé wide there at the final corner as they really tousled it out for outside the top 10 positions. But Finn McLaughlin won the race. A second win of the season for the driver, who now sits third in the points standings in the Formula Winter Series. McLaughlin wins it then by 0.6 of a second over Anurag. Gomez and Riem bringing us down to fourth position. Maximilian Popov in fifth. Harrison in sixth. Leo Robinson in seventh. Thomas Behrman in eighth place. Dante Vinci in ninth, ahead of the female trophy winner Nina Hardeman. Andrea Kostic in 11th position, ahead of Sebastian Bach. Enia Fry in 13th place. In 14th, Artem Severikin. Andrea Dupé in P15. Gennaro Trapper in 16th place. Alexander Ruta in 17th. Marcus Saiter in 18th. Simon Schranz in 19th. And David Walter rounding out the top 20, ahead of Elia Lewis Weiss, Alba Larsen and Theo Borenstein, who brings us down to 23rd. Ferreira, Panzeri, Chambers, Putz, Olkutska and Westcott round out the 29 cars, although of course Westcott was not able to take the flag after damage to her car. So then, the podium is ready to go. Let's go down to Andrew with our celebrations.
Thank you very much, Adam. Really fascinating second race of the weekend for Formula Winter Series. Welcome to our podium ceremony. Let's start with our female trophy. Please welcome out onto the podium once again a second female trophy of the weekend for High-Tech TGR, Nina Cardeman. Thank you once again to Florenzi Caso from Pirelli, awarding the trophy. And a quick photo as well. It's been a very good weekend for Nina. Another very strong result. Thank you very much, Nina. Well done once again. We look forward to your third race later on this afternoon. Now for our rookie podium, please welcome in third place in the rookie subclass for Van Amersfoort Racing, Dante Vinci. In second place for High-Tech TGR, please welcome Thomas Behrman. And your top rookie with his first of two appearances on this podium, please welcome for High-Tech TGR, Finn McLaughlin. Once again, I'd like to welcome Florenzi Caso, Robin Selbach from GEDLICH, and Miguel Pinto Coelho from GEDLICH for presenting the first, second and third place trophies in the rookie category. Three very strong drivers having impressive seasons in the Formula Winter Series. We thoroughly look forward to see how they continue the rest of this weekend and beyond. Thank you, drivers. We'll move to our overall podium. And first of all, welcome out onto the podium, representing the best team, the winning team. Please give a big round of applause for High-Tech TGR. In third place for Us Racing, please welcome Brazil's Gabriel Gomez. In second place, his second podium of the weekend, please welcome also for Us Racing, Kabir Anurag. And your race winner, representing the Republic of Ireland and High-Tech TGR, your race winner, Finn McLaughlin. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are able, please be outstanding. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome our trophy presenters once again, Florenzi Caso from Pirelli, Robin Selbach and Miguel Pinto Coelho from GEDLICH Racing, awarding the trophies to the winning team and our top three drivers in the overall standings for the second race of the weekend of the Formula Winter Series here at MotorLand Aragón. A quick gather for the photos. Smiles all round, and of course one more race to go for the Formula Winter Series this weekend. We very much look forward to it and hope you can stay with us for the entirety of the afternoon. Quick few photos down in the pit lane. And thank you very much, drivers. We'll see you later. More from the Formula Winter Series later. Let's get to the next race.
Well, clearly it was the High-Tech Racing representative's birthday as the team caroled him off the podium. We can now switch focus to the Prototype Winter Series. And it is a critical race. The man on the outside of the front row, defending champion, championship leader, Danny Sufi. He could win the title today, but he needs to outscore the pole sitter, David Drew. and his teammate Quentin Joseph second in the standings, and it is David Drew who starts this one from pole position. Of course, 2 formation laps is the standard in the Prototype Winter Series, and it will be 2 formation laps in these conditions today as well. So David Drew starts from pole alongside Danny Sufi, split by less than a 10th in qualifying 2 for the Prototype Winter Series. Lawrence Herr starting from 3rd position. In 4th place alongside him for racing experience, it is Mattias Bier Jakobsen, and then Philip Lindberg at the tail end of the order. Lindberg a little bit off the pace in qualifying. Always an interesting point in the race weekend. The first half of the second Prototype Winter Series race is typically where all the pro drivers, the silvers and golds, converge, and that's exactly what we've got here. David Drew starting on pole position, then it's Sufi in 2nd place, Herr, Jakobsen, Lindberg. That is a very strong lineup. It'll be the CLX Motorsport car on pole position. DKR Engineering's Lawrence Herr will be looking for a strong race from P3 as well. He's had a couple of moments himself this year that perhaps he won't have been so happy with, and will be looking to right some of those wrongs in this race. It will be a 50-minute race plus 1 lap, and of course that race this race will begin as they cross the line this time, although there will be a second formation lap. So they are starting the timer after this lap. Philip Lindberg has fallen well off the pack actually on this first formation lap. Whether he's had an issue out on the circuit or whether he's just taking it steady, I'm not particularly sure. But the conditions out there on circuit, to me, Andrew, looking a little bit drier than they were at the start of the day. We didn't get to go down to Izzy at all, unfortunately, with the podiums running long in the formulas. I'm assuming they're all still on wets, but it's certainly, I think, getting a little bit nicer out there for them.
I wouldn't use the word nice. I'd just say, what's the opposite? Less bad. It's still very cold out there. The air temperature is still lower than we had at any point yesterday, so whilst the moisture may be going out of the track, I still think it's perhaps a little bit too early to go to a dry tyre, simply because you won't be able to get the tyre compound to heat up sufficiently to get it in its performance window. So for the start of this race, I'd be surprised if anyone has gone for a slick tyre, particularly with it being a longer race as well. The clock has now started for the 50 minutes plus 1 lap here for the second race of the weekend in the Prototype Winter Series, but as I say, we are effectively still on a formation lap.
Yes, we are. So we are underway, and again, the critical point situation here is that the gap between Sufi and David Drew will be 43 points. And that is potentially enough for him to claim the championship today if he beats CLX Motorsports' David Drew again. If they finish 1st and 2nd on the road, Sufi wins, Drew 2nd, or Drew and Joseph 2nd, it will be the championship for Sufi. If they finish not 1st and 2nd, it gets a little more complicated. But David Drew, I think the objective here is going to be to try and distance himself from Danny Sufi, give Quentin Joseph every opportunity that he can, and work from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been impressed with David Drew this weekend. He had a very good run when they had the driver swap yesterday in that first race. So yeah, I don't think it's all certain that you're going to see Danny Sufi necessarily just driving off into the distance, particularly in this early phase of the race. Yesterday, when we had the drivers that you're pretty much all seeing, yes, in fact, you are all seeing on track now, with the exception of Philip Lindberg, they were all in the 151s. Now, they won't be in that pace today because the conditions are nowhere near as good as we saw out on track yesterday. But for Danny Sufi, I think he's going to be more looking at the second half of this race is where he's going to win it, if he's going to win it. And David Drew will be looking to build a bit of a lead, if he can, in the first 25 minutes of this race.
Yeah, absolutely right. So we will be watching with interest here as Danny Sufi will be starting from second place. He's going to have a lot of work cut out for him, though, with Lawrence Herr and Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen between them. Bjerre-Jacobsen and Lawrence Herr third and fourth coming into this race. For Jacobsen, he's not experienced particularly in LMP3 machinery, but he is, let's just say, determined to make a mark on the Prototype Winter Series. It could be his only opportunity to race an LMP3 car this year, so he wants to prove his worth in these machines, where Lawrence Herr, of course, is fiercely experienced at the wheel of these machines. Danny Sufi then around the outside of David Drew as we now get ready to start the race in 2x2 rolling formation, and it will be Danny Sufi around the outside at the first corner. I'd be surprised if he tries to hang it around the outside at turn 1, but sometimes Danny is audacious in that manner. Let's see what he can do. The American potentially can win it today in the championship, but either way, he wants to try and win this motor race. The lights are out now. We go racing in the Prototype Winter Series. It's race 2 of the weekend at MotorLand Aragón, and it is immediately to the inside. Danny Sufi for the race lead, and David Drew has to leave him a little bit of space. He's now got the outside line, Sufi, for turn 2, and that might yield more grip for him in these conditions. It's side by side as well between Herr and Jacobsen. Herr gets the better of it, remains in third place ahead of Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen. But Danny Sufi, for a moment there, looked like he might sneak into an early lead, but David Drew controls it for the time being. Here comes Lawrence Herr as Danny Sufi gets a bit wayward to the inside at turn 6, and indeed at turn 7 goes Lawrence Herr. Oh, and David Drew trips up Danny Sufi there. That's going to allow Lawrence Herr, I think, into the lead. David got crossed up, slowed himself and Danny Sufi down, and Lawrence inherits all of the places.
Oh, quite a punchy start here for the second race of the Prototype Winter Series, and indeed, Lawrence Herr does take first position. It's the first time we've seen this weekend Lawrence Herr in clean air, side by side between Drew and Sufi out of turn number 10. That was a close moment as they built up the speed down into turns 12 and 13 and through. Through has gone Danny Sufi, but he's going to now get the challenge of Drew around the outside through 13. They're still side by side, door to door, wing mirror to wing mirror, but it looks like Danny Sufi has maybe got that position, second place. He went a little bit deep out of turn 14. It's the long run now to turn 16. I say it's a 50-minute race, Adam, but this is a far more aggressive start to the race than I was expecting.
Yeah, absolutely right. Danny Sufi to the inside now of David Drew. My apologies. I think actually if it's 1-2 today, they might not be able to win it down at Conrad. We'll have to see. We'll talk about that later, though, because for now, wing mirror, both on the car for now, but we'll see if they stay there for too long, side by side between the two. And David Drew remains in second place. Sufi down to third, not the start he would have liked. Jacobsen in fourth, and Lindberg at the back of the order, hanging on and watching as everything goes on up ahead of him. We're right on board with Danny Sufi. Just an interesting opportunity to see quite how much counter steering he's having to do through these corners in these slippery conditions. Getting traction down in a carbon tub V8 prototype is never easy.
Yeah, and in these conditions, you can see the LMP3s, they have this tendency to drift around a lot and be quite hard work, not as much downforce as other prototypes higher up the ladder. And it can be very physical to drive as well for everybody out there. 43.5 minutes to go. Lawrence Herr is your race leader, and it's just starting to edge that gap out now. David Drew there in second place. A good first sector from Lawrence Herr, 32.8, so he's already pulled another half second out on the rest of the field on this lap alone. Keep an eye on Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen. Great drive yesterday from Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen. Held off Lawrence Herr for the entirety of the second part of the race. Good early pace as well from Philip Lindberg. Really, really disappointing end to the race for Philip Lindberg yesterday. I did have it confirmed to me that it was communications issues for those of you who were with us yesterday and saw that in terms of the driving, there was no problem at all for Philip Lindberg, but missed the pit window, came in later on in the race to do the mandatory stop, but because he was outside of the window, then got a stop-go penalty, and that was indeed all down to communication issues. But his pace is good early on, already into the 2:14. So in terms of what the track is doing, yeah, we're running about 20 odd seconds slower than the pace that we saw on the dry yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. So to confirm, I've made a bit of a maths error. It is 16 points that Danny needs to outscore CLX by this weekend to win the championship. He did 7 of it yesterday, but as it stands, of course, it doesn't matter. He's behind CLX Motorsport, but regardless, it would be a 48-point margin if he were to win and CLX were second today, and that would still be a championship situation lasting into the next round at Barcelona. So especially now with CLX Motorsport up ahead, it's looking less likely that Danny can seal it today, but regardless of that, he is going to be pressing on, trying to push on. And some interesting news from Anna from the Race Ready organisation in GEDLICH Racing as well. There was a change in driver nomination for our race leader. Ooh. Lawrence Herr is at the wheel, and at the wheel he will remain for the duration of this race, which means that he is going to be a consistent thorn in the side for Danny Soufi all through this race.
Well, that as a story does completely change things. Yes, there'll be a change in the, I would assume a change in the minimum pit time, and yes, it will mean that DKR Engineering's pit time will, I would assume, be the longest. Yeah, it'll be longer than Danny Soufi, and that's all down to the platinum, gold, silver, and bronze rating of these drivers. So Wolfgang Peyer sitting this race out.
And John Brownson.
Of John Brownson is Wolfgang Peyer in the high class racing car. But what that will mean is that second part of the race that we were talking about, where Danny Soufi would hope to do what he did in the first half of the race yesterday, that will not necessarily be an opportunity that presents itself to Danny Soufi with Lawrence Herr in the car for the entirety of this race.
Yeah, that's a very interesting situation. Hopefully John Brownson is okay. He got out of the car and was in seemingly good spirits yesterday, but not in for this race, unfortunately. So Lawrence Herr is running on his own in the number 3 DKR Engineering LMP3. Lawrence Herr, gold-rated driver, of course, has done a lot of winning in prototype competition over the years. That includes 3 LMP3 championships, 2019 and 2020, Michelin Le Mans Cup LMP3 champion, and then did the same in European Le Mans in 2021. So 3 LMP3 titles to his name. DKR Engineering, I've said it before, yet to claim a win in the Prototype Winter Series, tried all of last year and indeed all of this season, and right now it's their best opportunity yet.
Absolutely, and they're already building up the lead in the hands of Lawrence Herr that will negate the difference in minimum pit stop time. The gap last time around at the end of a full lap was 3.9 seconds, and Lawrence Herr has already gone quicker than anybody again through the first sector. So Lawrence Herr continuing to build that gap, keeping it clean, keeping it steady. So 4 seconds the gap between first and second, 1.8 the gap between second and third. I don't think that will be of a massive concern at this stage for Danny Soufi. And yes, in terms of talking championship, if he can't win it today, at least you get as many points on the board as you can, lessen the pressure when we get to Barcelona at the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Danny looking likely to have to wait that little bit longer for a championship, but all the same, he is in a strong position against Drew and Quentin Joseph. Lawrence Herr leading the way by, well, it was 4 seconds. I suspect it's going to be a lot more like 5, maybe even more than that at the end of this lap, stepping away from David Drew at a rate of knots. David Drew, who has seen it all, probably done it twice as well in an LMP3 car. Was racing LMP3s back in 2015, the first year of LMP3. Has raced pretty much every season since then in an LMP3 in some capacity. Fastest lap of the race, 2:05.863 for Laurent Her. And that was almost 1.6 seconds faster than David Drew.
Yeah, it's good pace at the moment from Laurent Her. Just look to keep the pace up, and the track is getting quicker. I still think we're quite a way off anyone even thinking about putting a slick tyre onto their machines. But we'll keep monitoring that one as we go along. Everybody, in fact, setting personal bests on that last lap. So Her, as mentioned, in the 2:05s, Drew and Sufi both in the 2:07s. Matthias Pierre Jacobsen a little bit further off the pace at a 2:08, so he's now 1.4 seconds behind the podium places. Philip Limburg as well, also continuing to get quicker and quicker against his own personal best out there. Just did a 2:11.883, 12.5 seconds just over that behind the racing experience number 12.
Yeah, the racing experience number 12 of Matthias Pierre Jacobsen and Wolfgang Peyer. I don't think Wolfgang will thank me for mentioning that it's the biggest age gap in a driver lineup between the two. The teenager and the 61 yet? No, I think he's still 60-year-old Wolfgang Peyer. Two very, very different backgrounds on those drivers, but great to have them both with us this season in the Prototype Winter Series. Of course, we referenced it multiple times already, but Matthias Pierre Jacobsen winning the Racing Experience Junior Driver Shootout to get the opportunity to race in the Prototype Winter Series this year. And he has been using that opportunity and that platform to try and sell himself as a prototype driver, which he has been doing immensely well, having some great battles even with Pierre Caffer back at the first round of the season at the Estoril circuit, having a great scrap there with someone who's won his class at the Le Mans 24 Hours. That's no mean feat for someone who was on their debut weekend in an LMP3 car at the time. We watch on then with David Drew at the moment, and while it's only fractional, and when I say fractional I mean hundredths, not even tenths, Danny Sufi was a little bit faster last time by versus David Drew. Of course, none of that matters to Laurent Her. He is still extending his advantage at the front, but Sufi, as the stint goes on, might find that little bit of confidence to perhaps go and challenge David before the end of this phase of the race. Of course, the pit window will open in 5 minutes time, and we'll see whether the Conrad car can challenge for second before the pit stops begin. We've got a bit of a weather update though from around the circuit by the sounds of it, Andrew.
Yeah, just heard in our ears that there's a bit of drizzle out there. Sector times have dropped, but not dropped too dramatically. And I say, it's always the have a look at the commentary box window. Nothing at this end of the circuit, nothing along the pit straight, so it's maybe out beyond. It's quite a large circuit. It's a big facility here at MotorLand Aragón, not just the full circuit that we've been enjoying with the racing this weekend, but you know, they've got kart track and other disciplines across the world of motorsport here, and so quite a bit of elevation change as well. Yes, sector 2 times are a little bit off. I'm not seeing, whereas you know a lap or so ago we were talking about everybody's setting personal best lap times. That doesn't seem to be the case. So yeah, maybe a little bit of drizzle out there, just taking the edge off.
Yeah, quite possibly the case. We ride on board again with Danny Sufi in the number 1 Conrad Ligier. Thanks as always to the teams that allow us to run onboard cameras for the benefit of the live stream here in the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. Always really good to get that POV view of what's going on around the circuit. Of course, you might have seen the rather brave additional POV feature we've got in the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series this year, that being the Winter Series admin and his GoPro being stuck on increasingly precarious parts of various GT cars. I think that the circuit has destroyed the GoPro each and every time so far, unfortunately, but they keep trying. Laurent Her leads the race by 7 seconds seconds at the moment here in the Prototype Winter Series. The pit stop window as Danny Soufi goes a little bit wide going out of turn 5. Pit stop window will open with 30 minutes to go. It will remain open for 10 minutes. Everyone has to serve a pit stop. This man, Lawrence Herr, who is now driving solo. We're just endeavouring at the moment to find out potentially why John Brownson decided not to take the start today. His pit stop time, 152 seconds. So that is 2 minutes and 32 seconds from pit entry to pit exit. For Danny Soufi, for Philip Lindberg, it's 148. For Jakobsen, who hands over to Wolfgang David Drew, who hands over to Quentin Joseph, it's going to be 117 and 119 seconds respectively. I suspect that for Quentin Joseph, he may end up inheriting potentially the race lead. If things stay as they are. And just getting word from Izzy Browning down in the pits, the reason that DKR Engineering are only fielding Lawrence Herr today is because John Brownson has woken up feeling a little bit under the weather, feeling a bit sick today. So we hope John is at least able to be here at the circuit and is cheering on Lawrence Herr at this stage, but also, of course, hoping, generally speaking, that he's feeling all right.
Yeah, hope that we get to see John Brownson out in the car later on in the season. Of course, we're not too far off that pit window opening. If there is still a little bit of drizzle out there, I don't think it's affected things too much in sector number 1, because Lawrence Herr just went and did a best sector 1 of anyone so far in this race on that last lap of the circuit, still in the 2:06s. There's about half a second off the pace that we saw from her earlier on in this race, and it's a similar kind of delta all the way through the field. Drew currently in the very low 2:08s. His best at the moment is a 2:07.3. A little bit of time lost, but again, it's hundredths of seconds at the moment between David Drew and Danny Soufi in third. 2 seconds the total time that's accumulated across the course of the 20 minutes that we've had, or thereabouts so far in this one. Further 5 seconds back, Matthias Pierre Jakobsen in the 2:09s at the moment. But Matthias Pierre Jakobsen has worked a quite nice gap over Philip Lindberg, who will also be going through a long way in this race. 18 seconds now, the gap between the Racing Experience number 12 in 4th, High Class Racing number 20 in 5th.
Lawrence Herr then going past the famed wall at turn 12 and 13 on this fabulous MotorLand Aragón circuit. You can see him really having to struggle for mid-corner grip sideways through all of these 90-degree turns at 12, 13, 14 and 15. Of course, you can dial so much less give into these LMP3 cars. They're so much stiffer than the GTs and the GT4s, and you do really see that kind of battle against the lack of adhesion quite easily in LMP3 racing. Now the pit window is open, of course, for Lawrence Herr. He's got the Danny Soufi situation effectively. He's in the race lead, and it doesn't really matter when he comes into the pit lane, but he does nonetheless take it at the first opportunity. Let's see then what David Drew and Danny Soufi elect to do. I'm wondering as well whether or not we'll see Jakobsen extend to when it comes to the pit lane. In the pits comes Danny Soufi also. So Soufi has decided to pit early too. Now, from my understanding of the regulations, even if they wanted to do something crafty like switch to slicks, they couldn't do it within this pit stop time. So they are going to have to stick with these tyres. If you're thinking, I wonder if anyone gambles, I don't think they really can per the regulations. So they would have to come and do an additional 2-minute pit stop, to my understanding, in order to switch to slicks. So I don't think we'll have anyone doing that. But certainly for Soufi and for Lawrence Herr, this is now going to be a critical second phase of the race, getting those tyres back up to temperature, getting themselves back into the race. Philip Lindberg will also be keen to see where he comes out, of course. He'll be hoping and perhaps expecting to make some progress up against some of the bronze-rated drivers who'll be slotted into the cars down at Racing Experience and CLX Motorsport in the second phase of the race.
Absolutely. I think the problem for the teams and for the drivers at the moment is that even if they wanted to switch to a slick tyre, the track's just not going in that direction.
No.
Yes, the track is getting a little bit quicker here and there, but not at the kind of rate where you would go, yes, let's give a set of slicks a go for the last 28 minutes plus one lap of this race. It's going to take a while with these low temperatures for a set of slicks to switch on, really. So the teams, or three of them, in this period, we're going through this mandatory stop. David Drew, CLX Motorsport, that's the team previously known as Cool Racing, of course. They are still circulating out there. Matthias Jakobsen as well for racing experience, so they will move up the order in due course, unless of course they go into the pits themselves. They can play with the time a little bit over the next few minutes. And no repeat of the issues yesterday, Adam, for Philip Lindbergh and High Class Racing. It really was a gut-wrenching moment as it kind of dawned on us that, hang on a minute, there's a problem here after a really, really good drive for Philip Lindbergh. And he's shown himself a good pace again here today in this first stint.
No, absolutely right. Of course, we would expect regarding Pierre Jakobsen and David Drew, it would make sense. It would be typical for them to extend to the end of the stint. So we'll see how much longer they go. But yeah, to your point on Philip Lindbergh, yesterday was a big shame for him. He would have liked to have gotten another second place in for yesterday. He looked like he was well on the way to doing that. He's only ever finished 4th or 3rd so far this season, so he's looking for a second place, and I think it might have been an opportunity for him to do that this past race on Saturday, had it worked out in his favour. With both Laurent Turin and Danny Soufi driving solo, it's going to be a long shot today, but another podium quite possibly on the cards. Meanwhile, back out on the circuit is Laurent Turin, and Matthias Jakobsen ahead of him is taking the longer berth around turn 10, but also, of course, now in an interesting situation because he's ahead, he's a lap ahead of Laurent Turin, and yet the race leader with the superior pace is going to be on his tail for the next couple of laps.
We saw Laurent Turin tucked under the rear wing of Jakobsen for a lot of yesterday's race. Jakobsen's pace in the dry, very, very positive indeed. There's Danny Soufi, at the moment being scored in 4th place. But he likes getting the tail out through turn 14. I don't think that's of too much concern. He's, again, probably not as on song as we saw in the dry yesterday. No. But what's been really rewarding to watch is how that is a car and driver in tune. And with that trust for Danny Soufi to say, yeah, I'll give it a little bit of a slide. It'll sit down. It'll give me what I need. As Laurent Turin gets very close there to getting past Matthias Jakobsen. Will Matthias Jakobsen come in the pits this time around? No, they'll carry on for another lap, and I guess that's with reason, because in the case of David Drew for CLX and Matthias Jakobsen for Racing Experience, you want to maximise their driver time as much as you can in these conditions.
I was more concerned about getting into Pierre Jakobsen than past him there for Laurent Turin. It was a bit of a close graze at the exit of turn 16 for Matthias. If there were any leaves, twigs or detritus on the rear of that Racing Experience car, Lawrence used the front of it to wipe it off with that moment. Now Lawrence is going to unlap himself on Matthias Jakobsen, so he is still going to be in 3rd position, despite the fact they're running 2 and 3 on your timing screen. They are a lap apart, thanks to the quirks of the pit window. But yes, Lawrence, good to watch in there, just getting through, and also always fun to watch these cars go through the corkscrew as well. It's almost a little bit alarming watching some of the angles they end up taking. To your point of Danny Soufi and his angles, of course, it's something I like to bring up, is that he was gleefully telling me the first time I ever talked to him at length back in 2022 about his time drifting a Corvette over in the United States, at regional level drifting events. So that car control has been embedded in him from that phase of his career, and in conditions like this we do get to see the tail out quite a lot on that Conrad car.
Talking Danny Soufi, as there's a yellow flag at turn number 8. I think Philip Lindbergh's had a bit of a pirouette there coming down the corkscrew, but gets back underway. A good recovery there from Philip Lindbergh. Danny Soufi's sector times at the moment, because it's that phase of the race where there's the battle between Soufi and Drew still going on. They're just at separate parts of the circuit. Soufi just went purple through sector number 1 and took 1.5 seconds out of David Drew, and then was quicker through sector number 2 as well. So yes, there's still that difference in the minimum pit stop times to take into account. Is that heavier rain as well we can see through turns 17 and 18? Yes, I think it is. So Danny Soufi's doing the business right now, unleashed. This is now where he will start to set about trying to overturn the disadvantages that he had in the first race.
Yeah, 13.5 seconds. Ooh, there's the Lindbergh spin in replay. Fairly easy to do, just possibly a bit too much rear bias going on at that moment. Rear axle locked up as he tried to turn in for turn 8, but it was 13 seconds between David Drew and Mattis B. Jakobsen at the time of Jakobsen coming in. We'll see how that gap is affected, of course. They'll both have the relatively similar pit stop times as well. Wolfgang Peyer will come out behind Quentin Joseph, probably to the tune of about a dozen seconds, but Quentin's usually a little bit quicker than Wolfgang in race conditions, but we'll see what Peyer can do now that he is being strapped into the racing experience car. Of course, they have raced together extensively over in Germany previously. Team and driver know each other well. You've got you've got Liam Mauer leaning in here on the left side of the car, talking to Wolfgang, giving the instructions, and the race will continue on at pace. In fact, that's not Leah, but Leah's probably in the garage. Maybe she's staying dry for this race. The number 12 car will launch away shortly then. But for Mattis B. Jakobsen, I think as he watches his car depart, good job, well done.
A very strong weekend, really good weekend for Mattis B. Jakobsen, who can put his feet up now, knowing that the job is done. Waiting for the instruction for Wolfgang Peyer to head off, and there goes Peyer. We'll see where the number 12 will slot back out. I can just see out of our commentary box window that the DKR Engineering number 3 is just going past our commentary box window and into turn 1 now. Okay. So this is going to be close between Wolfgang Peyer and Lawrence Herr.
Yes, so to your point with the pit stop handicaps, he has come out ahead of Lawrence Herr here. David Drew is into the pits as well, so we'll see where he comes out, but we want to see how Lawrence Herr gets past. It's inevitable that Wolfgang Peyer, I think in the number 12, will lose out here to Lawrence Herr, but that will be effectively a switch for second place when it comes. Has it already? Yes, it has. Wolfgang just struggling to find confidence in the wet weather Michelins as this race continues on. But yeah, Lawrence Herr is up into what will be second place. There's rain falling visually as well at the corkscrew as well. I think we've got a bout of rain around the circuit right now. And David Drew is now going to be the next question mark as he hands over to Quentin Joseph. How will Quentin's gap look? I think he's going to have a good handful of seconds over Lawrence Herr as he exits the pit. Quentin will be, I think, a little bit more of a challenge than Wolfgang Peyer was, but for Quentin, who's done a little bit of mid-jet racing, a couple of prototype races last year, I think was still firmly in his first dozen races when he joined us for the season opener in Estoril. It's a mighty ask for him to try and hold off someone like Lawrence Herr.
It is indeed. I tell you what as well, the work by CLX Motorsport was very good indeed. They were close to the pit stop window, but they were the right side. The time at which
20.
It's all analysed is when you cross the pit in timing beam. That brings a little P on our screen in front of us here in the comms box, and then the notification of a pit stop window closed came up about 3 seconds after. So they got it in, they passed the checks and the regulations, and now Quentin Joseph will be out on circuit will hold the lead of this race. And we'll update in due course. Still more rain there through turns 17 and 18 as to how big the lead is over Lawrence Hur and this man here, Danny Soufi.
Yes, so let's see if we can find the 87 of Quentin Joseph, because that's going to be the important thing in the next few moments of the race, is quite how far Quentin is from the number 3. There is the 87 car, so this is Quentin Joseph having inherited the race lead. His pit stop 119 seconds, Lawrence Hur's 152 seconds. So a fairly sizable gap in the pit stops. I think David Crew did a very good job of keeping Lawrence within the ballpark. Was not any more than about 8-9 seconds away when the pit stop window started, but the gap is about 5 seconds as they come out of the corkscrew between Quentin Joseph and Lawrence Hur. For Quentin, I mean, he will put up a fight, he'll do his best, but Lawrence is going to rapidly approach the rear of this 87.
And the other problem for Quentin Joseph now is he's fresh to the circuit. He's still bedding himself in and trying to find out where the grip is, whereas Lawrence Hur, with his experience and pace advantage, he's been in since the very start of this race and knows which corners to push and which corners to just pull it back a little bit.
Yeah, exactly right. So that's your first and second place battle on screen. Within the next few corners, I think Quentin Joseph, should he wish to try and fight for this, he will be needing to get the elbows out. Of course, for Quentin as well, he will really want to try and keep Danny Soufi at bay, because any hope of a championship going their way at CLX will be dependent on that. He allows, I think, quite frankly, Lawrence Hur to get through, and what he might do now, as the tyres come up to temperature, as the new race leader Lawrence Hur is ahead of him, he might try and pick up a couple of tips and tricks from Lawrence in real time, and then try very hard indeed to keep the 12, well, no, he won't keep the 12-second buffer over Danny Soufi, but at least try and keep the green and black car behind him. But again, it will be a big ask for Quentin Joseph from here.
Yeah, well managed there by Quentin Joseph, because to be frank, his race isn't against Lawrence Hur today. It is that 12-second gap that you talk about to Danny Soufi, and with Lawrence Hur going through, that won't have lost Quentin Joseph too much time in that exchange. 33.7 first sector for Lawrence Hur, 36.9 for Quentin Joseph, 33.3 for Danny Soufi, and it's kind of going to be the same argument that Joseph is in that phase where just trying to find out where the track is. Danny Soufi exactly knows where the track is because he's been racing since the very start of this one. Just keeping an eye on the battle for fourth place as well, Adam. Wolfgang Pio, now all the pit stops have been completed, has a 29, near 30-second advantage over Philip Lindbergh in the high class racing number 20 at the moment. That gap is coming down, so Philip Lindbergh has got a good amount of time. If he can keep it consistent across the course of the next 15 minutes, he's going to have a chance here for fourth.
And I think Danny Soufi is not going to be too far removed now from the gearbox of Quentin Joseph. By the time this lap concludes, Soufi has been notably quicker, taking another 5 seconds out of Quentin in the middle sector alone. So for Quentin, it is unfortunately going to be a matter of watching the American probably get past him in the next few corners. And of course, that will mean that Soufi starts to extend that championship lead. It would be out to 44 points if they finish second and third respectively, with Soufi in second position, which of course does not win Danny Soufi the championship, but what it does do is keep the title fight alive, albeit only just, which will still be of some comfort to Danny. Here they are then, together in second position, and unfortunately Joseph goes wide there at turn 1, and that makes it exceptionally easy ultimately for Danny Soufi, with the confidence, with the track experience, knowing where the traction lies, and he moves through into second place.
Unfortunately there for Quentin Joseph, just lost the front end, slid wide, understeered. and that lost him the position, but still very much on for a podium here. The gap back to Paya is now 36 seconds. 2 minute 23 last time around for Wolfgang Paya. So Wolfgang Paya losing out to Philip Lindberg in 5th place at the rate of about 10 seconds per lap right now. So as long as Quentin Joseph can keep this pace in, you know, try and get it maybe into the teens, the 2:15s, the 2:16s, is still looking pretty good to definitely keep it ahead of Wolfgang Paya in the number 12 and have enough of a gap to keep ahead of Philip Lindberg.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see. We'll see. I think it's going to be a lap or two, isn't it, before Lindberg at high class maybe gets up to Wolfgang Paya. The Duqueine D08 then is the car in the lead and the car in 4th, but let's see if that shifts. For Danny Soufi then, last lap was a 2:08.7, which was 0.6 quicker than Lawrence Herr, but I do expect that Lawrence is to an extent just managing the race right now. They're all, of course, about 4 seconds slower than they were earlier on in the race because the conditions have worsened out there on the circuit. If Soufi, now that we're in the slightly wetter conditions, if this suits him, it might not be over for the lead either. I mean, we've got what will ultimately be about 14 minutes left with the +1 lap in addition to the 12 minutes left on the clock. If he really gets a hustle on here and Lawrence doesn't have much more in the back pocket, who knows? Danny may yet get an opportunity.
Yeah, he may do indeed, and we saw a bit of position change late on in the race yesterday. So Danny Soufi has done the first job of get ahead of CLX Motorsports and start to break away. And I just wonder, it's difficult, isn't it? Because right now, the chance of winning the championship today is catching up to Lawrence Herr. There's that carrot that's just dangling in front of him going, do you want it? How much do you want it today? But with these conditions so peaky for the tyres, it's so easy to snatch a break or get on the power a little bit too early and spin yourself round. There's one argument that says think bigger picture. Still a full round of the Prototype Winter Series to go when we head to Catalonia, where basically Danny Soufi would just need to cycle round, not get disqualified and pick up some points of some description, and he would still be champion. But again, it's that thought, isn't it? He won the championship last year in a race that never happened. He wants to do it on track this year.
That's true, yeah, that was an underwhelming way to celebrate the title, I suppose, but the party down in the garage was nonetheless immediately on. Philip Lindberg then is now on the rear of Wolfgang Paya, or at least rapidly approaching the rear of Wolfgang Paya. He can now see his target, and the Austrian driver in the number 12 car will see the Dane in his mirrors. I don't think he'll put too much of a fight up against the number 20. Goes through turn 8 and 9 now. Philip Lindberg is flashing the headlights, and well, Wolfgang putting the car in all the right places, but getting the power down out of turn 9 is something that Lindberg manages a little bit more, and he does get through into 4th position rather unsurprisingly. But Wolfgang just focusing really on keeping the car on the track in these treacherous conditions out there on the circuit. Lindberg proving he is anything but infallible with first running wide and then having a bit of oversteer as he tried to put the power down on the paint coming out of turn 12. Paya almost had an opportunity there to sneak back through, but Philip Lindberg remains in the 4th place that he's just inherited, with Quentin Joseph the better part, in fact, over half a minute ahead, 40 seconds ahead. It is going to be basically not possible unless something goes wrong for Philip Lindberg, for Quentin Joseph from here. I think Philip Lindberg, 4th place is the best he can do, but 4th place is now where he finds himself. Last lap times as he again takes the karting line, at least that time intentionally, through turn 16. But last lap times between Lawrence Herr and Danny Soufi were almost identical, 2:08.5s for both. So that's that carrot that is being dangled for Danny. Unfortunately, I'm not sure he's quite got the teeth to chew through it.
Yeah, I think Lawrence Herr has maybe realised to a degree that, okay, the race isn't completely won yet. Let's just match the pace that they're seeing from the Conrad Motorsport #1, because Laurent is back into the 2:08s again and is simply matching the pace of Danny Soufi right now and just managing that gap at 12.4 seconds. Update on that gap between third and fourth. So yeah, it's 41 seconds. If this race was 20 minutes to go, I think there would still be an opportunity for Lindbergh. But yeah, he is catching it probably between 4 to 6 seconds a lap, but there's simply not enough minutes and +1 laps remaining, I think, for Philip Lindbergh to get on the podium. I think it's going to be a weekend where, on one hand, Philip Lindbergh will be very happy with his work. His race pace has been really solid this weekend, but that chance of a podium was really yesterday, and that communications problem with the radio put pay to that.
Something that I'm loving here is, I guess, some vindication and validation for us mortals that we so enjoy these LMP3s, their 5.6 litre Nissan V8 Rumble. I just watched a couple of the AS Motorsport drivers run to the pit wall to get a quick look at the LMP3s on a flying pass of the pit wall. That was Dupe and back, just taking a quick look and getting their fill of V8 powered sounds, and everyone does love the rumble of these LMP3 machines. It was the most evocative experience possibly of my life, being at Hockenheim in 2022, walking the old circuit, the outline of the old circuit, as these guys were doing a free practice session in the Prototype Cup Germany. Those engines reverberating from every which way around my ears as they echoed through the trees. It was something really quite special, and these second generation cars will be missed on the international stage, I think, post 2025, and we should savour this for as long as we can.
Absolutely. Just a maths update. That's the key word here, if CLX Motorsport were to lose this third place to Philip Lindbergh and drop to fourth, obviously that would be good news for Danny Soufi, but not to the extent, per my calculations, Adam, that it would be title-winning position. There would still be, is this a problem for Wolfgang Peyer in the racing experience number 12, little pirouette. I think that was down at turn 1, possibly. Gets himself going again. And the gap for Philip Lindbergh to find, it is still coming down. It is still coming down at around that 5 second per lap rate. So it's down to 35.8 now. But simply do the maths. We're still in the 2 minutes somethings for a full lap round here at Aragon. There's only 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. It's unless there's a problem for CLX Motorsport, they're going to be on the podium again.
Yeah, absolutely. And that consistency is why they are still in the title picture. They have not won a race so far, of course. Danny Soufi, as of now, still has his 100% winning record intact, but with 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go, that is likely to be short-lived from here, with Laurent, as we can see on screen, masterfully continuing his pace at the front of the order. But yes, CLX have been third or second all season long, have remained on the podium throughout the races, and that has meant that going into the finale, Quentin Joseph and David Drew still have a shot at the championship. So as they, if things stay as they are as they cross the line now, and indeed if Philip Lindbergh were to catch, it still would not be enough. So then we watch on as Laurent, with 4.5 minutes plus 1 lap left to go, powers currently towards the town of Alcañiz on the approach towards turn 16. You can see the castle, the Parador Alcañiz, as you run towards turn 16. He might even sneak a look towards the horizon as he runs down towards T16, as he's all fairly chill out, I imagine, running at this pace at the moment. I don't think he's running to 10/10ths by any means. It's just a matter of getting the car home and a matter of adding a prototype Winter Series win for DKR Engineering to what is a sizable trophy collection back at base.
Yeah, I say they've had pole positions earlier on in the season, but they haven't had a race win so far. Lance, I say, yeah, it's definitely not at 10/10ths, is he? Just keeping it nice and calm. Just to quickly go back to CLX Motorsport, pondered, didn't we, over what kind of pace that Quinton Joseph needed. And full credit, he is on those 216s. That was the kind of region that we said that he needed. So he's managing things very, very well at this stage. That's bringing home third place, hopefully, if they can complete the next 3.5 minutes. On board once again with Danny Sufi, heading into turn 1. Looking nice and steady there as well. Matching the pace of Lawrence Herbert. It was really the first half of the race that has given the advantage to Lawrence Herbert in this one. Almost very Danny Sufi-esque in what we've seen so far this season. So Sufi's winning run likely to come to an end here, but hey, you can't win all of them. If you can finish second on the days you can't win, you're still doing pretty good.
Absolutely right, and come what may, he is going into the finale weekend at Catalonia in just 6 days' time as the hot favourite, the heavy favourite in the championship battle, and he will be satisfied with that, I'm sure. Of course, his racing doesn't stop today with this result, because he'll be in the car with Carrie Schreiner in the GT Winter Series in the endurance race. He only gets to do the endurance, so he doesn't get to perform in a sprint, but he and Carrie will be looking for, I imagine, at least an overall podium from their day in the GTs later on, and that's a good skill as well for someone like Danny to exhibit. The fact that he can jump quite easily between the GT3 and the LMP3 is quite impressive. He hadn't driven an GT3 car around here before this weekend either, so a new experience for Danny Sufi at the wheel of the Lamborghini, and he's been performing quite well in practice in both cars, so that adaptability for the current reigning Prototype Winter Series champion is plain to see. Lawrence Hurd just navigating Wolfgang Peyer, and just about manages to do so, and that puts Wolfgang a lap down. This time by, or next time by, the clock will have hit 0, so this will be the penultimate lap of the race now for Lawrence Hurd.
It will be indeed. Full credit to Philip Lindberg. He's not given up on this third place yet. I still think he's just going to simply run out of laps, but he's just put in a personal best 2:10.1. Gap is down to 24 seconds. He's going to be 2 laps short. He's going to be 2 laps short, I think, here on being able to catch Quinton Joseph and then overtake at this rate. So Quinton Joseph just continuing round, hitting those 216s. That's absolutely fine for their podium today. Danny Sufi holding that gap at 11 seconds. He's of course under no threat from Quinton Joseph behind, and he's going to take that second place, you would think. But for Lawrence Hurd, Adam, another very professional job. I mean, he'll be very happy with how he's got on this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely right. I don't think you can pick apart anything about the performances really for Hurd or Sufi this weekend. Lawrence, I alluded to it a little bit earlier in the race. At Estoril, he had a bit of a moment. I think got crossed up at one point at Portimao as well. He has been not flawless so far this season, so to get the opportunity to do a full race and again show why he's gold rated, why he's so revered in prototype racing circles is always a welcome thing. Of course, the Prototype Winter Series took a break for the Asian Le Mans Series races in February, which is part of the reason why we don't see the cars typically at Valencia in the Prototype Winter Series. And Lawrence a factor in that, as he often is as well. Yes, this has been a good race for Lawrence Hurd. The clock now hits 0. The final lap, the final tour of the MotorLand Aragón circuit will begin now for Lawrence Hurd. Just 1 lap between himself and the first DKR engineering win in Prototype Winter Series.
And a great bounce back for them from yesterday. They missed out on the podium, had their problems in the first half of the race, and yeah, it's another good bounce back for DKR engineering, showing their experience, showing their prowess here today. Another little update on that gap between 3rd and 4th. Again, it's come down another 6 seconds. It's down to 18.2. So yeah, I reckon that's going to finish at about 6 seconds here. 2 laps short, 1 lap to catch and then 1 lap to overtake for Philip Lindbergh. But down the hill once again towards the corkscrew for Lawrence Hurt. 12 seconds is the advantage for DKR Engineering number 3 over Danny Sufi and Conrad Motorsport, who aren't going to win the title today, but going to take another big step towards retaining their number 1 plate and number 1 position within this championship.
Best result of the season for DKR in the Asian Le Mans series, where they're only entering an LMP2 car this time around, was a 2nd position. So they are yet to open their win catalogue for the year 2025. Lawrence Hur, though, is about to rectify that. Blasts out of turn 15 for the final time now down the long straight that is made even longer when some of the LMP Le Mans prototypes and hypercars come here to test. They skip that 12 to 15 section to better replicate Le Mans. And the driver who has stood on the podium at Le Mans previously, Lawrence Hur, is going to, for the very first time, win a race in the Prototype Winter Series. The number 3 DKR Engineering Duquesne crosses the line. Checkered flag is waving for Lawrence Hur, and he is the winner of the race in the Prototype Winter Series. Danny Sufi will cross the line in 2nd. He was slowly closing in, 11.4 seconds. It had been fluctuating around 11 and 12 seconds for much of the race. And it now stops at 11.4, but Sufi will extend his advantage over the next car, Quentin Joseph, who is about a minute behind, running around probably the final corners at the moment. There's Wolfgang Peyer across the line for 5th position. A good start to the race from Mattis Bjerre-Jakobsen, and Wolfgang Peyer ensuring that the car reaches the flag there in 5th position. Quentin Joseph will be probably down the back straight at the moment and should secure 3rd position in the 87 CLX Motorsport car. Yet more points, 3 more points piled onto the gap, bringing it to 44 points between Sufi and the CLX duo going into the final weekend. But all the same, Danny Sufi will be the heavy favourite. Joseph Andrew, though, with 3rd position, will keep this title battle alive for a little bit longer as they cross the line to take 3rd place. And Philip Lindbergh was ultimately, what, 5 seconds, 5.8 seconds back from the tail of that number 87 CLX car. And he actually set his fastest lap of the race right at the end as well, a 2:09.370 for Philip Lindbergh. That's all 5 cars across the line then. In this Prototype Winter Series race, the 50-minute affair out on the circuit. And DKR Engineering's Lawrence Hur has done the business for DKR, their inaugural Prototype Winter Series victory, and an exciting occasion for the team, I'm sure. The cars making their way back to paddock now then. You can see there the lights blinking on the number 3. I'm sure there will be some celebrations down at the DKR crew before they pack the truck up and make the journey eastward to Barcelona for the season finale. Of course, 2 exciting weekends coming up at Barcelona for us after the conclusion of today's racing, that being the Winter Series season finale, and then the 6 hours Barcelona a week from that. We've still got a full afternoon of racing to come, though. The GT Winter Series cars ready to head out onto the circuit in the next few moments. Pulling up underneath the podium for now are rostrum drivers in the Prototype Winter Series. Lawrence Hur, with John Brownson sadly absent from the cockpit today, but on his own for this race and winning as a result. He and Danny Sufi exchange congratulations. Sufi's championship will have to wait a little bit longer for this weekend. But Lawrence Hurt, quite measured. Of course, I think will have come into the race with high expectations, but those expectations have now been met. And never easy in these conditions, especially because it fluctuated so much during the race. Of course, the very best laps of the race were 2:04s, and that was early in the race. Then we saw more rain during the pit window, and that took the pace down to 2:09s. And then by the end of the race, the top two, Sufi and Her, were back in the 2:06s. So it fluctuated from drying to, again, getting damp and then starting to dry again during that race. It's still nowhere near dry out there on the circuit, but the grip, the conditions, it was all fluctuating for these drivers in the Prototype Winter Series. So I'm sure that for Lawrence Her and everyone else, it was quite an edge of seat, edge of knife driving experience. All the same, Lawrence Her is down there with Izzy now, so we can get some insight from our race winner.
He is indeed down here in the pit lane with me, Lawrence. First non-Danny Sufi winner of the season, and a first win in the Prototype Winter Series for you. I mean, it looked quite comfortable after the pit stop, certainly.
Thank yous to the team. They gave me a good car, so what looked easy was quite drivable today in those cold and damp conditions. But yeah, it was a good drive today.
But conditions I'm sure that you've experienced before, obviously very experienced in LMP3 machinery.
Yeah, generally I really like the wet conditions. Last year in Le Mans I was super fast in the wet in the LMP2, so I'm quite comfortable like this. Big thank you to the marshals. I think they have the harder job today than us drivers in these freezing cold conditions.
Very true. Obviously driving solo today as well. The team telling me that John is not feeling well, but I'm sure he will have enjoyed watching that, certainly.
Yeah, I hope, John, you are watching today. This win is for you. Unfortunately, you're not here today, but he was not feeling well, so I took it over. Yeah,
and did a great job.
Thank you.
And one more round left in the Prototype Winter Series, obviously in Barcelona. We'll hope to see John back with you next weekend. So how are you feeling for that final weekend?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure he will be back. We have a few days so he can recover, and I'm really looking forward. It's one of his favorite tracks, so I hope he will enjoy the last round.
Fantastic. We'll let you get up to the podium and enjoy your first win in the Prototype Winter Series.
Thank you very much, Izzy. And just before we hop into the highlights, echoing the thoughts of Lawrence Her, thank you, marshals, on days like this. Let's take a look back at that race. So then the umbrella's up for a damp second race of the weekend in the Prototype Winter Series. It got underway with a solid start for David Drew. He was the early race leader in the 87 CLX Motorsport car, although Danny Sufi was trying to find a way by. But there again, Lawrence Hurt was trying to find his way past Danny, so it was a three-way scrap at the front, and it would be a moment for David Drew coming out of turn 7 that tripped up Sufi and allowed Lawrence Hurt into the race lead. Sufi then moved through into second for the time being, as the first lap continued to be a bit of a scrum and a bit of a fight, but David in the CLX Motorsport car managed to retaliate at turn 16, went the long way around on the outside, got squeezed a little bit by Danny, but Danny gave racing room as they continued to scrap the second. Of course, that was allowing Lawrence Hur to drive away and allowing Mattis Bjerre-Jacobsen to make himself known as well. Soon, David Drew was building a gap over Danny Sufi. Sufi, though, still had Bjerre-Jacobsen in the rearview mirrors for fourth. But if there was anyone left in the rearview mirrors for Lawrence Hur after a few laps of the race, he was in control of a race where he was driving solo, since John Brownson, unfortunately, is feeling poorly today in the DKR engineering camp. So Lawrence Hur driving solo, a golden opportunity for him to win and building the lead well in this first phase. Philip Lindbergh was struggling a bit towards the rear of the field for traction. then it was time for the pit stops. Pit window from minute 20 to minute 30 of the race. The likes of Danny Sufi and Lawrence Herr, both solo drivers, both with long pit stops. Courtesy of the handicap system, they elected to get the stops done early. David Drew stayed out there, as did Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen, to try and maximise their minutes at the helm of their cars. Sufi with a flourish, leaving the Conrad Motorsport pit lane. And then, as Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen found himself under some pressure from Lawrence Herr, the leader continued on. It was Lawrence Herr in the lead. This was him unlapping himself on the Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen car, though he was only on the lead by aggregate at that stage. Lindberg in a spin, and Wolfgang Peyer taking over the Racing Experience number 12 car. For a fleeting moment, the Racing Experience machine would lead the race, courtesy of the pit stop handicaps, but very soon Lawrence Herr was through and passed, and that was him getting himself past the 87 car to resume the race lead from Quentin Joseph. Joseph then found himself under pressure from Danny Sufi. Sufi moved through into second place. The 30 or so seconds of pit stop handicap in Quentin Joseph's favour, unfortunately not quite enough for the Belgian to hold off Sufi and Herr. Philip Lindberg, meanwhile, found himself closing in on Wolfgang Peyer for 4th position. Of course, Lindberg, much like Sufi, and for this race, much like Lawrence Herr driving solo, got past Peyer, but then nearly had a spin just a couple of corners later, pushing a little bit too hard in the high-class racing Ligier JSP 320. And it was a race win at the front of the order, about a dozen seconds in Lawrence Herr's favour. A successful day for Lawrence and for DKR. Their first win anywhere in the world in 2025 came here in the Prototype Winter Series. DKR Engineering and Herr win by 11.4 seconds over Danny Sufi for Conrad Motorsport. CLX Motorsports Quentin Joseph finishing in 3rd position overall, along with David Drew, of course. Philip Lindberg for High Class Racing took 4th place. 1 or 2 more laps and he might have had a podium. Wolfgang Peyer rounding out the cars on the circuit for that race in 5th position. And we can now make our way to the podium with Andrew Mather and the Prototype Winter Series drivers.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, indeed, time for our second and final podium of the weekend for the Prototype Winter Series. Also the first time this weekend that we get a little bit of the bubbly out as well for the drivers. Let's welcome out onto the podium, finishing 3rd today for CLX Motorsport, David Drew and Quentin Joseph. In 2nd place, continuing a great season, and will look to Barcelona to secure the title for a 2nd year in a row. Please welcome, for Conrad Motorsport, Danny Sufi. And your winner here today at MotorLand Aragón, a first win of the season for DKR Engineering. Please welcome Lawrence Herr. And presenting the trophies to our drivers here today for the Prototype Winter Series, please welcome Jan, Mark and Zava from the GEDLICH Racing organisation team. And we'll take a quick moment to get some photos in as well here on the podium, and also press down in the pit lane. And with all of that complete, big thanks to our sponsors for this weekend, Quinta das Arcash. Drivers, celebrate with the champagne! Bit cold for the champagne here today, but good scenes nonetheless. Thank you very much, drivers, and we look forward to seeing you in Barcelona. Let's get ready for, of course, the next race, GT Winter Series. They're out next.
So the cars waiting down on the apron for GT Winter Series race number 2. Your pole-sitting car is the car that's closest to camera. The Aragon Racing Porsche 992 GT3R of Simon Birch will be at the front for this race. And that is quite an accomplishment for young Simon. He out-qualified the man who will start alongside him, Engstler Motorsports, Luca Engstler, who will start from P2 in that number 8 Liqui Lamborghini. Very interesting grid in general at the sharp end of this order, because in third place, as we see some tyre work going on down there at Aragon, were they just tightening everything? And no, they're changing tyres as we speak, and I think that looked like a slick tyre getting onto the number 14, unless I'm losing my marbles, and that is always a possibility. Okay, there might seem to be some investigative work to do for Izzy down on the grid walk. I don't know. It looked to me like there might have been slick tyres going onto the Aragon more than racing Porsche. Surely not is kind of my thinking here. I think it's too wet out there, frankly, for slicks right now. Maybe it was just a fresh set of wets going on the car. We'll have to see. All the same, the cars now make their way on to the circuit. The sighting laps begin. Sighting lap begins for everybody. Seems like we're all quite keen to get out onto the track and learn what we're dealing with here. I think maybe if indeed that was a slick going onto Simon Birch's car, the logic might be, well, send it out on slicks now for this sighting lap. See if the dry line out there on track is developing, and we understand it is developing down at turn 16. Also, you can see it there at turn 3 as well. It's not dry, it's not a big enough dry line, I don't think, right now. But if they did put the slicks on Simon's car, I think it might have been an exploratory exercise to say, well, look, go out there, see how it feels. If you think it's good enough, we'll let you race on the slicks. But I think it would be a big risk to go out on the slicks now. There is a dry line developing, though. All the same, the tyre conversation is certainly going to be had. I did just see one of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars, or one of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo teams, the Cup 4 teams, taking a set of wets onto the grid. And if they're taking wets onto the grid, that probably means slicks on the axles. So I think a couple of teams are thinking slicks and maybe have sent the car out on slicks for this race. It is drying. It might now eventually, finally, be dry enough for them to start thinking about the dry tyres. There are quite a few teams taking wets out onto the grid. Just saw the AF Corsa team taking wets out there as well for one of their 2 Ferrari 296 Challenge cars. So there's potential there that either Maciel, Andreas Sorensen, or both might be having a look at that. What's something amiss here with the number 8 car? Luca Engstler, is there a issue on the number 8's left front? That looked to me like the left front was wounded, but one way or the other, there's smoke from Luca Engstler, and he's getting out of the car. On the sighting lap, something is amiss for Luca Engstler. He's going to have a look and see what he can do about it now. Has the tyre gone down? That might be an explanation. He's having a look. He's doing his best impression of a rally driver mid-stage here. Hopefully he doesn't take the Colin McRae approach to repairs on the Lamborghini, but Luca Engstler, as puzzled as we are, and looks like the gloves are coming off, I think. Unfortunately, Luca Engstler is going to be a non-starter. He walks away from the car, and unfortunately, what looked like a very compelling battle between Simon Birch and Luca Engstler on the front row may not be coming to us after all.
That's a real shame. A real shame for Luca Engstler, and I think for Simon Birch as well. He was looking forward to that battle. So we are not completely clear from our angle here as to what has happened to the Liqui Moly Team Engstler car. You know, it could even be something as simple as getting the wheel nut on out of the pits. And well, Luca Engstler continuing to have a good old look at what has happened on the front left corner of the number 8 Lamborghini. But drama here in the GT Winter Series, second race of the weekend before we've even got going.
Yeah, so the Engstler team are there waiting, but unfortunately I don't think the car is forthcoming for Engstler Motorsports. Let's see if there's anything that can be done there. The number one Mercedes, rather than number 11 in a similar livery in the GT4s, caught me out for the first time I think this year. Starting further back, Kenneth Heyer will be looking to replicate Moritz Viskirchen in this race. Of course, Viskirchen winning yesterday, but Kenneth is going to have some work to do from 5th place, and also with the upstart Simon Birch on pole position, it's also going to be hard to close him in, even if he gets to 2nd place. Again, Luca Engstler still was looking at the car at the time that we moved to the, or at the time that we saw him last. Izzy has been down there talking to the Engstler crew, so in a minute she might well have an update for us as we begin this grid walk for the race. The cars are making their way down there in rapid succession. It will be a mix of GT3s and Cup cars at the front, largely, of course, GT3s, although Jerzy Spinkovic from 3rd on the grid in that Cup 4 Lamborghini, always an X-factor with the Super Trofeo higher-powered Lambo right there. We'll see what happens down there regarding the start of the race, but unfortunately, Izzy, it looks like we might be down the Engstler Lamborghini.
Yes, Adam, we are indeed down the Engstler Lamborghini. The team very, very confused. They were not entirely sure what's happened. I don't think they knew that Luca had got out of the car. I did say to them, your car stopped around the circuit, and they were very confused. What's happening? Are the marshals taking it? Are they recovering it? So not sure that they've got all that much communication going on right now with Luca, but as you can see, empty spot, no Lamborghini, no Luca Engstler. So yeah, I mean, that's not a good sign, is it? This is never a good sign. So I don't think we'll be seeing that car start the race, which means that it will be a very lonely Simon Birch on the front row. He was on pole position anyway, but job's potentially been made slightly easier. Now, of course, you'll recognise this car if you watch the 6 hours of Portimao race. Of course, these two were the winners of the 6 hours. Can I speak to Simon, or doesn't want to speak to me? Sorry, just as I came in. Simon, great to see you again. Welcome back to the Winter Series. Of course, you and Thomas, the winners of the 6 hours of Portimao. How is it to be back in the Winter Series this weekend?
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. It's a lot of testing and really good to drive a lot before the season starts in GT Masters for me. So a lot of information is gathered, and it's really good for the season start.
Well, you've been doing a fantastic job so far. You'll notice if you look to your right that the position next to you is empty. So no Luca Engstler alongside you. He hasn't made it onto the grid. So does that make your job slightly easier today?
I don't know. We will see. So, yeah, it's a 30-minute race, and everything can happen. So, yeah, let's see how it is.
Very true. All right. Good luck out there. We'll let you continue preparing. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Even though Luca not alongside him, that doesn't mean that the job is done. And a 30-minute race where anything can happen at this MotorLand Aragón circuit, and indeed anything has happened because, of course, Luca coming into trouble. I will, boys, in the commentary box, try and do some investigating of what happened. But as I said, the team as well, extremely confused down here on the grid. Clearly hadn't had too much communication from Luca as to what had happened. Of course, him getting out the car. But we'll continue back because the number 25 is on the second row of the grid. Jerzy Spinkovic, the leader in the Cup 4s on this grid. Of course, we've got different categories in the GT Winter Series. If you're joining us for the first time, we have the GT3 cars, the GT3 Pro, which Luca Engstler was supposed to be the sole entrant in. We've got the Cup 4 Lamborghinis, the Cup 1 Ferrari 296 Challenge, the Cup 2 Porsche GT3 Cup cars, and of course, finally, we have a McLaren as well, a sole entrant in that. But of course, we're going to continue because I think we've got a bit more time. The number 24. Now that'll be Jonas Galzinis in that car, a new entry for this weekend. Always great to welcome some new entries in our final 2 rounds, and a very important weekend for this car here of Kenneth Heyer driving that today. Moritz taking the win yesterday. Let's see what Kenneth can do today.
So then it's going to be 17 cars taking the start for race 2 of the GT Winter Series. Simon Birch will be alone on the front row of the grid. Luca Engstler will not take the start of this race. Unfortunately, we saw him stop on the sighting lap. Jerzy Spinkovic will start from 3rd position, and that missile of a Lamborghini might be a problem down into turn 1 for Simon Birch, as may Jonas Galzinis, a legend in Lithuanian motorsport and a very handy driver in a GT racing car. Kenneth Heyer, our defending champion, of course, in the GT Winter Series. He'll be keen to score good points again against the AF Corsa Cup 1 Ferrari in that overall points battle. Aaron Farhadi in another Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo starts from 6th position on the grid for AKM Motorsport. Simon Orange is back out on the circuit again. Will be looking to make amends for the disappointing conclusion to his race yesterday, having a collision with a spinning Lamborghini at the final couple of corners of the event. He's alongside Shota Abkazava in 8th position on the grid. Carrie Schreiner starts from 9th in the Conrad Lamborghini. Expect her to move up. Cristiano Mathiel is the first of the Cup 1 Ferraris, starting from 10th. Our current championship leader, along with Rui Aguas. Andreas Sorensen in the 76 car starts from 11th on the grid, and Mons Valen for the SPV Villeco Motorsport team is the first of the Cup 2 Porsches. Alessio Ruffini starts from 13th on the grid in the 333 Autosport Racing Lamborghini, and Hubert Darmetko in his Porsche had a puncture yesterday. He'll be looking for a Cup 2 win today. Ahmed Arif Al Khoury came 2nd in Cup 2 on his racing debut yesterday. He is alongside Przemysław Bienkowski. In the 9th and final row of the grid, it is Ryan James, the Cup 3 driver, the McLaren Artura Trophy car, and Alexander Biatovic, the number 32, rounding out the order. 18 cars set for the grid. Looks like the reality is going to be 17. Is the Engstler Lamborghini still there, or has it been shifted away? It has been shifted away, so the number 8 car, unfortunately, seemingly no more. So it will be 2 laps behind the safety car, of course, because we are in these wet conditions. There were, I think, at least a few on the slicks going in the sighting lap. I think a majority of them switched during the pre-grid there. So I think just about everybody will still be on the wet tyres for this race. While it is drying, not all the way dry yet, the conditions are still pretty poor, not just because of dampness, but also temperature.
Yeah, temperature's the big one for me. I had a little chat with some of the drivers from the prototype Winter Series race prior to this one, and asked them the question of, like, if you had the option, would you have stayed on the slicks at the end of that race, or is it the time to go to the dry tyre? And they resoundingly said no, it's still a wet tyre, not because of dampness, but you need the tread block movement, you need the compound movement to get that bite, to get the temperature up. It is simply too cold at the moment to take a slick tyre, and even if you get it right on that drying line, to be able to generate the temperature that you need to generate the grip. So everybody out there, particularly at the front of the field, are most likely on wet tyres. What would be ideal for you right now is if you had almost like a set of worn wet tyres. They'd be quite useful to have in these conditions. But then again, we look in the skies. There's these clouds overhanging us. There's this constant 25 to 30% chance of precipitation throughout the course of the day, and we have seen little showers just come across the circuit several times already this morning at MotorLand Aragón. You're watching live coverage of the GT Winter Series from GEDLICH Racing. Andrew Mather and Adam Weller in the commentary box for you today. I think we're looking forward to this one, mate, because it was a really entertaining race yesterday. Lots of stories up and down the field, and again, it's similar to what we've been saying with, like, the Formula Winter Series this morning. This added spice of there being a lack of adhesion, a lack of grip out there should produce some entertainment for us.
Yeah, 27 minutes and 45 on the clock, so it won't quite be our full half hour, but yes, the entertainment factor is high in the GT Winter Series at the best of times, and especially with this situation where we have the Cup 4 Lamborghini lurking on Simon Birch's rear. It's going to be an interesting run to the first corner. Of course, Jerzy Spinkovic has to remember that, yes, he's second in the queue, but he is not to take the outside of the front row, because he is still supposed to start from the second row of the grid, as it were, even with the absence of Luca Engstler. Although, actually, well, this is the first lap of the race, so actually I don't know about that. That's a thought I haven't had to consider before. The fact that the first lap of the race has been completed, Jerzy is going to be registered second place. I'm not quite sure on the technicalities of this particular scenario, but he is slotting in behind Simon Birch on the second row of the grid, which I suspect is probably the safe bet.
And I think we've got a little bit more rain. So just as we were saying about these showers coming in constantly, it's very hard to predict. Yeah, a bit more rain there being shown through turns 17 and 18.
Okay, so Jonas Gelsnes will have a gap ahead of him, of course, in the GT3 Racing Audi, but it is Simon Birch in the Porsche 992 GT3R that leads them away as this second race of the weekend gets started. It is Simon Birch that leads them down to turn 1. Spinkovic will be looking to try and hold on in second place. Of course, he's got less downforce, more power available to him in the Cup 4 Lamborghini. Lots of people being very treacherous through the first corner. I thought someone might have spun there, or someone nearly did at turn 2. Cristiano Maciel and Andreas Berg Sorensen leaning on each other. They both just about hold on to it. Meanwhile, Kari Schreiner is there on the back of the Aaron Farhadi-driven AKM Mercedes further back. In fact, that's the Simon Orange McLaren, sorry, further back. That Kari Schreiner is challenging for 7th position. But at the front, Simon Birch does lead the way, and he leads the way very comfortably indeed. He has disappeared up the road. Jonas Gelsnes is now up to second place. He's gotten around Jerzy Spinkovic. But already Gelsnes has a lot of work to do. Andreas Sorensen into the side of Kari Schreiner as they went through turn 8, and that sends Schreiner and Sorensen both into a spin. Sorensen gets going again. Hopefully Kari can do so as well, but she's not got the car rolling yet.
Now gets it moving. That's 2 days in a row that there's been a bit of drama for Andreas Sorensen through turn 8, 9 and 10. Yesterday it was avoiding the Audi, the the GT3 Racing Audi, which was having its moments on the exit with its damaged bodywork. Today, not so lucky with that half spin with Kari Schreiner also involved. I think there was also a little bit of a delay through turn 1 for another one of the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeos. Adam, Alessio Ruffini in the 333 run by Autosport Racing was having to check up through turn 1. There was a yellow flag at turn 10 as well. I'm not sure if that was for a continuation of the recovery of both Schreiner and Sorensen or a separate incident. Down into turn 16. That's a nice attempt at least from Darmetka, trying to use the outside line. Oh, big off! And that is a big impact for Biankowski in the other PTT Racing. Now, there was a lot of debris there, so who else has been involved? It's the number 22 of Ryan James, the Greystone GT McLaren Artura. That is quite a mess down at turn 16.
Big impact there between the two of them, clearly at turn 16. That is quite the moment there between the two. Hopefully both drivers okay. Short to Abkhazava at turn 10, also in the gravel. I think that's turn 10 potentially, because we've had double yellows there for a long time, and he did not cross the line at the end of the first lap. So Abkhazava into the gravel, instant turn 16. Of course, the net result of all of this is a safety car. But yeah, huge damage for Biankowski, and it looked like some damage to the Artura as well of Ryan James. So easily done on that first lap at turn 16, just missing your braking point. Maybe not even missing your braking point, but the car stepping out from underneath you, that slowing the braking down, making it harder to get the car stopped in time. And well, we get a look here at Shorter Abkhazava. Oh, he took Kenneth Heyer out as well. We didn't see this live because we were watching, of course, the Kari Schreiner situation with Andreas Sorensen, but Kenneth Heyer, 12th at the end of the first lap, he has also suffered misfortunes then. Andreas Sorensen just now getting back into the pit lane with damage at the conclusion of the first lap for him in the number 76. Abkhazava out then. Biankowski, Ryan James also will be out of the race. And well, for several drivers then, a difficult first lap, and for several out on the circuit, there have been, well, technical issues to say the least, or damage issues, I suppose.
Andreas Sorensen in the 76, operated by AF Corsa in there. There's at least one tyre being changed. Now, is that as a result of damage from the incident with Kari Schreiner at turn 8, or are they throwing the dice perhaps? You can see that we're trying to get a little bit of sight down there to what's going on with the number 76. So we're under safety car conditions, 21 minutes and 20 seconds of this race remaining, and there is the sight. So yeah, you can see from the panel that's had a good old hit on the rear left, and some work going on there to replace part of the brake components. Is that damage to the rotor I can see there? But yeah, that's not being fixed in a hurry. Well, it is being fixed in a hurry, but it's a big job to get Andreas Sorensen back out there. That is not as simple as just change one wheel and tyre combo and get it back on. I think there's a bit of suspension work actually going on there.
Yeah, absolutely right. They're working on that, and yeah, you can see some bent-in parts of the brake rotor there. Simon Birch coasting around the outside of 6 and 7.
And what a shame for Simon, because he'd had an amazing start, had built up his lead to 5.4 seconds, Adam, and all of that hard work, that brilliant start, comes to nothing.
Yeah, absolutely right. But with 20 minutes left on the clock, I think we have at least a couple of laps here under safety car. Worth noting that Hubert Darmetko has taken the lead of the Cup 2 class as well. Mons Thalen behind him in the safety car queue. And so then the race continuing under safety car. I understand both drivers are out of the cars down at turn 16 as well, Andrew.
Yeah, that's the most important news, and that's the best news that we've received here in the box. It's also hearing that it sounds like there's and it's not a surprise given the level of the impact, that there's fluid down at turn 16. We also have had a notification on our screens here in the box that the safety car will use a shortcut and that everyone is to follow. So yeah, I think that we're going to be under safety car conditions for a few more moments at least, whilst the cleanup and the safety crews down at turn 16 are given the rightful time to do what they need to do to ensure that the circuit is safe, to ensure that we are good to go racing again before the end of this race. You can also see a pickup truck whizzing its way down on the access road past our commentary box window. That's going to be heading to one place only, Adam, the recovery of both the 22 of Greystone GT, that McLaren Artura trophy. A real shame for Ryan James. It's been a tough weekend for him so far, and of course that number 27 of Przemysław Biankowski in the Porsche 992. And yeah, very good to hear that both drivers are okay, because that was a hefty hit. We've not seen the replay yet of what the cause was, but you can imagine cold tyres, cold brakes into a big braking zone. Could have been a snatched rear brake. It was a very, very heavy impact for Biankowski in particular.
I think more so for Ryan James than Biankowski, could have on side impact there, but confirmation as well from Oliver Webb that Ryan has been heard from on the radio and that he's all good. Obviously, it's one thing to get out of the car, but another thing to feel fully all right after an impact like that. And he has confirmed that on the radio, so that's good to hear.
And I often say this in this scenario, but full credit to McLaren and the McLaren Artura as a car that Ryan has been able to relatively walk unscathed away from such an incident. So yes, the safety car is going to go through the shortcut here to drivers left and not go down towards turn 16 to allow the safety crews all the space and time they need to continue their clear up down there. If you're just joining us, Race 2 of the GT Winter Series, we have 13 cars running. This is the impact at the end. So yeah, the Porsche cutting across, there was a lot of gravel being kicked up there. In fact, was it that the McLaren into the Porsche in the end? Couldn't quite tell from that angle.
Hard to see, isn't it? If anything, if we can get a replay from the static cam at turn 18, that would tell us some more than the turn 16 shot, if at all possible. But yeah, that was, oh goodness me, that was a big one indeed. We can still see work going on down at AF Corsa with Andreas Sorensen as well. They're still not quite sure. In fact, they're pushing the car back. So I think actually what happened there was, he's out of the car. So I think Andreas got to the end of the pit lane and realised, yeah, this is not a good idea, and that is wise thinking from the young man. No point risking anything when you're already laps down, and the 76 Ferrari then will be out of the race. Of course, for Cristiano Mathiel, that's a weight off his shoulders, because Andreas is a quick driver, and the last thing Cristiano wanted to do this weekend was lose any more points than he has to in the overall points standings. To recap on the points situation in the GT Win Series generally, the more competition you have, the more points you score. So for the GT3 category this weekend, where there are 6 cars entered into the GT3 class, the winning total for the winning team is 20 points per race. For the Cup 1 class, where there's only 2, if you win you get 12 points. So in yesterday's race, Maciel, through no fault of his own, lost 8 points to Moritz Verskirchen and Kenneth Heyer in the championship standings, and of course he will potentially lose points to Heyer and his co-driver Moritz Verskirchen again here, but at least if he wins the class, and of course now he is guaranteed to do so, he will at the very least not end up on 10 points.
And the other good thing for Cristiano Maciel at the moment is that closest rival in those overall points is currently 5th place in their class.
Yeah, which is 12 points.
Yeah, so 12 points is it's going to be at the moment a good bit of news for Cristiano Maciel. 15 minutes of this one to go. We've only had one full, not even a full flying lap really, have we, of green running due to the incidents at turns 8, 10, and then that more significant one down at turn number 16. So a sign as to how far away we are from restarting will be whether the safety car peels into the shortcut here or whether it continues on its way down to turn 16. We've not quite reached the shortcut yet, and hopefully we'll be back underway shortly. You can see everyone warming their tyres, preparing for... No, we are going to go through the shortcut again, so there's going to be at least one more safety car lap, we would think.
Yeah, exactly right. We will be waiting until the circuit is fully prepared. There is that old school mentality thinking of, well, the shortcut though. Can they not just use the shortcut? No. Because you run the circuit that you're homologated on for the weekend. The shortcut layout, the FIM layout, is a different homologation from the hairpin, which is typically the FIA layout. So no bueno, unfortunately, on that front.
The other problem, if we've not mentioned it already, for Kenneth Heyer at the moment, Adam, is for him to score any further championship points. He's got to make his way through a lot of traffic, hasn't he? He's got to get himself through 2 Cup 4 entries, 3 Cup 2 entries, and that aforementioned Cup 1 entry of Cristiano Maciel, just to get to the back of Simon Orange's McLaren 720S, which is the next car in that same class as Heyer.
And he's got to keep Carrie Schreiner behind him.
And got to keep Carrie Schreiner behind him. Very good point.
So Carrie is there lurking just behind the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo at the moment. So that is another factor, frankly, playing against Kenneth Heyer after that collision with Shota Abkazava on the first lap. The deck has been rather stacked against the driver of the number 1. Of course, Kenneth is the defending GT Win Series champion. He won the championship last year with J-Mo Hartling, who of course this year is fighting for the GT4 title. With Heyer and Moritz Viskirchen looking for this GT Win Series title in 2025. Of course, if Heyer is classified 6 and therefore only scores 10 points, that will actually extend the advantage for Cristiano Maciel nominally, and that will be a good boon for them if so. The current gap between them would be 12 points. It would be up to 14 if Maciel wins his class and Heyer only finishes in 6th. You can see the windscreen wiper on momentarily there for Simon Birch in the Porsche 992 GT3R. The 992 in GT3 spec, exceptional stance on that car. And I think particularly in this livery, it makes it very clear at the front just how wide it is.
Yeah, no, it's a brilliant piece of machinery. It's a pleasure to have them more GT3s, not just with the Porsche, but various manufacturers as well here this weekend than earlier in the season. So Simon Birch will be going through his procedures to get ready for a restart. We've not had notification of a restart yet, and I'll say another thing as well. Really good opportunity here for Jonas Galzinis and that GT Racing Audi R8, because they had an awful day yesterday. Not really their fault at all, and safety car is going to be in this lap. It's going to be intriguing to see what they can do there from second place, because they had a good battle with Spinkovic in the early stages of this race, but looked pretty quick on the rest of that first lap once we had it.
Yeah, exactly right. So I was just about to make that point as well, that of course he doesn't have to dispatch Jerzy Spinkovic this time to get to Simon Birch. That said, because we're starting from, well, whenever Simon Birch likes, rather than at the gantry, the faster in a straight line Lamborghini is also going to have the opportunity to maybe use a bit more of those legs before the braking zone for turn 1. So it is possible that Spinkovic could yet again be a factor for the top 2. Jonas Gelsenes, who has been a race winner, a Pro-Am title winner in Porsche Carrera Cup GB in years gone by, has represented Lithuania in the FI Motorsport Games. He's a quick driver, but quick on the pedal to disappear away is Simon Birch. Birch realised he had a good 3 or 4 car lengths over Jonas Gelsnes coming out of turn 16 and said, well, fine, I'll go. And go he has. He goes into the race lead over a second clear of Jonas Gelsnes as the race restarts. It is Spinkovic in third, Farhadi in fourth, and he will have some pressure, I'm sure, from behind in the form of Simon Orange. Maciel across the line in sixth, then Darmetko, Munsthalin, Arif Alkuri, and then Alessio Raffini in 10th, and Raffini's dropped way back there in the Autosport Racing Lamborghini, second among the Cup 4 drivers, this being the leading Cup 4 car. And of course that again is another annoyance for Kenneth Hire, because Raffini I think got caught out a little bit on the safety car restart, and that again put more distance between Kenneth Hire and any other GT3s.
Yeah, it has indeed. It's going to be a long 9 minutes now for Kenneth Hire to see if there is going to be an opportunity to gain some more points from this race. Field already quite spread out due to that quick start. Absolutely brilliant start from Simon Birch. Read the situation perfectly to build an advantage, which at the moment I think is around 2 seconds. Yeah, in fact more than 2 seconds, because his first sector, Simon Birch, was absolutely fantastic. He's continued to pull out that gap at the front of the field. Here on your screens is the fight for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th place. There in the yellow and black is moving through the field Kenneth Hire. As Darmetko runs a bit deep into turn number 12, returns to the circuit without losing position. Munsthalin not too far behind there as well in number 44. So this is good work from Kenneth Hire to move through the other classes. It looks like he's going to be clear of the traffic by the end of this lap.
And critically, if he's already got a couple of Cup 2 Porsches between himself and Carrie Schreiner as well, which might help him at least retain that 5th position. Meanwhile, we see there the battle for Cup 2 second place going on with Munsthalin and Alkuri side by side. Carrie Schreiner just behind them, and Alkuri a lot braver on the brakes than Munsthalin manages to get it stopped as well. So Alkuri moving up to second in class there. Munsthalin dropping down to third in the category. Kenneth Hire, meanwhile, is trying to find his way past Hubert Darmetko, and it looks like he's lined himself up to do that at turn 1. Cristiano Mathiel getting himself into it now is Simon Orange, the sole remaining Cup 1 Ferrari 296 challenge. Has the 720S Evo McLaren by the JMH Automotive Orange Racing team just ahead of him for 5th overall.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise to see Maciel having a go at Simon Orange there into turn 1, and ironically that's not a good battle to be in, because whilst Simon Orange is fighting with Cristiano Maciel, the likelihood of Kenneth Hire catching these two and Kenneth Hire getting some more points as a result of potentially being able to overtake these two grows all the while. Pace at the moment, 2:10 from Simon Birch on that flying lap. He is miles quicker than anybody else out there on track. 2:16s for Gelsnes and Spinkovic. What is the pace for Kenneth Hire like? Well, 2:18 last time around, but that was with a bit of overtaking to do on that lap. Orange runs a bit wide out of turn number 10. Is able to keep control and ahead of Cristiano Maciel. Keeping an eye though, where is Kenneth Hire in all of this?
Yeah, very good question. Where is Kenneth Hire in all of this? So then, Hire will be in P7 for now. He will be potentially on the back of Mathiel before too long. In fact, he really has closed in, to your point. So the green and black Schnitzellaum-backed SR Motorsport car will soon be very large in the mirrors of the Ferrari. However, Simon Orange, I think, is about to have a Ferrari pass him stage left. Stage right. No, stage left. Cristiano Maciel through into 5th overall. The straight line speed there at the Ferrari 296 Challenge car has done its job. Maciel through into 5th.
A couple of notifications from race control. Contact between cars 11 and 76. So that's going to be Schreiner and Sorensen from lap 1. That will be investigated after the race. And also cars 12 and 1. So again, that's the Abkazava and Hire incident that was at turn 10 on the first lap. Not a surprise to see that notification on our screens, Adam.
No, absolutely not. Not a surprise in the slightest. But we'll see what goes on there between them after the race. There may be a penalty or two tacked on to the final result. Potentially, the contact between the Przemysław Biankowski and Ryan James cars has been regarded as no further action. So not assigning blame either way there. And Kenneth Hire goes very, very wide indeed at turn 7, just struggling to get the car stopped. Maybe a hint of that issue we saw with the GT4 Mercedes, just getting it turned in initially. And that briefly holds him up, but he will soon, nonetheless, be on the back of this battle. Maciel, of course, will lose time through 12, 13, 14 and 15 to the GT3s in theory, but then on the straight the GT3s will come good, and Simon Orange has Kenneth Hire now right on his rear bumper.
Yeah, and Hire 3 to 4 seconds a lap quicker, so it's going to be a brave defence, I'm sure, from Simon Orange, but it might be a bit futile with 3 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go. So this is the stage at which Hire can start scoring some more championship points. He's finally come across a car also in his class. On the long run now, down to turn 16. Hire pulls to driver's left, pulls alongside Simon Orange, and I think the story's going to be done by the time we get down to the braking zone of turn 16. These are the kind of days, Adam, I'll say that Orange's pace in the second half of the run down to turn 16 is very good indeed. Can he get it stopped? Yes, he can. So the horsepower from the McLaren proving to be the key point in that one, and Simon Orange stays in 6th place overall.
There we go, two very different engines. 4-litre twin turbo in the McLaren, 6.2 naturally aspirated unit in the Mercedes-AMG GT3. Hire now looking around the outside at the first corner. That might work, of course, because typically the outside is good in the wet, but Kenneth can't do it yet. He knows the limits of this Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. He's probably logged more laps than most anyone in the Mercedes-AMG program, given his long tenure in the fold at Mercedes. He was there on the first day of testing for the first Mercedes GT3, the SLS, all the way back in 2010. So he knows his way around this car, but for now he can't find his way around Simon Orange.
And the other difficulty for Hire is Simon Orange has responded with a bit of pace. Maybe the sight of Kenneth Hire has given him the hurry up a little bit, because 2:17 last time around, even with that bit of battling with Kenneth Hire, was the best lap time we've seen from the number 67 Orange Racing by JMH prepared McLaren 720S in this race so far. That's a good line though from Hire to the inside through the exit of turn number 10. Lovely stuff from Hire. He's got the position now. We'll look to solidify it through the next couple of braking zones. Good stuff from the championship contenders. Notice on our screens, Adam, is that there's a yellow flag at turn number 6.
Okay, so there could be something amiss there. Hopefully nothing too major. I do note that Arif Al-Khoury is now leading in the Cup 2 class. So Hubert Darmetko has been dispatched in the Cup 2 lead. I wonder if those two were fighting and whether that's got anything to do with turn 6. We'll have to see. Here comes Maciel and the Ferrari 296 Challenge car once again. Again, at the end of that straight, there's about 20 kilometers per hour difference between the two. The near 700 horses of the Ferrari 296 Challenge combined with the lower drag from the lower downforce. That is a potent combination, and Maciel once again clears a GT3. This time it's Aaron Farhadi, and of course, well, remember Cristiano Maciel's second ever motor race at Estoril in the GT Winter Series. He won it overall in the wet conditions. We know he's quick when the grip is limited.
Do indeed. Despite losing that overall position, I think it's been another really solid job from AKM Motorsports with that Mercedes-AMG GT3. Right now, they are on for another GT3 class podium like they did yesterday. This time in the hands of Aaron Farhadi. There is your race leader, double yellow flag at turn number 6. And I do note, as you pointed there, Adam, that yeah, Darmetko has fallen down the order in the Cup 2 entry. But Simon Birch, we were looking forward to the battle with Luca Engstler. We never got that, but that shouldn't take away from this performance from Simon Birch. He has been magnificent in this race.
He has, hasn't it flown by? Crazy. The clock has hit 0. We are on the final lap of the race, and great job from the number 14 to disappear off up the road, having 20 seconds over someone who's done as much GT racing as Jonas Gelsnes. I think it's been racing GTs for the span of Simon Birch's entire existence is no mean feat at all. Birch coming through the final corners, and once again he will come out on top in the GT Winter Series. It is Birch who wins it. A great effort from the young Dane in the Razoon More Than Racing Porsche. Gelsnes second position overall, and it should be second position overall. It will be, yes. Spinkovic not quite close enough to challenge for that position. Then it will be Mathiel in fourth, Aaron Farhadi in fifth position, and third among among the GT3s, unless Kenneth Heyer is close enough to challenge, and he might be, actually. We really need to see where Farhadi and Heyer are, because there might be a switch at the end. It's very close as they leave turn 16. It will just about be Farhadi who finishes third in GT3. So Kenneth Heyer, with fourth place in class, will score 14 points and will therefore just slightly extend his advantage again, or just slightly, sorry, shrink the advantage again for Cristiano Mathiel in the championship overall battle. Huge round of applause to Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury. We just saw his car cross the line in just his second race. He wins the Cup 2 class in the GT Winter Series. Doff of the cap to him. Mons Thalen takes 10th overall in the other Cup 2 Porsche that takes the flag. Unfortunately, Darmetco did not make the finish. Alessio Raffini finishes 11th place to come second in the Cup 4 category. And Alexander Bijatovic will come across the line 12th in the race, and last of those who will take the flag, the Autosport Racing number 32 car. A slightly easier race for them than they had yesterday in the dry conditions. Simon Birch is once again victorious in the GT Winter Series. Every time you plug him into a race car, you get entertainment, and once again we have every time we see him in the car, there's always a chance he's going to win, and on this occasion he has succeeded. However, he needs to be coming down to the top 3 positions. I think the marshals were briefly trying to wave him into the Parc Ferme, but he does end up parking under the podium. Had confirmation in my ears that car 7 of Hubert Darmetco spun. That was the cause of the double yellow, of course, a couple laps from home. At turn 6, we had double yellows there for a while, so that car's been embedded in the gravel trap, or at least embedded somewhere for a few laps now. Second position, Jonas Gelsnes in the number 24 Utah Racing. The Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2. Unique Racing's Jerzy Spinkovic taking third position overall, of course, and winning the Cup 4 class, which is great news for him. The Utah Racing car taking second. Great for anyone, I think, to survive races in these tricky conditions. And of course, it's also really cool to see that that car is still in the FIA Motorsport Games livery as well. It was a big point of pride for Utah Racing, Jonas Gelsnes and co. to represent Lithuania in the FIA Motorsport Games, which is something that the other Jonas Karklis, managed to do with them last year in the FIA Motorsport Games in Valencia. You saw there Simon Birch talking to GEDLICH Racing videographer Emilio Petric. Emilio running around the circuit along with a lot of the photographers for the series, making sure we have some great shots of the races. And you can see a lot of them on Instagram post-race, of course. And I'm sure there'll be some shots of Simon Birch easing away from the rest of the field in that race, because Simon was peerless out there on the circuit in these conditions. I think he would have had a harder race had Luca Engstler been able to take the start, but it was not to be on that occasion. Down in the pits is Izzy Browning, and she has joined Simon Birch under the podium.
I have indeed. He is standing right next to me. Simon, be it sprint race or endurance, no one can really touch you, can they? I mean, fantastic drive out there today. And looked like you probably enjoyed that one.
Yeah, it was cool. I really much like rain. It's one of my favorite things. So yeah, it was pretty cool. And yeah, I never tried Aragon in rain, but managed it pretty well. So yeah, it was a bit tough. So I had to find some things on the way to the grid, and it was quite good. So in the end, yeah, a bit relaxing, but really cool in the rain.
Well, you say, of course, you've never driven this in the rain, and you say you had a couple of things to find, but made it look so easy. I mean, the gap was, well, you were off into the distance, really.
Yeah, I was a bit off, but in the distance, but in the end it was really good, and a lot of information gathered for us till the season starts in GT Masters, and yeah, I think we are getting there quite good, though.
I know you're keen to emphasise that this is a preparation for you for the main season, but it's boding well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always nice to win. So it's just an extra plus when there's races and you get trophies home. It's just extra fun.
Always a good way to start the day, right? We'll let you get up to the podium and celebrate what was an incredible victory for Simon once again.
It's a GT Winter Series race on easy mode for Simon Birch, but that wasn't the case for everybody, was it? Let's take a look back then at highlights of race 2, and unfortunately a race 2 that never got started for the Lamborghini of Luca Engstler. Everybody else got underway though as the race began in wet conditions, lots of slipping and siding, lots of side-by-side. Kari Schreiner was trying to make some progress in the early stages of the race, cleared the Ferrari 296 challenge cars, but then going through the corkscrew, it was Andreas Berg Sorensen who found himself into the side of Schreiner's Lamborghini. And unfortunately, another Lamborghini in the ward, Shota Abkazava making contact with Kenneth Heyer, and that sent Abkazava into the gravel. Oh yes, so it was Ryan James backwards into Przemysław Bienkowski. It was the reverse of what I thought. The biggest impact did go to Przemysław Bienkowski indeed, but nasty for both drivers. But we do know they both got out of the car. It was a safety car period. We wouldn't see Andreas Berg Sorensen back in the race. Unfortunately, his car too damaged to continue. The safety car was lifted and Simon Birch began building a lead over Jonas Gelsnis. Meanwhile, Kenneth Heyer started immediately trying to climb through the order, as did Kari Schreiner, both of them on something of a mission, clearing the Cup 2 cars. Kenneth Heyer getting himself past Alkuri there. He would then immediately get away past Mons Thalen as well. Hubert Darmetko was still leading the Cup 2 class at that juncture for PTT Racing. There's Kenneth Heyer going a bit wide. He was closing in though on Simon Orange. Orange though wouldn't take it lying down. At turn 16 he was late on the brakes, did a good job of staying ahead of Heyer, but that would only last a couple of more corners before Kenneth got to the inside at turn 1. But even then it did take a little bit longer. He did get to the inside at turn 1, but the definitive move came at turn 10. Meanwhile, using the straight line speed of the Ferrari to his advantage, Cristiano Mathiel moved up into 4th overall. Meanwhile, Simon Birch didn't have to do any overtaking in that race. It was a Leinster flag win for him. And for Kenneth Heyer, it was almost a GT3 class podium, but Aaron Farhadi held his ground to finish 5th overall and 3rd among the GT3s. The Milwaukee-backed Razoon More Than Racing Porsche was on the top step, though. We will see the drivers on the top step shortly, or driver, of course, solo for Simon Birch in this sprint race. He won by 22 seconds, effectively, over Jonas Gelzinis. Jerzy Spinkovic finishing 3rd place in the Cup 4 Lamborghini. Cristiano Mathiel taking 4th position in the AF Corsa Ferrari 296 Challenge car. Aaron Farhadi in 5th, and rounding out the GT3 podium ahead of Kenneth Heyer, who again just slightly outscores Maciel and Aguas in that overall championship battle. Simon Orange taking 7th overall ahead of Carrie Schreiner. Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury in just his 2nd ever wheel-to-wheel motor race finishes 9th overall and wins Cup 2 ahead of Mons Thalin. And then in 11th place, Alessio Raffini for Autosport Racing. Alexander Biatovic in the other Autosport Racing car, the only other car to reach the flag. Darmetko, Sorensen, Biankowski, Ryan James and Shota Abkazava all failing to reach the checkered flag in this race, unfortunately. So then the GT Winter Series has concluded its 2nd race. We've also concluded our morning phase, as it were, in the early afternoon for the Winter Series weekend as a whole. We are now into the lunch break, but we will have plenty to do during the lunch before we get into the afternoon of racing. Izzy will be down in the pits talking to some drivers. We'll also get some driver insights that we picked up earlier in the week as well. We'll be live with you all day long, as we always are on Sundays here in the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. And of course, we will be doing the same again in a week's time at Barcelona as well. Will it be Simon Birch on top of podiums again, not just in a week at Barcelona, but also in race 3 along with Thomas Anderson? That's going to be the next big question for the GT Winter Series teams. And I'm sure it's a big question for Liqui Moly Team Engstler as to whether Luca Engstler and Jonas Karklis will be able to take the start in race number 3, whatever issue befell the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. Let's hope that it is not terminal and that car can take part in the 3rd race. I did note that Engstler does have a spare chassis in the paddock. There is an extra Lamborghini GT3 there in their awning, should they wish to use it. Should he wish to use it, Andrew Mather has his mic, and he also has a full suite of GT Winter Series drivers with him.
I do indeed. Thank you very much, Adam. We're going to get things going for the podium ceremony for the 2nd race of the weekend in the GT Winter Series here at MotorLand Aragón. First of all, let's welcome out onto the podium our top 3 in Cup 4. Starting with the driver in 3rd place for Autosport Racing. Please welcome Alexander Biatovic. In 2nd place in Cup 4, also for Autosport Racing, please give a big warm welcome to Alessio Raffini. And your winner, a great drive once again for Unique Racing, taking the top step in Cup 4. Please welcome Jerzy Spinkovic. We'd also like to welcome onto the podium Georgie Chapman from Pirelli and Mark and Stefan from the GEDLICH Racing organisation team to present the trophies for our top 3 in Cup 4. And with the duties done, we'll have some quick photos with our top 3 on the podium. Very dramatic race at times. A long safety car period as well. The drivers kept their concentration. And with things complete down in the pit lane, thank you, drivers. Thank you for your time. We look forward to seeing how you get on in the race later on this afternoon. We'll move to Cup 2 next, and potentially, hopefully, here in 3rd place. They did fail to finish or to get back to the pit lane, but in 3rd place, do give a big round of applause. Hopefully, it's here for PTT Racing. Hubert Darmetko. Big round of applause, please. It's not here, so we'll move on to 2nd place. In 2nd place in Cup 2, please welcome for Villico Motorsport, Mons Thalin. And your winner in the Porsche Cup class for Cup 2, please welcome for A-Works Motorsport, Ahmed Arif Al-Kahiri. Once again, the trophies presented by Georgie Chapman and Mark and Stefan. Just Mark on this occasion from GEDLICH. And of course, the photos for the top 2 drivers in Cup 2. It's again a really strong race for both of our drivers, and we'll look forward to see how they get on in the endurance race later on this afternoon. Thank you, drivers. Thank you for your time. Next up, let's welcome our winner in Cup 1, a superb run in the overall standings as well in the Ferrari Challenge 296 for AF Corsa. Please welcome your winner in Cup 1, Cristiano Maciel. And the trophy for Cristiano, presented by Georgie Chapman from Pirelli. Big smiles for Cristiano there on the podium. A well-earned victory and a big helping hand in the championship stakes as well. Thank you, Cristiano. We'll see you again later on. One more of the classes to go, of course, is GT3. Let's first of all welcome onto the podium your third place driver. Another podium for AKM Motorsports in the hands of Aaron Fahadi. Second place, a great recovery after the difficulties yesterday for GT3 Racing. Please welcome Jonas Galzinis. And your winner in GT3 and in the overall standings as well for Azun More Than Racing. Please welcome Simon Birch. And the trophies one last time for this this morning and early afternoon session for our top 3 drivers in the GT3 category. Trophies aloft in the air after a testing race there for everyone in the GT Winter Series, but good entertainment nonetheless. That concludes this this part of the schedule here today at MotorLand Aragón. We head into the lunch break. If you're watching at home, do stick around though. We've got some more info and content from you for across the course of the weekend. We'll start here with a little interview with Philip Lindberg.
Philip, great to see you. Obviously coming into the last 2 rounds of the season. We've had a bit of a break for the Prototype Winter Series. What have you been up to in the break, and how is it to be back?
Yeah, it's fantastic to be back now for the Spanish round of the Winter Series. So, what I've been up to, we have been training a lot, preparing for this round, and we have something really hard work to do, and we think we will be strong this time as well. So.
Well, you've had the first half of the season to kind of get to grips with the car. Of course, you gave me one of the best quotes of the season, saying that you're in a real race car now. So how has that been, and how excited were you to jump back in the car this morning?
Unfortunately, I haven't been back in the car yet. We had some small problems with the car, so we're still working. But I'm still looking a lot forward to be strong in the car and back in the car. I missed the car, so for sure it will be fun to be back, and looking forward to.
And you had a podium in Estoril, obviously a trickier weekend for you in Portimao. We spoke about the damage that you picked up on the car. But coming into this weekend, how confident do you feel that you can be back on the podium?
I feel quite confident. That's why we're here. But also we are here for training, to preparing ourselves and the whole team. I think Portimao should be a race week where we should have more points. Unfortunately, I got a spin in race 2 for the podium. A small mistake, and the mistake should be made now and not later in the year. So, but for sure now we have done our mistakes, and now we need to work forward and go for the podium, because we know we can be there.
Well, all about learning as well. Of course, one of the things that you have been learning this season is the tracks as well. Of course, all new tracks in an all new car. I know you said that you haven't driven yet, but what do you think of this track? And do you see it being a tricky one or one that you might be comfortable on?
I think I will be quite comfortable. It's not as big as Portimao, but so it's kind of not like in Denmark our tracks. But I think the track seems quite likable for me. I've been doing a lot of simulator at home with the track, and I think that will be good when I have my first laps out here for sure. So I know the corners, I know exactly nearly the brake zones, but to do it in real life is something slightly different. So, but I think this track will be on my side.
Yeah, it's a cool one as well because we've got a long back straight, but we've also got kind of the corkscrew style effect as well. So it's probably quite a fun one to drive as well.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, it's a long straight. So a little break for me. No, but the small corners actually is something we also do in Denmark a lot, but not in LMP. So, but we also got quite a quick corners as in Portimao. So for me, start using the aerodynamic and really using the car high speed is where I need to improve for sure, and that's something we really want to improve here. So.
Well, great insight, and we'll hope that you will be back on the podium this weekend and will improve in those areas. Thank you very much for speaking to us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome down to the pit lane. We're of course in the lunch break here at MotorLand Aragón, and I'm delighted to say that we actually have quite a few fans walking up and down the pit lane, which we weren't sure if we were going to have because of course we're not close to a major city like at some of our other tracks. I'm also delighted to say that I'm joined by two drivers alongside me who you will recognise, the elite duo of Tom Levin and Mackenzie Cresswell. Nearly called you Josh Ratkin, but of course Josh is not with us anymore as Tom has taken over the driving duties. Tom, a P2 this morning, very tricky conditions. I think I've said that a million times to every single driver. But of course, your first time driving in the wet in Aragon.
Yeah, it was difficult. It was really slippery out there. Most people at turn one, that one kind of went straight on. It was really difficult. We were hoping it would start to dry up, but the drizzle started coming down, which I think didn't really help us, but we managed to hold on to P2. The Porsche was in a different league, really, but we beat the Merc, and that's what we needed to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you mentioned the Mercedes and that being what you need to do. Of course, Mackenzie, you came into this this round with, I think it was a 34-point lead in the championship. I'm not quite sure, haven't yet done the maths as to what it is at the moment. When you came into this season, obviously you've come from single seaters, much like Tom did last year. Were you expecting to be fighting for this championship when you first came in?
Well, I think whenever you go into a championship as a driver, you want to go in and do well, you want to go fight for wins. So a part of me was thinking that, yes, obviously, but I knew that realistically there was a lot to learn coming from single seaters, and that was my main goal, just to come in and get as much experience as possible. But yeah, I felt really comfortable at Estoril round one, so I thought, there's no reason why we can't go and fight for the championship, and that's why we're still finishing out the season. That's why we're here at the moment.
Yeah, it feels a little bit strange to have not seen a win from you guys in what feels like a while now, because of course you started the season so strongly in Estoril and Portimao. Tom, I know you're not necessarily in the championship fight, of course, the way the point system works out, but I mean, still important for you to do the job to help out Mackenzie here.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Obviously, I've been in a McLaren all year. I did the Win Series last year in the McLaren as well with Elite. So I got a phone call from Ed and said, yeah, I'll come down and do it. Obviously, it's a bit of a weekend, Monday morning call-up job a little bit, seeing how we're getting on. But I believe we're doing Barcelona, depending on how the last race goes this weekend. But overall, it's going really well. I can't complain, really.
Yeah, and you've had, I mean, great people to learn from. If you look at, well, both halves of the winning duo from the GT4 European Series last year, I mean, couldn't have really had better teammates, I guess, to learn from in Tom and in Josh. And I'm sure Josh is keeping up with all that Tom is now doing to help you out, of course. One of the things you said to me, or you said to me a couple of times, is that you're racing with a roof for the first time in your career, which is always a funny thing to think about. But just for the viewers at home, how different have things been, and how much have you had to adapt maybe a driving style or how you prepare for a weekend coming from single-seaters into this?
To be honest, the car's a car. Like, obviously there's differences. It's a lot heavier. It hasn't got the downforce that I'm used to. So it took a little bit of getting used to, but ultimately you go out and drive to the limit that you've got. So that doesn't change from what I've done previously. So it's not been too difficult to adapt, I'd say. The thing with the roof, it was easy after 2 laps. I got used to it quite quickly. But it was quite nice when I drove in the wet for the first time because I didn't get soaking. So that was quite nice.
Yeah, there's a reason we call it the Winter Series. A roof definitely coming in handy. Final race this afternoon then. What are you thinking? Because, of course, as you've already said many times to me, the goal and the necessity is to finish ahead of the Mercedes.
Yeah, that's the main aim. Obviously, we're starting on pole with Mackenzie. Hopefully we can get away. We're kind of wanting it to be dry than wet. Looking at the pace, obviously it's out of our control. We'll just maximise the job we can do. Just having a look at the track a second ago, it looks like it's trying to dry, but obviously it's so cold here, it does take its time, really.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. A couple of the drivers actually telling me that this is one of the trickier tracks for it to dry. Final question then, Mackenzie, and then I'll let you, we called you Mercedes, then I'll let you go and have your lunch and get prepared for this afternoon's race. How much would it mean to you to win this championship?
It would mean a lot. It is a Winter Championship, ultimately, but yeah, for a first attempt at GT racing, I'd be really pleased to win it. Obviously, you want to win whatever you do, so I'm hungry for it. I want to go out there and do a good job.
All right, well, on that note, we'll let you go and have your lunch. I think you've already had your lunch, but go and prepare for the race this afternoon. Thank you very much, boys, for speaking to me. And from one championship leader to another, we spoke to Cristiano Maciel earlier in the weekend.
The last time I spoke to Cristiano Maciel was all the way back at Portimao, and we were talking about how incredible your performance was at Estoril, the season opener. Since then, the progress has continued. Yourself and Rui Aguas with us, both in championship contention for the overall title. Now that we're in the last stage of your first racing season, or your first racing championship, how are you feeling?
It's been quite an amazing experience. So first championship that we are doing. Of course, I have Rui teaching me and helping to evolve. But looking to all the performance and results, couldn't be better for sure.
And of course, last time it was very busy in Cup 1 with all of the Ferrari 296 challenge cars. How was that as an experience for you? It looked like everyone was in a battle all the time.
It's true. It was a challenge, to be honest. So first experience with a lot of cars in the track. Managing the start was not easy, but we made it, and we are here with the car intact.
And Rui, talk to us about your student, because it strikes me that he's been a very fast learner so far.
Yes, he's been doing very well. I think we started a few tests last year. We did 3 or 4 tests, and it's been amazing, the progress. And we did this Winter Championship, which is very nice. Very well organized, and I'm very happy with the results so far. It's a continuous evolution and preparing for the Ferrari Challenge, the main championship this year. So it's fantastic. It's unbelievable how fast he's going.
Myself and Cristiano were talking last time about, him being excited to work with you. I imagine for you, it's exciting to see people come in from Portugal who are so enthusiastic about racing and have a natural talent. That must be really exciting for you.
Yes, it's great. It makes my life easier to work because the talent is there. The car control is unbelievable, as we saw also on the wet. And even sometimes as we ride together, it's pretty good. So I think, I hope, fingers crossed, we have finished this championship very well and start a good season for this year.
And lastly, I'll switch to Cristiano again for a little bit of talk about this circuit. It's one that maybe isn't used on enough car racing calendars, but it looks to me from the outside that it's a very fun track to drive.
It is.
Yeah.
It's tricky, to be honest. I think it's a bit more difficult than Portimão, using as example. But once you learn it, it's quite fun to drive in here. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, we hope you have some good battles. Of course, you've got just the one Cup car to go against, but it is Andreas Berg Sorensen and Mikael Mack, so you're still going to have a good fight, right?
Yes, yes, indeed. They are fast, they are really good drivers, but let's enjoy.
And we'll keep an eye on this car up against the GT3s on the long straights as well. We're very excited to see how you guys do this weekend. Very excited to see how this championship battle plays out in the overall standings. And thank you for talking to me.
Thank you.
Thank you, it was a pleasure.
Welcome back down to the pit lane. Delighted to say that I'm joined by another driver who's dragged themselves away from lunch. Always very appreciative of the drivers who come and talk to us during the lunch break, as I know that lunch is probably the priority rather than speaking to me. It's okay, I understand. I've got Owen Hizzy from SVG alongside me. Owen, a class win this morning, the first of the season for you, so you must be feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, it went really well, to be honest. After yesterday, we've actually shown quite good pace this weekend. And then with the rain and everything, it wasn't the start to the race that we quite wanted because our car doesn't seem to perform quite in the wet. But yeah, to come away with a class win, can't get any better than that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know you guys were maybe having a couple of issues yesterday potentially and in the qualifying, an ABS failure potentially?
Yes, definitely a big ABS failure into turn one where was heading towards the wall but managed to get out the brakes and gather it all up. And then, yeah, that was the end of our qualifying, which is, well, we only had, 2 laps, I think, that actually counted. So, so that hindered us a little bit, but when we qualified P4 overall, that's fine and still P1 in class.
Yeah, exactly. A heart in your mouth moment though, maybe.
Definitely, definitely. And I do have to apologise to the team that those set of slicks, yeah, way gone.
Destroyed.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, there's like a bomb crater in them when they went, so yeah.
Good to know. Of course, we haven't actually spoken to you since, I think it was Estoril, the first round, maybe Portimão, the second round. You guys weren't in Valencia, took a little bit of a break. If you look back on the season, now that we're sort of coming towards the end of it, what do you kind of think of your season and how things have gone?
Well, I think every race that we've done, we've improved. Well, that's all what we need to do is just keep on improving all the way through. And we're learning stuff about the car, team as well, because they're new to this type of racing abroad especially. So, yeah, we can ask for more. But every race we're getting better and better and better and see what we can do for the last race today and then Barcelona next weekend.
Yeah, exactly. That's all you can ask for, really, is that you're improving and learning. When you say the team's learning things, obviously first time in international racing, what kinds of things or what kind of opportunities does that present for the team to learn?
It presents them with more opportunities of what we can do further in GT endurance racing, so GT4s and possibly looking at GT3s and then up the ladder. So it's just learning those little bits of what you might need to take with you and what things you don't quite need. And yeah, it's just learning that as the team, and they've adapted to it really well, couldn't fault any of their work at all.
Yeah, all good learning and the team working hard as per usual. Of course, your co-drivers are not currently with you. Your co-driver, Mark Ellman, he'll be in the car again this afternoon. And as we spoke about back in Estoril, of course, you are his driver coach as well. So you are the first one to kind of talk to him when he comes out of the car, the first one to give him the advice and the tips and things like that. For him personally, how do you feel that he's kind of stepped up to this challenge, and how much improvement have you seen since that round in Estoril?
I've seen a lot of improvement in him, and especially it's adapting to a new car, learning the car, because he's only raced cars which don't have ABS, traction control, anything like that. It's just learning the setup of the car and how to manage it. So he's develops that really well. And then he's just getting quicker and quicker and quicker and more confident in it. And with Mark, there is a special way of trying to get through to him. So you have
That's one way to put it.
Oh, yeah, exactly. It's like trying to get him to do interviews and stuff like that. Yeah, that's one thing I haven't mastered yet. Everything else is going pretty well apart from this.
It's okay, Mark. I don't take offence to the fact that you aren't here in the interview. It's okay. We've got your driver coach anyway. Of course, final 2 rounds now of the season. As we said, you stepping up to the international racing. We've had quite a few really cool tracks that we've gone to in the winter series. You know what's coming. You know what I'm going to ask you. Of the ones you've done so far, which has been your favourite?
Oh, it's very, very difficult. I do like Portimao, but I've been really impressed with this place.
Yeah.
And it's got a little bit of everything around here. So I would say at the moment this one, but if I had to go for my ultimate favourite, it would be Barcelona at the moment, even though we haven't been there from previous experiences there in the 24-hour series, winning the 24 hours of Barcelona in GT4 last year. So.
Well, I'm sure part of the reason you like this place is also to do with the performance this morning.
A little bit, but I wouldn't put it all entirely down to that. From when we came out here on Thursday, it was straight away. Yeah, this is a little hidden gem, definitely.
Definitely is. Okay, final race this afternoon. So final question. Confident going into this one that you can maybe pick up another class win?
Yeah, and the thing is, we're starting in a good position. So Mark's starting from P6. So Mark's right there in the mix, and with his pace yesterday that he showed in the sprint race, he can keep up with them. So all that he's just got to do is focus on himself, stay out of trouble is the main thing, and yeah, just keep knocking those times out that I know he can do, be consistent, and then see what happens. Absolutely,
see what happens. Right, we'll let you go and enjoy the rest of your lunch break. Thank you very much to Owen for coming and speaking to me all about the learning, as he was saying, and of course the Formula Winter Series, all about the learning as well. And earlier in the weekend, I caught up with Dante Vinci. Dante, great to see you. I know you've only had the one session this morning that you've just come out from, but how was it and how are you enjoying this track so far from what you've done?
I think the track's obviously quite nice. It's quite smooth, the curbs are nice, not too many bumps. Actually, I think it's a very smooth track, so I'm looking forward to racing here, and we'll see what the races bring us.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting weekend, especially with the weather. Obviously, you're coming off the back of a very, very strong weekend in Valencia. Clean sweep of all the rookie wins. I know a lot of our drivers say that the rookie standings is maybe not what they're concerned with. They're concerned with the overall standings, but still a really strong weekend and a highest finish of the season as well in race 3.
Yeah, I mean, finishing clean sweep in rookie is always a good thing. But as a racing driver, we always strive to achieve more. So, like you just said, we look for the overall positions, but it's a good reference for us to see that we can do it and we can perform in both the rookie and the overall category.
Yeah, absolutely. And you said to me on the grid that this is what happens when the hard work comes together. I was just wondering if you could elaborate on that a little bit as to what you thought clicked that weekend and came together to have those results.
I think it was a matter of the hard yards and the hard work we put together in the factory, in the collective debriefs that all teams hold. It's a matter of just the teams working together, drivers and mechanics and engineers, and putting everything together, finding the right setup for the car and performing out on track.
Do you feel like Valencia was a circuit that maybe suited your driving style as well?
I think we can manage this performance as well for the rest of the season, also in Italian F4, so it was a matter of improvement. I think Valencia was a strong track for me, and I think all the other ones will be too.
Well, things are looking good, definitely coming into this weekend. Obviously, it was I think the largest crowd under the podium, the largest cheer that we had all weekend was for you, certainly in race 3. So that's got to feel good as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time since I've stood on the podium. It's coming from Australia, only with 2 years of experience in karting and then doing 2 years in European karting. It was really tough for me. So to come into F4 and see these big improvements in my driving, it's a really, really good thing.
Well, you've had that kind of podium feeling now. I'm sure that kind of spurs you on to get the same this weekend as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great feeling that everyone loves to feel, and it can only be described by drivers because they can feel it under the helmet and they can shout as loud as they want. They can do whatever they want in the cockpit and express their emotions on the podium as well.
Yeah, definitely. So coming into this weekend then, of course, it's quite a short season. I mean, we're already in the penultimate round. We're only in the 3rd round, but it is the penultimate round of the season. What kind of goals have you set for this weekend and then for the final 2 rounds of the season? Maybe to be on the overall podium?
As a driver, it can be very, very easy to try and focus on results. But if we, throughout the Thursday and Friday in practice, just focus on our performance, trying to improve our braking points, our shape, our minimum speed, we can improve, and then the results end up coming anyway.
Final question then, from what you've done this morning, as I said, you've only had one session. Where do you think is trickiest on this track, and where do you think you might be able to make some moves?
I'd honestly say the trickiest place is T13-14. It's quite straightforward. You've got a massive, massive straight after that. So it's important to really prepare and get a good run. And then the racing, yeah, that'll be very interesting.
All right, wish you best of luck this weekend. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
We've been very lucky to be welcomed into the trailer down at GT3 Poland, and the driver coach for the number 79 car of Severin Mazur is with us, Kevin Marocca, who has quite the racing record, of course, all of his own. We've seen him before in GT Win Series competing as well. Kevin, from your perspective, give us a little bit of insight on the circuit here at MotorLand Aragón. It's kind of a track of two halves, isn't it? There's a lot of speed, but a lot of cornering as well.
Yeah, it's I love this track. It's a really nice track. You have a lot of up and downs as well. Not as crazy as Portimao, but every time you have like 3 sections which look kinda the same but end differently. So if you don't have a good rhythm, you might switch them up and then you got into a mistake. And so it's really, really tough and just a new challenge, and you need to fight for it.
Excellent, and I understand you've kind of gone through the laptop a little bit, and you've found something you'd like to show us, a little bit of information. So we'll let you talk us through it. Let's have a look. I think first sector, right?
Yeah, we just pick one example to show you guys at the video stream that small changes make a huge effect. And I just take the first corner. You think, an easy corner whatsoever, but it's quite tricky. And this is, I mean, we have some other tricky corners as well, but it looks like very simple, but it isn't. So we have here on a little data tool we use combined with the onboard videos, and I just picked up 2 laps, just so you random ones. It doesn't matter exactly which speed it is. We are testing, we are challenging, but let's have a look on the first one. So we have just a few simple parameters. Time delta, speed, throttle, brake. And what happens right now is the blue line is actually 4 tenths faster, 4 tenths. And what happened is, I let you go through it. I just show you the good example. So the good example is braking here, nice, calm, controlled, turning in, having the right speed, and having the perfect entry. I love this entry. He's on point. Okay, very good. Then he's just continuing, very easy, very simple, full throttle. Whole section is very good because it's combined. If you do a mistake here, the next 3 corners are much worse. Okay, so let's see. In the other example, a lap before, 2 laps before, he's going, braking, very similar, same point, very close, but he's releasing the brakes just slightly earlier here right now. And the problem is, at this point, it looks very similar, but not the same. The rotation is not the same. And if we check here on the speed, we have 124, and here we have around 116. So a little changed 4 Ks on speed. And now let's have a look how it is ending, and this is where he's losing the 410s, because right now he's not able to go on throttle. He's over pushing, he's understeering, and he's just going too far. He's even on the limit getting the track limits right. He's not getting still on throttle. Look how long it does take to go on full throttle, and that are the 410s. So he's never gonna get it back, and yeah, so you see a little difference makes a huge effect, and this is why you need to be very detailed in order to take all the speed through the next sections. And yeah, this is quite interesting, I think, for you guys, and this is basically the work we want to achieve, even more into much more detail, but as a first quick hint, I think yeah, this is all about.
Down at Us Racing, one of the drivers we haven't got to catch up with so far this year is Andrea Kostic in the number 10 car. It's been an exciting year, I think, for you at times. You've had some slipping and sliding at Portimao with the tyre choice. You've had some good battles as well with Kabir, I remember, at Valencia. At the halfway point in the season, how are you feeling about the year you've had so far?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the mentality is always to win. Yeah. So I had to risk it in Portimao for the slicks. Unfortunately, it didn't turn out, but on the other side, it was a great weekend with a P4 in race 1 and with a P6 in race 2. In Valencia, we didn't qualify the best, but we got up in the races, so it was also solid. But now we're aiming to be on a high note here and get the best result possible.
Obviously, MotorLand Aragón is a very different track from both of the places we've been to so far. As we speak to you, it's Friday, we're in the midst of testing. How is the car feeling underneath you, and how confident are you feeling about this weekend?
I think we're having a really progressive day today. Really happy with the car in the last session. The only thing we need to look at is the track limits. Okay. But it's a problem for everyone. This track is quite characteristic for it, so I think if we fix that, we'll be fine.
And I saw you yesterday, of course, having some fun with David Walter from the Maffei Racing team. You guys were kind of warming up together a little bit. I think it's something we don't talk about much in the junior racing. Obviously, you guys are rivals, opposing teams and stuff, but you do get to make some friendships in the paddock as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you need to find a way to warm up, and if you have someone to do it with, it's even better. It's fun, warming, and it's a pleasure to do it.
And I imagine you know a lot of these guys from your karting time as well.
No, actually, because I didn't do much karting.
Yeah, true.
I only did 1.5 years. Yeah. So I don't have much experience in motorsports, but I'm getting used to it.
Well, of course, yes. I forget that you were quite so new to it, only a couple of years on the resume. But yeah, it's incredible to see how you've done so far this year. I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing you on the podium at some point before the end of the season. But thank you so much for talking to us, and good luck this weekend at Aragon.
Thank you very much. Let's do it this week.
Welcome back down to the pit lane, coming towards the end of the lunch break here, and I am joined by another of our drivers who, if you've seen any of the Prototype Winter Series this season, you'll definitely recognise him as our championship leader, of course, Conrad Motorsports' Danny Sufi. Danny, things a little bit more tricky for you this morning. I would say that's probably the most battling you've had to do all season long.
Yeah. As expected, I knew it was going to be a tricky start to the race. I had a lot of fun doing it. I think that's probably one of the closest starts we've had, probably also in my prototype career, where it's just, you know, swapping and everyone's getting on rubbery lines and stuff. So it was fun, tricky, difficult to manage tire pressures at the beginning. But then after that, we settled it down and, you know, we were right on pace where we needed to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I mean, Unfortunately, the winning streak has been broken. You didn't manage to get to the end of the season having won every single race, but still, I mean, to get to this point in the season having won every single race until then, quite an impressive thing to do, and you must be pleased with how things have gone.
Absolutely. I couldn't have expected it. I thought it was going to be I knew it was going to be difficult all season with the likes of Lorenzo and David Drew. It's obviously you can't win them all, but we still finished P2, so I'm happy with that. And I'm happy with where the car is. The team has been hard at work, and they've just been giving me good stuff so I can drive fast.
Can't win them all, but you have won most of them. 5 out of 6. 5 out of 6, yeah. Adam has been absolutely singing your praises in the commentary box. Worth to go back in and watch the race, because he said some nice things about just how well you're gelling with the team, or how well you have gelled with the team. I think this is your 3rd year with the Conrad team, and just everything just looks so comfortable and so well together with the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm developing, they're developing. It was our first season last year with the Ligier chassis, so obviously, first year is developmental, and now I think we've kind of figured out what works. I figured out what works. We've also been blessed to be working with Mike Rowe, who's been our engineer for all of the winter series, and car's just fast. I'm happy with it. It's easy to drive. It's consistent. So.
Well, at one point you were doing your own data, from what I heard.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we were missing our main engineer, Daniel, the first round, and so I had to always go to the laptop and do all the data downloading and everything. So it's nice to see the other side of it. I'd much rather stick to the driving part, but, do what you got to do.
That's understandable. Of course, not able to wrap up the championship this weekend. I mean, it was a possibility coming into this weekend, but I think you knew that really it was going to end up going on to Barcelona with the likes of Lawrence. And of course, when he was driving the race as a solo driver, it kind of put you in a similar position in terms of pit stop times and things like that. So the title does go to Barcelona. Of course, it's looking pretty likely that it is going to go your way. I don't want to jinx anything or speak too soon, but how much would that mean to you to win that second title?
Yeah, obviously, every championship is a nice little tick on the Wikipedia page, yeah. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. As long as we can keep clean and, just finish, I think we'll be in a good position. For me, it's most important that we're just battling those two guys and, showing them what's what on track.
Yeah, absolutely. Danny's mechanics behind the camera are trying to distract him right now. They're giving a little dance, and then they can give us a little wave. Of course, I haven't actually mentioned this weekend that you are doing double duty, as you'll be in the endurance race with Carrie this afternoon in the GTs. How impressed have you been with her performance so far?
I've been quite impressed. Looking at the data, I jump in, do a couple of reference laps, and every session she's just getting better and better. We were looking at it just last night, and it was just from yesterday, or from the day before yesterday, it was tremendous improvement. So she's doing quite well. She's getting to terms with the GT3 platform again. And we'll see how it goes, see how the rest of the championship goes as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So driving duties not done for you. I mean, it's going to be nicer conditions than probably you had in the prototype race earlier, unless we get any more rain. Fingers crossed that we don't. So one more race for you this afternoon. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm going to jump in for 20 minutes, and having not driven in 2 days, well, that car in 2 days. But yeah, if it stays dry, we should have a good race. I think it will be a bit tricky in the GT3 with those conditions, so I will see how it goes. At least we have ABS and TC, so it makes it easier.
True. All right, thank you very much for catching up with us. Always great to speak to you, Danny. And earlier in the weekend, Adam spoke to Hubert Darmetco.
At the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia, we were delighted to welcome Hubert Darmetco back into the paddock for the first time in this GT Wind Series season. Hubert, last year it was your first time racing in the GT Wind Series, your first time racing anywhere. You've had a summer of experience, of course. You did a lot of racing with PTT. How much progress do you think you've made as a driver since we last saw you?
Well, yes, the that was my first time in real racing last year with Winter Series. It was perfect experience, and I love Winter Series. That's why I decided to come back this year, and probably will come back next year. Anyway, during the summertime, we started in FIA Central European Zone. It was kind of also the training for me, because I have learned new tracks and gained a lot of experience with my coach, with Mateusz Lisowski, and also it was great to work with PTT Racing team. So that was the first season. A lot happened and a lot learned, I hope. And the plan for this season is to continue with the Porsche Sports Cup Deutschland. Also with PTT Racing, and we'll see what's next. We have to wait.
And you mentioned the name there, Mateusz Lisowski, who of course, I think he helps out everyone a little bit in this PTT garage. We've seen how quick he is, of course, in the car as well. Tell us about what he does for you, how you guys work together.
So I know, actually I know Mateusz for like 10 years. So we started with some track days in Poland in completely different car, not a Porsche, but it was Mitsubishi Lancer on the track days. And the real work we do here is mainly to analyze the best laps, which I do during the sessions, and analyze step by step, turn by turn. Also, we work on the setup of the car thanks to the team's engineer, Mark Valevine, who is also pro in terms of also driving and also engineering. So it's a great combination of, perfect, in my opinion, perfect coach, perfect team engineer, and the perfect team overall, because this is the teamwork, right? So every element has to work out.
And of course, we're back at MotorLand Aragón. You were here last year. I remember it wasn't the smoothest weekend. There was that collision with Leandro Martins up at turn 7. But other than that, obviously, you've experienced this circuit before. It's maybe not high up on the list for car racing for a lot of people, but from a driving seat, what do you think of the track? Because it looks really incredible.
Yes, it's quite fast. Actually, it's my second favorite track. The Spa in Belgium is number 1, which is super quick. But this track, also some parts of it reminds me of Spa, and I really love these quick corners with the 4th gear. It's a pleasure to drive here, and also a very long straight with the huge speed at the end. I really love this track, so it's quite difficult but enjoyable all the way.
Great. Well, it was excellent to see you at Valencia. It's also great to hear that we're going to see more of you probably in years to come in the GT Win Series. But thank you so much for talking to us, and have a great weekend.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The third and final Formula Winter Series race of the weekend here at MotorLand Aragón is just moments away. And as you can see, the dry line developing around the circuit still. It's not all the way dry. We haven't had cars running around the circuit for a good hour. So, of course, there hasn't been much clearing of the racing line. But what we can tell you, looking down into pit road, is that all cars, at least from myself and Andrew's vantage point, we can see some of the AS Motorsport, some of the US Racing and the high-tech cars all of which are on slick tyres at the moment, and it is largely wet tyres that are being held for the drivers by their mechanics on the grid. So it looks like everyone is at least going to experiment with the idea of taking the slick tyres on. And critically, there is one bit of information worth noting as well on the timing screen, which is race 3 declared wet. We know that bit, but also normal starting procedure. What that means is they only get one sighting lap. They don't get to go through the pits, do 2 and 3, as some of them did before the first race of the day at the top of our broadcast. Interestingly, the Campos cars are both on the apron on wet tyres. So Ferreira and Chambers are both on the wets. It's not universal, therefore. The choice for slick tyres down at our end of the pit lane, everyone is on slicks, but down at Campos, they're still on the treaded stuff.
In a strange way, one of the most crucial laps of this race, Adam, is going to be a lap that's not even part of it. No. This sighting lap that's going to give the drivers a limited amount of information, but good information nonetheless of what the circuit is doing. Another point you made there that I just want to come back to as well is the normal starting procedure. Standing start, which side of the grid are you on? Are you on driver's right or driver's left? Because as I'm looking out of the box immediately at the first few rows, the normal racing line, driver's right, is looking drier than the left-hand side. So if you're starting grid box 2, grid box 4, grid box 6, yes, you may want to go for that slick tyre if you're feeling brave enough, but you're going to have to deal with that, compromised launch immediately off when lights go out, because that part of the track does look to be, at least through a tinted window of a commentary box, wetter than what pole 3rd, 5th, 7th, etc. Has to deal with. You've also got the fact that this is the last race of the weekend. That mechanical sympathy that we were talking about earlier, to a degree, goes out the window. This is the driver's last opportunity to impress us here at MotorLand Aragón. Interesting as well, it's understandable that some teams not just going out on slicks, but a worn slick as well, so you don't have to get rid of the release agent off the tyre.
Yeah, we have only so many tyres they can use as well, so I think that is part of it, that they have decided to go for the older tyres. I believe as well with the normal starting procedure, that should also potentially mean one formation lap, unless the timing screen tells us otherwise. So there's not going to be much time to get the temperature into the tyres. So as you said, it's a double, triple whammy potentially, even for those who are on the wet side of the grid. Not only if they are on slicks are they going to struggle for purchase off the line, but they're also going to have a cold track that means they won't have got much temp into those rear tyres that we're looking at the moment by the time they launch. The Pirelli P0s on the cars, of course, the Formula Winter Series supplied by Pirelli for the second time. We had a year on other tyres in 2024, but we are back with Pirelli for 2025, bringing the series in step with the Italian Championships, the Euro 4 Series, the British F4 Championship as well, making the series extremely relevant to entrance to those series during the summer. So then, the cars are heading out onto the circuit now and heading towards the grid. And as you said, Andrew, critical lap here. It'll be really good to follow some of these cars around and see what's happening. We've got one spinner, one of the US Racing cars having a spin at the very earliest stage there. Now, is one of the black and white cars? I think that might be Gabriel Gomez, who had a spin there potentially. It's Gabriel or Kabir, one of the two, having a spin there coming through. We'll get a better look at the car here. It is actually Maxime Rim who had the spin in the number 71 car, just coming out of the pit lane. So he's probably going to be saying to the team, not sure about this. Of course, even if it is ideal to be on the slicks right now, something like that is a real knock against the confidence. Maxime, we heard from him earlier on, he seems to be quite confident about his chances in the wet conditions, or in the difficult conditions generally speaking, but that's a knock to anybody. I will say though, it's not looking particularly like wet tyre weather at this section of the circuit.
Yeah, I tend to agree that through the twistier stuff of sector number 2 that it looks like it's worth a go, particularly if you're in the second half of the grid.
Yeah.
To at least risk it with a slick tyre. And see if you can get a best result or a bit of a drive through the field. I just want to go over some news from this morning, because we had a few things up in the air, didn't we, of the race results. Finn McLaughlin was fine. He didn't go past the safety car on the safety car restart. He kept his win. There was a 5-second penalty applied to the number 71 of Maxime Rembo, so there is a subtle change in the order at the front of the field. It's got a bit of a bearing in terms of championship, because it means Leo Robinson jumps from 7th to 6th. So a couple more points there, a little bit more on the scoreboard for Leo Robinson. Didn't change Gabriel Gomez's results, so he was 3rd with Kabir Anurag completing that podium in the middle between Gomez and McLaughlin. There were also penalties for Artem Sevrukin and other cars as well, but to be honest, they were all more drivers further down the order. So championship situation as things stand going into this one. Gomez has a championship lead of 61 points over Leo Robinson, and remember, it's that key number of 82, is it not, Mr. Adam Weller? That's the gap that if Gomez can have more than that by the end of this weekend, he's champion.
Exactly. So if Gomez wins this race and Leo Robinson finishes outside of the top 10, it is possible for Gomez to win the race and indeed the championship. However, it is a situation where if he finishes second now, the championship will go to Barcelona. So the only way we see the title won today is through a Gabriel Gomez victory, and that is not something that we should rule out, of course. He starts from 4th for this race, yet to finish off the podium this year, and we'll see how he fares. Of course, we should mention, I feel, Thomas Behrman. I alluded to this briefly at during the second race build-up, but he is currently driving the closest he's ever been to Izzy on the start line. He's going to be second on the grid, so we'll see him pretty early in Izzy's pre-grid walk. The high-tech driver with his best starting position yet, and a good opportunity to potentially challenge Kabir Anurag, the pole sitter, for a race victory. 2 high-techs and 2 US racing cars at the sharp end of the order, Izzy. It's looking like a very exciting race as we get ready for the final FWS of the weekend.
Hello everyone, welcome back down to the grid post lunch break for the final Formula Winter Series race of the weekend here in MotorLand Aragón. And you might be able to hear in the background and see in the background that there's a lot of tyre changes going on. Now, all of the high-tech drivers left the pit lane on wets. They have since come round to the grid and immediately changed to slicks. I have to say, definitely more dry down here, significantly drier down here than this morning. I'm not sure if cameraman Joe points to the floor whether you can see, but definitely drying out down here. We've got Kabir Anurag on pole position. I am going to try and jump in and grab a word with Kabir. I know we've spoken to him a fair bit, but of course starting on pole position, always good to grab a word. Kabir, well, it's been a fantastic weekend so far. You've had a really, really strong showing here in MotorLand. Sort of feels like this has been the highlight weekend of the season for you so far.
I think it's definitely what we knew I could do. Like, we knew this is where I am. It's good to finally show it. Race 1 we won, of course. Race 2 was pretty close, came to the line. Last few minutes we lost the lead. But now we have one more opportunity, and I think it's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, definitely. The boys in commentary were saying you seem like you've just relaxed into it this weekend. Like, the shoulders have come down. You just seem a very relaxed figure in the paddock. Is that how you feel in the car?
I've just been enjoying it, to be honest. I've just been remembering why I started, which is just to have fun. And I guess that's been also coming with some pace.
Yeah, absolutely right. It is going to be a tricky race out there, I think, this final race of the weekend. You obviously came to the grid on slicks. I will tell you that the people who came to the grid on wets behind you have now changed to slicks. It's definitely drier out there this afternoon, isn't it?
Definitely, but we have to just take the race as it is. Trust God, do the best I can, like I said in race 1.
All right, wish you best of luck. Thank you so much for speaking to us all the weekend with such enthusiasm. Always great to get some insights from the drivers. I'm going to come and try and speak to P2 man, and that is Thomas Behrman. I will jump this side of the car. A higher starting position for Thomas. I think they're just speaking to him on the radio. I might be able to just grab a quick word with Thomas. Thomas, I'm just going to jump in, just one quick word with you. Obviously, you came on wets to the grid. You've now changed to slicks. How dry is it looking out there?
Yeah, looking like the slicks are the more favourable tyre for now, especially as it dries out during the race. And yeah, so that's where we made the change.
And on the front row, fantastic place to start the final race of the weekend. Obviously, Kabir, alongside you, has won a race this weekend and been up at the sharp end all weekend. But I've no doubt that you'll be going for it in this final race of the weekend.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the highest place at the start of the weekend, so we'll definitely see what we can do.
Great stuff. Good luck out there. Have fun. Right, we're going to continue back on the grid. Of course, Finn McLaughlin alongside. Actually, Finn McLaughlin, just a little bit of work going on to the car there. A little bit of a flurry of activity as the high-tech mechanics bursting into action as Finn came to the grid. Of course, Finn McLaughlin winning our race this morning, but a little bit of work going on there to the number 5 car of Finn McLaughlin and the marshals alongside, just reminding them that they will need to get off the grid very quickly, but they got the tools out and a lot of activity going along there, but they are now putting the cover back on, so it seems as if they have rectified whatever issue they had there. Gabriel Gomez will start alongside him, of course, Howard Championship leader, and a weekend that hasn't seen a Gabriel Gomez win, but really has been a good weekend still for him in the championship, especially with Leo Robinson having a more difficult race, and the rain is coming down now. So the rain very much coming down now. There is a driver, I believe, at the back of the grid. I'm not sure which number, potentially on wet, so could come through, car 25. So we'll try and continue down, although I don't think we're going to manage to get that far down. No, we won't. The 1 minute board going up. Everyone else on slicks, the rain now coming down, 25. That might be the right choice for this race.
Telephone, tell a friend. This is going to be a brilliant race in the Formula Winter Series. As we've heard, it is starting to rain, and yet almost everyone is on slicks, including Kabir Anurag, our pole sitter. He lines up alongside Thomas Behrman on the front row of this grid. Finn McLaughlin is third. He is alongside championship leader Gabriel Gomez in fourth position. Fifth in the points, Maxime Rim, fifth in the standings in this grid, I should say, Maxime Rim, alongside Andrea Kostic. He's got a great starting position from sixth as well. Row 4 of the grid in 7th position is the number 21 of Bart Harrison. He is alongside Maximilian Popov in 8th. Cornelia Okushka has had a moment on the slippery surface, on the slick tyres. That is telling. It's looking difficult out there. Enya Fry in 9th place alongside Leo Robinson, who will need to finish 7th or higher if Gomez wins this race to bring the championship to Barcelona. We'll have to see how he does. Artem Severikin in 11th place. Dante Vinci in 12th position. In 13th place, it is Nina Hardeman alongside Sebastian Bach. In 15th, it is David Walter alongside Chloe Chambers in P16. 17th, row 9 of the grid, is Andrea Dupe alongside Alexander Reuter, and row 10 is critical. Marcus Sater is in 19th, and the only driver currently on wets, Simon Schranz, is in 20th place. The only driver on wets, and it is currently spitting with rain. In 21st, Raffaele Ferreira is in 21st. She is alongside Elia Weiss in 22nd. Row 12, Trapper, Borenstein, the 48 and the 22 cars. Then it's Peyton Westcott in 25th alongside Matilda Patz in 26th position. 27th, Alba Hurup Larsen and Ginevra Panzeri. And at the back of the field will be Cornelia Olkutska. We'll be hoping for a cleaner race than she had earlier on in the day.
Right, hold on to everything that you've got at your disposal, ladies and gentlemen. You've phoned your friend, you've told him to get involved with this. Now put the phone on silent, because you're not going to want to miss a single moment of this. From what I've been looking at there, just observing the cars as they're coming round on this formation lap whilst you're reading the grid out, Adam, I actually think we've got 3 states of tyre in this race. We've got Simon Schranz, the only driver on a treaded wet. You've got at least 2 cars. One of them was David Walter. I think the other might be Elia Weiss, who have gone for a brand new slick tyre. It's still got the stickers from Pirelli on the top of the tyre. So that could be good. Well, it won't be good at the start. They'll need to get rid of release agent. It will take a little bit of a while to get into temperature, but then potentially stay in the top operating window better than those who are on a used slick tyre, which looks to be the majority of the grid. The field gets onto the pit straight now. These last few moments are critical, particularly getting temperature into your rear tyres. Someone's heading into the pits. Several drivers are heading into the pits, possibly to even make tyre changes before this race properly gets underway. Can't call this one, Adam. This is going to be very, very spectacular for the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, drama guaranteed, as we have 2 cars, Bart Harrison and Artem Severikin from Yenza Motorsport, going for a tyre change. So then, the racing should begin very shortly here. The cars are still lining up. Thomas Behrman has taken a leaf out of the Kabir Anurag playbook and positioned his car very aggressively indeed in his starting box. Peyton Westcott is in as well, more than likely shifting over to the wet tyres from slicks. Simon Schranz, the only driver lined up on the grid currently who has wet tyres. My thanks to Robin Selbach from GEDLICH Racing for that information. The lights are coming on. We are racing in the Formula Winter Series. Maxime Ream got an alarmingly good start. Was it too good of a start, I wonder? He leads the way into the first corner, but then he can't get it stopped at all for the first corner. Finn McLaughlin is into the race lead. They're slipping, they're sliding every which way, but it's McLaughlin that leads. He was a fast starter too. Kabir Anurag had a terrible launch. Everyone is desperately fighting for traction. Keep an eye on Simon Schranz in the yellow and black car. He's already making up places.
Really good stuff. Maxime Rem goes around the outside of Finn McLaughlin to retake the race lead. McLaughlin responds down the inside. Rem's run wide there. Another couple of the US Racing runners also wide as they go into the infield. Where is Simon Schranz in all of this? One of the Van Amersfoort Racing cars is off. There he is. There he is, the number 25 of Simon Schranz, and you can just see from the body language of his car that he's miles quicker than everybody else who's scrabbling for grip, scrabbling for tyre temperature. Now the question is, Simon, keep your tyres in check. Don't go too hard too early. There's a close moment there between Andrei Kostic in the number 10 and Thomas Behrman in the number 7. Through is coming. Is that Nina Hardeman coming through as well in the number 4? Is another one of the high techs who's had a very good start. Quite a few drivers running well. Where is Simon Schranz? He's already up to around 6th place, Adam.
He's got to be careful, of course. I know it's great that he's got such a faster car right now, but he doesn't want to risk the long-term advantage for short-term gains. Even he on the wets, though, is struggling right now. He's struggling a lot. Is everything okay with that car? Yes, it is. Yellow flag at turn 11 as well. Someone may have had an incident out there on the circuit, but for now, Simon Schranz has made up huge time. What's going on at the front? I believe it's still Ream in the lead. Yes, it is. Then it's McLaughlin. Then it's Anurag. In fourth place will be Gabriel Gomez, tucked underneath the wing of Anurag. And then Maximilian Popov is chasing as well. All three cars are going to be desperately fighting for grip into this corner. We need to keep an eye on this. Turn 16 is going to be very challenging for all parties in these conditions. Gomez runs incredibly wide. Popov may get 2 places for 1 here, but we need to see what else is going on at that corner because lots will be happening. You can see everyone sideways, desperately searching for grip in the back of shot there at turn 16. It's Ream that leads it. He leads it by 2.5 seconds, but the danger man in 6th position, Renault Motorsports, Simon Schranz, going for 5th place, passing championship leader Gabriel Gomez.
Got to keep his rear tyres in check as Simon Schranz. That's what he was struggling with through turns 12 and 13 after the long run through 10 as he weaves his way through. What an incredible piece of driving there from Simon Schranz, who's now up to, is it 3rd place? There is Finn McLaughlin, who's going to be the next target for Simon Schranz. So it's in this part of the course. He breezes past him as if Finn McLaughlin's not even there. Brilliant stuff from Simon Schranz, but now we get into the part of the circuit where I think he's going to struggle, Adam. In this second sector, very corner dense, lots of lateral load going through the tyres. It was very noticeable the last time Schranz came through and out of turn 10, that's where he was really struggling. I am a little bit concerned about him keeping his tyre temperatures and the tread blocks on those wets in check.
Chloe Chambers, Rafaela Ferreira, Marcus Sater all came into the pit at the end of this first lap. An alarming number of drivers not wanting to pit. Here we go then. Maxime Ream taking the long way round. He's trying to hold the inside line on Simon Schranz, but Schranz has the tyre advantage. Again, he drifts extremely wide at turn 12 and 13. They're side by side, and again Schranz is struggling a little bit through that corner dent section you were discussing, Andrew, but he just about gets it done. There are no good tyres right now in these conditions, but Simon Schranz has the best of them, and Renault Motorsport, the small Austrian team running just one car in this race, they've rolled the dice in a big way, and it pays off for them. 20th to 1st in 1.5 laps.
So now we go into a second phase. It's all about management now for Simon Schranz, because you would think that the slick runners will eventually get some tyre temperature into their boots. Simon Schranz needs to build this lead now, but he can't go too quickly. He's got to conserve these treaded wet tyres for the next 25 minutes, or start doing the rain dance. That would be useful for Simon Schranz right now. 5 minutes gone. The starting procedure is also under investigation. We've just seen that come up on our screens. The lead for Schranz is 3.5 seconds.
6th place already is Bart Harrison.
Oh, no.
Schranz in a spin. Simon Schranz in a spin. Bart Harrison is about to go past him, also on wet tyres. There's Harrison, there's Schranz. Bart Harrison moves through into 4th position at the expense of Kabir Anurag and Simon Schranz, but Bart Harrison, who, lest we forget, didn't even take the start. He was one of the 2 Yenza cars to come in for tyres, along with Artem Severikin, and he now critically is the leader among those on wets.
How about this for a turnaround for Bart Harrison, who started the weekend with a brilliant qualifying, was going for that first podium, was hoping for that first podium in race 1, lost out on the very first corner. His weekend has turned around now, and he's got a genuine chance of winning this race. We shouldn't forget as well, back to Portimao, where Bart Harrison got the tyre choice right there as well. A red flag unfortunately stopped his momentum. Here he's now going past Finn McLaughlin. Schranz is going to go past McLaughlin as well, but surely that spin's going to be in the back of his mind now. Very wide there was one of the US Racing drivers. It was Maxime Rem going wide there. Currently, back in the lead now is Maxime Rem, 23.5 minutes of this one to go. This is the part of the course where I really feel like the wet runners are struggling, or maybe not, because Bart Harrison's going to be switching back to the inside. Bart Harrison to the lead of this race. Schranz back down the inside of Rem as well. Rem's going to struggle to keep it within track limits, but does so back onto the back straight again. This is a fascinating scenario we've got here, Adam.
It is. Bart Harrison and Simon Schranz 1-2. I feel for Simon because he will know, having just followed Bart for that lap, as if he couldn't see it from the cockpit, that car is on wets too. He knows he had the head start, and that moment will have lost him said head start. That spin was extremely costly, but he's still there in second place. Bart Harrison is your race leader. Simon Schranz is in second place. Maxime Rim, the first of the drivers who started on slicks, which was everyone except Simon Schranz, who started the race from the grid on slicks. He runs third. The question is, how long are they going to stay out there? Will everyone elect to finally switch over? No, they're going to have to stick with it. They don't want to lose the time. At this point, they've lost so much time to the people who have pitted that they can't really decide to now make that stop. Dante Vinci, who came in and is now on his outlap, he's 21st and he's on his outlap, so he's going to make huge amounts of time. The top 10 at the end of this race is going to be very jumbled indeed. Another driver who came in on the formation lap, Peyton Westcott. She is up in 9th position and leads in the female trophy.
A brilliant call there from Van Amersfoort Racing and Peyton Westcott. They've taken advantage of an opportunity here. The big question still for me, though, Adam, is into the pits comes the number 6 of Leah Robinson. Well, in a way, this is worth a go because Gabriel, poor Nina Hardeman there is having to wait to have her service. Off come the slicks, on will go the wet tyres. These guys are hoping that the track stays wet and that there's a little bit, maybe a little bit more of a shower, and that the slick runners just never get that full operating temperature into their compound. Just to note again with Robinson, Gomez at the moment is being scored as in 7th place. So Gomez is not in a position where he would win the title here today. But with Robinson now further down the field, there is a slight opportunity now for the Brazilian to win. If he can get up right up to the front, remember it's a very simple situation. He's got to win the race and hope that Robinson finishes 8th or lower and he would be champion. But now we're starting to see, there's a problem there for Olkutska. Really, really tricky day for Olkutska. This is a fight between Enya Fry and Peyton Westcott. Peyton, she's on those treaded wet tyres. This is all over 8th place.
It is. Tia Borenstein came in with no front wing. There was some debris reported at turn 2 about a lap ago. I'm assuming that could be something to do with it, but a lot's going on out on that circuit, Andrew, so I'm not sure. Nonetheless, yes, Peyton Westcott, as you said, challenging for P8, picking her spot very carefully. Maximilian Popov getting back underway. That's over at turn 16, turn 17, so he's still scrabbling for temperature and grip in that car. Peyton Westcott in the back of shot is past Enya Fry, so Peyton is up to 8th position at the moment. The team down at Van Amersfoort now have 2 cars in the top 10 again as this race continues to unfurl for some and come alive for others. The 2 Yenza Motorsport cars running in tandem. Artem Severikin on wets, Enya Fry on slicks, and into the pits comes Thomas Behrman to switch tyres. He's already down in 11th place before that call is made.
Here's the situation. Bart Harrison's lapping on a 2 minute 16.7 on those wet tyres. Maxime Rem, for example, on the slicks is 11 seconds slower. 11 seconds slower at the moment on the slick tyres because they simply cannot get the temperature, particularly into the rears. They cannot get the temperature to get them to work. It's difficult to see how anyone who is on those slicks who hasn't already pitted are going to come out well out of this, but because so many other drivers have come in and put the wets on, you've kind of just got to stick with it now if you want any chance of points.
Exactly right, and what a hero to zero this is for Simon Schranz as well, because lest we forget, he had a huge pile-up that he effectively caused, wasn't it, in race 1, I believe that was, having his moment under braking at turn 16. They've repaired the car overnight. He's now in a very, very strong position. Just following Matilda Patz right now is our race leader, Bart Harrison, putting a lap now on Matilda, who is, I think, on the wets, but unfortunately still losing time at this stage. Bart Harrison, as you alluded to, Portimao and the start that never was, that will have been a bitterly disappointing day for Bart Harrison, because he made the right call on that day, as he and Yenza Motorsport have done again on this occasion. And the 21 car leads the race, not by 3.8 seconds as it was a lap ago, but now 6 seconds. So the Renault car losing time, Simon Schrans losing time. It's worth noting, of course, Simon Schrans, he leads the rookie trophy as well.
Yeah, he does indeed. Finn McLaughlin second in that rookie trophy. Just keeping an eye on those also on slicks a little bit further down the order. Artem Severukin has a chance of a podium here today. He's currently 10th on the road, but he's another one of those running 7-8 seconds a lap quicker. He's just come over the line again and is scored now in 8th place. Has found a way past Peyton Westcott, who's also on right now the correct tyre choice. So keep an eye on the Yenza Motorsport number 23 coming further through the order. Thomas Behrman is not, I don't think has been scored back round on at the end of his out lap yet, but it'll be interesting to see where the High-Tech TGR number 7 has formed back out into this order. Same with Nina Hardeman. We saw her in the number 4. Couple of notices coming up as well. Cars 7, that is Thomas Behrman, number 10 and number 6. So that's Thomas Behrman,
Andrew Kostic, and Leah Robinson.
Yeah, and Leah Robinson. They are all being investigated, or at least noted, for potentially not being in the correct grid slot at the start of the race. So there's more drama for us in this one, and it's still got 16.5 minutes to go.
Oh dear. It's all drama here at MotorLand Aragón in the Formula Winter Series today. Thomas Behrman rejoining the race in 18th place after that pit stop. Just to cover as well some moving around the field, Finn McLaughlin has moved forward for 3rd place. We need to keep an eye on the battles that are happening among the slickshod cars as well. Finn has moved up then to 3rd place at the expense of Maxime Rim, as they both skate around, frankly, a little bit hopelessly on these slick tyres in these wet conditions. Maximilian Popov in 5th, Anurag 6th, Gabriel Gomez 7th, Severikin in 8th place. There's McLaughlin, and there behind him is Maxime Rim. We just saw them go through camera shot. This is the battle for 6th place, and this is a wet shod Artem Severikin closing in on Gabriel Gomez and Kabir Anurag. Severikin to the inside line at turn 16, and he splits the US Racing cars.
We need to keep an eye on Finn McLaughlin for another reason, Adam, because his sector times are now starting to match Simon Schrans and Bart Harrison. 34.8 through the last sector. Yeah, he's down to a 2:16. I saw him do this in Slovakia last summer. It was just a heat. Unfortunately, it wasn't even a televised race. But Finn McLaughlin at the Slovakia ring in his karting career last year did the Simon Schrans trick. He was starting in the middle of the pack and was the only driver to go with slicks on that day. It was the other way round. Everybody was still on wets. And he just has this ability. I mean, we've been talking about his braking ability a lot this weekend in terms of how he feels a motor car underneath him. This is also a very, very good set of circumstances for Finn McLaughlin. He has the knack. He has the ability when the tyres aren't quite there for the first 4 or 5 laps in the race that suddenly, bang, he can switch them on. He's just gone purple through sector number 1 as Finn McLaughlin. He's taken a second out of Simon Schrans in that sector alone. Now he has got 10 seconds to find up to Simon Schrans and then another 8 seconds to find up to Bart Harrison. But this could be the stage of the race where if you've stuck with it, if you've stuck with those slick tyres, it could start coming to you.
Bart Harrison was still 2 seconds faster than Finn McLaughlin on the previous lap. Finn is matching pace with Simon Schrans on the previous lap. However, he was still slower than Bart Harrison. The gap 25 seconds from Harrison to McLaughlin. He's, as you said, very quick on this lap. Finn McLaughlin, but it's still going to take a huge shift towards the slick tyres for Finn McLaughlin to end up in a position to hunt down the victory. Second position may yet happen, but I'm not sure about the victory in this set of circumstances, but who knows? We've got a long, long way to go. Finn McLaughlin, luck of the Irish, he's not out of it yet.
Not out of it yet at all. 13.25 minutes. It's going to be very intriguing to see what the lap times are this time around. 2 minutes 13.1 that time around for Bart Harrison. 2 minutes 14.4. 2 minutes 11.4. 2 minutes 11.4 for Finn McLaughlin. The Irishman is not done here today. He wants to make it a double on Sunday. The gap to the race leader is now under 15 seconds.
Okay, the gap to the race leader is 23 seconds. Gap to Strands is 15 at this stage. So Maxime Riem 25 behind as well. We have to keep an eye on Maxime, of course.
Yep.
He's when you put your cards on the table and say, no, the wet suits me or the slippery condition suits me, you have to be able to back it up. And Maxime clearly is doing so. So it's not just Finn McLaughlin who may yet profit here. Bart Harrison is 9 seconds to the good at the front of the order over Renault Motorsports, Simon Strands. Come what may, Strands of Renault really did pull a blinder at the start of this race. They've just got to hope the tyres stay underneath them for the rest of it. McLaughlin and Riem, though, are now both hunting them down.
They are indeed. Further changes down the order. Savrukin is through past Anurag for 6th place, and Anurag has lost out to his teammate Gabriel Gomez as well in 7th. This is still an all-right day for Gabriel Gomez in a race like this. When you're championship leader and there's all sorts going out there on circuit, just get some points, just get them on the board and carry on till Barcelona with everything still in check. Where is McLaughlin now in reference to the rest of the field? He's taken another 1.5 seconds out of Strands in the first sector. He's taken a lot more than that out of them in the second sector. McLaughlin is on the charge, but Maxime Riem is the fastest driver on the circuit at the moment. Adam, purple through sectors 1 and 2. Here comes Sevrukin now with Gomez. Gomez looking to the outside, so maybe Gomez is starting to come back into this as well. The championship leader takes 6th place.
This was my point, is we're seeing the reverse happening now. Slick tyre shod Gabriel Gomez just came back past Artem Severikin. Of course, the wet tyres, the treaded tyres, they gather heat quicker, obviously much too quick in these conditions. And now that the tyres are starting to overheat, I think a little bit for Artem Severikin, off goes Gabriel Gomez. Severikin desperately looking for wet patches, but he's not going to find many with 10.5 minutes left to go. There's still some damp offline, but only a little bit of it. So 17 seconds at the line between McLaughlin and Harrison. I also just want to cover Peyton Westcott down to 10th, Enia Fry up to 9th. Peyton has a cushion around about 20 seconds. It was 21 seconds between herself and her Van Amersfoort Racing teammate Dante Vinci. So as long as Peyton keeps it clean here, she could still be on for points, even though she is on the wets.
The slick runners are now, at the front of the field at least, the slick runners are now 6 to 7 seconds a lap quicker than Bart Harrison and Simon Strands on those now pretty used, pretty worn, shredded wet tyres. Here is Peyton Westcott currently running in 10th place. Further down the order, Leah Robinson's just got past Dante Vinci for 11th spot. Thomas Behrman's trying to come back through the field as well, is now back up to 15th place ahead of Andrea Kostic. Here on your screens, this is the number 24 of Alba Larson trying to find a way past Nina Hardeman. This is all for 19th place and third of those in the female trophy.
Finn McLaughlin is going to be with Simon Strands now. I was going to say any moment, but there they are on the circuit, round the hairpin, and Finn McLaughlin is right behind Simon Strands. Simon is going to be very confused. Hold on a minute, I went flying past you a few moments ago. Of course, he won't be confused. He will know why, but he will be frustrated. McLaughlin and Riem will both go past him. There's Finn for second place in this race. through, and now with the task of hunting down Bart Harrison. He's only 10 seconds away from Bart Harrison, and then it's Maxime Ream in 4th position. Popov 5th, Gomez 6th, Severikin across the line in 7th, having lost 5 seconds to Gabriel Gomez since we saw them switch. A spin, I think we may have just heard, or at least a big lockup for somebody in our ears there. Both Maxime Ream and Simon Trans are still running, but Ream is through into 3rd place as well. So Simon Trans is now out of the podium positions. Meanwhile, Sebastian Bach is fighting here with Dante Vinci, Cornelia Olkutska between them. Vinci taking the long way round. Vinci has lost time. He was 11th. He's now 13th. I think Dante Vinci might have had an issue somewhere out on the circuit. So the Van Amersfoort car, number 66, falling through the order. The gap between Peyton Westcott in 10th and 11th place Leo Robinson is 10.7 seconds. Both of them, though, of course, are on the wet tyres, so they're in the same boat.
Yeah, they are in the same boat. I think, unfortunately for Peyton Westcott, the wet tyres on her Van Amersfoort Racing number 94 may be in worse wear than Leo Robinson, because Leo Robinson was 6 to 7 seconds quicker on that last tour of the circuit. If you're Bart Harrison and Yenza Motorsport, you're probably looking to the skies now and going, please, please, may there be another one of those little random rain showers. We've had about 5 or 6 of them today, including one at the very start of this race, because right now, Finn McLaughlin is tearing into Bart Harrison's lead. He took, 3.2 seconds out of him in the first sector alone, as we're having a look here at the number 84 of David Walter for Maffei Racing. This is all over 20th place, with the number 14 of Marcus Sater in there as well, making his debut in the Formula Winter Series this weekend.
2.6 seconds, 8 seconds taken out of the race lead now. Bart Harrison was 10 clear a lap ago. It's now 2.6. Here is Finn McLaughlin closing in on the other Red Bull liveried car, the Campos number 17 of Raffaele Ferreira. She goes a lap down. Raffaella in her last appearance in the series this year, unfortunately, of course, because they'll be off to Shanghai before next week's races. Here is Bart Harrison going to be overtaken in a straight line by Finn McLaughlin. McLaughlin has, as you said, Andrew, done what he has done before in karts, what he's done numerous times in his career, and stuck out a bad situation until it's come good. Bart Harrison will be going, surely not, but yes, surely. Finn McLaughlin is now our race leader.
And to just put into context how well Finn McLaughlin and Maxime Ream are doing here, you look down the road to find where's the next slick runner, where's the next one in that same situation. It's Maximilian Popov. Maximilian Popov is 15 seconds behind Finn McLaughlin at the last count. This is an absolutely supreme performance yet again from Finn McLaughlin. And you're absolutely right, Adam. As this is getting a little bit close down the pit straights there. It is what impressed me most about Finn's racing in 2024. He had some very bad luck that cost him at the World Championships and cost him in one of his European series as well. He should have won more things in 2024, but the talent and the perseverance have been spotted, and he's proving it here once again.
Simon Trans, look at him, he's so far over trying to find some wet conditions. Any wet will do to keep those tyres underneath him, but they're firmly gone, and Gabriel Gomez has gone to the inside, but he was on the wet patch trying to turn in. He ends up losing out to Maximilian Popov, therefore, who can now try and find his way around Simon Trans. Trans gives a wide berth to Popov here, and they now drag racing down the main straight. Of course, for Trans, given there's a good 30 seconds or so worth of time before he has to worry about losing points. I think at this point, the coaching from Renauer is, listen, it's okay, we could still get your first championship points in the Formula Winter Series. Don't fight these guys too hard, just survive.
Just survive indeed. Gabriel Gomez has got into range now, has just become the fastest driver in this race on a 2-minute 2.82. So if you're just joining us, 4 minutes to go in a very, very dramatic third and final race of the weekend for the Formula Winter Series. Finn McLaughlin leads by 2 seconds for Maxime Rem, and Maxime Rem's not done yet. Maxime Rem is still there within striking distance. If there's any kind of mistake from Finn McLaughlin, who's now having to work his way through some lapped traffic, and this is not easy, potentially having to go off that slightly warmer racing line. This is a bit area of trepidation now for Finn McLaughlin. There's also all kinds of penalties coming in for track limits and false starts, but we'll worry about that later. It's looking good for those at the very front.
We'll worry about that now, because one of the false starts, as I thought at the time, is Maxime Rim in the 71 car. Dante Vinci, the other guilty party, but a 5-second penalty for a false start for Maxime Rim. So that means that Finn McLaughlin now has a lot of time in pocket in that battle for the race lead, because even if Maxime were to get through, he'd need a 5-second gap to survive. Meanwhile, Dante Vinci, who we just saw there on screen fighting for 13th, is in trouble. Sebastian Bach has got past Peyton Westcott for 10th. A bit further up the road as well. So Sebastian is into the top 10 as this crazy race continues to unfold. This is the number 7 of Thomas Behrman. Where is he even on the timing screen at this point? 14th. With Andrea Dupé harassing him for that position. A lot of the rookie trophy drivers together. What I was going to say is we need to keep an eye on Gomez and Popov. Here they are on screen now. Good timing. Gomez and Popov coming through now. The number 3 of Popov turning in. Now he is in 5th place, yes, but 4th place it will probably be before the end, potentially, because Bart Harrison is now only 6 seconds up the road from Gabriel Gomez. Gomez, who has held pretty much every position from 1st to 8th in this race so far, is closing in to get 3rd place and continue that podium streak come what may. No matter what we throw at him, he seems to find his way back to the podium.
He's a class act. He's an absolute class act, is Gabriel Gomez, and he's pretty talented as well out on circuit. And I think if you'd offered him 3rd place at the start of this race when those spots of rain were coming down on the grid and no one knew what was going to unfold across the course of this half an hour, I think he would have taken 3rd place, especially with his closest rival in the championship. Leo Robinson down in 12th place and not scoring. Here comes Gomez. He's going to sweep through past Bart Harrison to take 3rd place down the inside through turns 12 and 13. Brilliant stuff from the Brazilian. He's on his way.
Yep, 3rd position then for Gabriel Gomez. Popov will soon be on the back of Bart Harrison for 4th position as well. It's another bitter what could have been, really, isn't it, for Bart Harrison, all told, because once again the conditions, the wet conditions have beckoned for him, and this time the race even started properly, but the wet didn't last long enough for him, and he is dropping away from the podium places. Maxime Rim's gap between himself and McLaughlin is going up, so even though Rim is now effectively a non-factor for Finn McLaughlin, given the 5-second penalty for Maxime Rim, he is still going faster than Maxime out on the circuit. McLaughlin really pressing on. So any other positions we need to be worried about? Yes, Simon Schranz is being closed in by Kabir Anurag for 6th position. Enia Fry won't be far behind either. He's, of course, is still slick shod. And then Artem Severikin may end up falling out of the top 10 here because he is on wet. Sebastian Bach is hunting him down and at least be dropping down to 10th place potentially before the end of the race. So then our race leader has begun at the penultimate lap of this race. The clock has hit 0. We are on the penultimate lap of racing here in the Formula Winter Series at MotorLand Aragón. Race 3 has been unlike anything we've seen in the history of this series, but McLaughlin has managed it to perfection.
He's managed it to perfection, and right now he's moving up to 2nd place in the championship standings as well. It really has been a tough weekend for Leo Robinson. At the moment he's looking at 2 non-scores and a 6th. Finn McLaughlin is looking at 3rd and 2 wins. It would make him the closest challenger to Gabriel Gomez when we head to Catalonia later on in the month. But down the pit straight, waiting to see him come across the line to see that final lap board. The pace is still good. Maxime Rem's keeping him honest, but we should remember again he's got that 5-second penalty to be applied at the end of this race for a start infringement, does Maxime Rem. So in effect, the lead for Finn McLaughlin right now, 8.6 seconds.
Absolutely right. So he's going to head on to the final lap this time by just getting around Cornelia Olkutska there, and then his next target is one of the Van Amersfoort cars as he continues to put laps on people. That's Dante Vinci. Vinci, who runs 15th on the road, is being put a lap down by Finn McLaughlin. That is the topsy-turvy nature of this race. Not often does half the field get lapped in a half-hour Formula 4 race, but that's what we're seeing at this point in time. So McLaughlin leads by 2.2 now. That lap was a bit slow. Maxime Riem just set the fastest lap of the race and will therefore take the fastest lap point, of course, as well, even with that penalty in mind. And just to cover, based on your provisional maths there, Andrew, it's a 68-point gap potentially if things finish as they are between Gomez and McLaughlin. It's worth noting that, of course, because it still illustrates just how long of a shot it is for Finn McLaughlin, even though he moves up to second in the championship. Moving up to first, in some ways, is almost out of his control. It's going to require a very bad weekend for Gabriel Gomez, but all the same, this weekend for McLaughlin as a totality has been hugely impressive once again.
He's shown why Red Bull picked him up at the end of the year. I really, really enjoy watching this kid race. Finn McLaughlin, you are a star, and watch this name in the future, ladies and gentlemen, because if he keeps his head down, keeps working hard, this young man flying the flag for the Republic of Ireland will go very, very far in our sport. And again, I'll use that word, perseverance. These laps get him to the end of this race and get him as the race winner, but it was those early laps, it was those ones where we didn't panic, didn't spin off, kept working hard with those slick tyres. Those are the ones, as he goes past Thomas Behrman to put a lap on Thomas Behrman, those are the ones that have given him the opportunity to win this race, and he has taken it with both hands.
He has indeed. Westcott gets put a lap down as well. He's lapped everyone outside of the top dozen. Finn McLaughlin has had a wondrous race. Even when the conditions were against him, he found a way. And now Finn McLaughlin can be a double race winner in the Formula Winter Series, 2 in one day, 3 across the season. Riem will finish second even with that last moment penalty in mind. Gabriel Gomez just now crossing the line in third. Then in fourth place should eventually be Maximilian Popov. He will be a little while before he crosses the line. Kabir Anurag has moved up to fifth place on the final lap. Popov across the line in fourth. Anurag across the line now in fifth. Then it will be who in sixth place? I'm not quite sure. It will be Bart Harrison, will it? Where are they? Bart Harrison has crossed the line. In fact, no, Enya Frey managed to get past Bart Harrison on the final lap, but for some reason neither of them have been registered across the line by the start by the live timing. There is Simon Schranz across the line to take 8th position. Schranz does score points for Renault Motorsport, a big vindication of their gamble, even if the race win and the podium didn't quite happen. Artem Severikin takes 9th, and Sebastian Bach will be next across the line in 10th position. Sebastian Bach just now coming over the hill to take P10 and score some points for himself and AS Motorsport. He was being hauled in by his teammate Matilda Patz, who was a lap down on him. Andre Dupé will take 11th, and Leo Robinson will be effectively the last across the line in 12th place, as we see some of the back markers there, Elia Lewis-Weiss and Theo Borenstein crossing the line. Already across the line, and the winner in the female trophy class is Peyton Westcott. So Peyton, with the gamble of pitting on the formation lap, has won the female trophy and taken 13th overall. She didn't quite get the overall championship points that I thought she might get at one point in this race, but all the same, she will get the female trophy award, and that is a good result for sure for Peyton Westcott. Never easy to race in these conditions. Anyone who got to the flag has achieved something here. Anyone who walks away with silverware has done something pretty special, but no one has done anything more special today than Finn McLaughlin. 2 very well won races in 2 very different sets of circumstances. McLaughlin reigns supreme on this day at MotorLand Aragón. The high-tech team are there to greet him. Maxim Rim will be fairly pleased, I'm sure, with second place as well. Gabriel Gomez and his podium streak stay alive with third place. He will be a little while before crossing the line, though, or right before getting back to the podium, though. He was some 22 seconds off of the race winner, Finn McLaughlin. There is Gomez in the 78, pulling up his championship lead to Leo Robinson. Has extended, and he's now got a new second place man in the form of Finn McLaughlin to consider in this championship. So the gap, as I said, provisionally 68 points now between Gabriel Gomez and Finn McLaughlin in this championship battle. Gabriel Gomez, of course, the heavy favourite now going into the final weekend in Barcelona. Heavy favourite. However, Finn is still showing exactly why, as Andrew Mather said, exactly why Red Bull have picked him up as he starts his tenure as a car racing driver. He has to go to the weighbridge. It'll be a couple of minutes before we hear from him, but that, frankly, was a race unlike any other we have seen in the Formula Winter Series. I'll run you through the top 10 again. Your rookie winner, Finn McLaughlin, also your overall winner at the top of the standings. 1.7 clear of Maxim Rim, although that will be upgraded to 6.7 with his 5-second penalty for the jump start. Gabriel Gomez in third, Maximilian Popov in fourth, Kabir Anurag in fifth position, Enia Fry in sixth, Bart Harrison, the first of the drivers on the wet tyres, in seventh place. Simon Schranz taking eighth position and second in the rookie trophy. A big day for Simon Schranz. Severikin taking ninth for Yenza Motorsport in the number 23. Sebastian Bach for AS Motorsport rounds out the top 10 in a dramatic motor race. Well, I'm sure some of the people up there on the podium can scarcely believe that they're there with you, Andrew Mather, but it's time for the podium presentation.
Yes, welcome down to the pit lane. I am here with our race winner once again, Finn McLaughlin. Finn, I mean, if you were happy this morning, what a race. Fantastic, just managed everything that was thrown at you and kept the slicks underneath you.
Yeah, it was a really tough race. It was really dry in the formation lap, so I said we'll put the slicks on. And then in the first couple of laps started raining and it was tough, but I trusted the weather and hopefully it went dry, and it did, and we came back hard at the end.
Yeah, if you know how to race in these conditions, you definitely showed it out there, certainly. Was there a couple of moments where you thought, oh, maybe this might not have been the right choice, or just straight through you knew what was coming?
Yeah, definitely, there was doubts, but I said to myself, I'm going to have to do the best I can in this position and see how it ends up.
And it's been a perfect day for you, really. I mean, 2 wins in one day. Coming into today, you maybe didn't think, well, anything's possible in F4, but maybe not what you were expecting. Certainly not to do it like that in the final race of the day.
Yeah, definitely. You never know what the future holds, but I always try to do my best and see what the result will come.
Well, you've done a fantastic job this weekend. We'll let you go and enjoy the final podium of the weekend. A crazy race, but all mastered by this man here, Finn McLaughlin.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Apologies, I got ahead of myself there. Of course, we were yet to hear from our winner, Finn McLaughlin. Great to hear from him after a spectacular FWS race. We can get a look back at this race now. The grid started largely on slick tyres. Only one was on wets. Maxim Riem was very quick out of the gates. It would turn out too quick, not just because he missed turn 1, but also because he had a jump start. Simon Schranz was working his way through the order at a rate of knots. He was the only driver to start from his grid position on wet tyres. Everyone else was struggling on slicks. A few drivers had jumped in the pit lane to switch to wets on the formation lap. Others bailed at the end of the first racing lap because everyone was struggling in these conditions. This isn't so much fighting for position, it's fighting to keep the car in a straight line. And as you can see, drivers were really having to fight to do so. Simon Trans, though, really making his way through the field at a rate of knots, past Finn McLaughlin as if he was standing still, and into the race lead would go Simon Trans as he chased Maxime Rim down into turn 12, drifted a bit wide going through 12 and 13. However, he managed to get through and pass the German. Renault Motorsport were leading the way in the Formula Winter Series. Lots of drama further back as everyone tried to pick their spot and find their way through the field in these treacherous conditions. Trans, unfortunately, only a lap or so after taking the lead, had a spin, and that moved him down the order. There were more incidents going on further back as well, but critically, when Trans rejoined the race, he was behind Bart Harrison. Both of them go straight past Finn McLaughlin. They won't see him again in the mirrors, surely. Bart Harrison was the first of those on the wet tyres at this juncture as both go past Maxime Riem. Harrison was one of those to switch to wets on the formation lap, and at that time it was paying dividends. Peyton Westcott also switched to wets on the formation lap, and she was ascending as high as 7th at one point after starting late from the pit lane. Nina Hardeman was struggling on the slicks. She would be a late switch to the wet tyres, just moments really before the wet tyres started to fade from the likes of Bart Harrison. Harrison was leading the way, extending his advantage for the most part as the race continued on. Lots of the drivers on the wets were making huge gains. Artem Severikin going past championship leader Gabriel Gomez and Kabir Anurag here, splitting the two of them and getting past Kabir shortly thereafter. The wets were still the way to go, but lap on lap on lap, the slicks started to look quicker, and the quickest of them was Finn McLaughlin. While all of this was going on between the likes of Hardeman and Alba Hurup Larsen, a bit of a F1 Academy preview there as those two got to fighting each other. The slicks were getting quicker, and Finn McLaughlin maybe wasn't out of the hunt just yet. Andrea Kostic was having a good scrap in the team positions with Thomas Behrman, as we can see here. They'd both switched over to the wets a couple of laps into the race. Dante Vinci was trying to make gains on the wet tyres. He wasn't quite finding a way through, but there is Bart Harrison behind Finn McLaughlin. McLaughlin found his way through again. The slicks had gotten quicker, and he had profited immensely, moving back up to the race lead as the drivers on wet started to fight to keep their positions. Popov and Gomez both making short work of Simon Trans, who was trying every which way he could to keep ground, but Kabir Anurag found his way by as well. This is Popov getting past Bart Harrison. Harrison slipping further and further down the order, unfortunately, would score points, but that lead that he held in the middle stages of the race was certainly no more. Kabir Anurag also caught up with Harrison before the end of the race, even though he pitted a couple of laps into the race. Very unusual proceedings in the Formula Winter Series, but standard procedures for Finn McLaughlin. He will feel a second win in this Sunday in the Formula Winter Series. It was Finn McLaughlin who won the race, 1.7 seconds clear of Maxime Rim. Gabriel Gomez in third place. In fourth position, Maximilian Popov. In fifth place, Kabir Anurag. Enya Fry in sixth for Yenza Motorsport. Bart Harrison, the first of those who were on the wets, in seventh position. Simon Trans in eighth. Artem Severikin in ninth position, and Sebastian Bach for AS Motorsport rounding out the top 10. In 11th position, the Andre Dupé car, AS Motorsport there as well. Leo Sammy Robinson in 12th. Peyton Westcott winning the female trophy from 13th. Due to the unique circumstances of this race, she was a lap down at the end. Thomas Behrman in 14th. Dante Vinci in 15th. Then it was Alexander Ruta in P16. Alba Hurup Larsen in 17th. 18th for Andrea Kostic. 19th for Marcus Sater. David Walter in 20th. Chloe Chambers in 21st. Nina Hardeman in 22nd. Rafaela Ferreira in 23rd position. 24th for Ginevra Panzeri. Gennaro Trapper in 25th position. Matilda Patz in 26th. Elia Weiss in 27th. Theo Borenstein in 28th place.
Cornelia Olkuska in 29th. And may I just say congratulations to all of the drivers. They all took the finish, and there wasn't a single safety car. In these kind of conditions, that is no mean feat from the Formula Winter Series grid. We can now go down to Andrew Mather on the podium.
Thank you very much, Adam. What a race, arguably race of the weekend so far here at MotorLand Aragón. Let's welcome out, first of all, our top female driver in race 3 for the Formula Winter Series this weekend. Please give a big hand for Van Amersfoort Racing's Peyton Westcott. And presenting the trophy to Peyton this afternoon, please welcome Isaac Gonzalez from Pirelli. An inspired tyre choice by Peyton and the team. Best performance of the year so far. Well deserving of a spot on the podium. Thank you very much, Peyton. Great work this weekend. Let's move to our rookie podium, starting with our driver, third of the rookies in car number 23 for Jensen Motorsport. Please welcome Artem Sevrukin. In second place, the only driver to go with wets from the very start. Please welcome Renault Motorsport Simon Schranz. And his first of 2 appearances on the podium this afternoon. Please welcome your top rookie, High-Tech TGR's Finn McLaughlin. Once again, we'll welcome Isaac Gonzalez to the podium to present Finn McLaughlin with his top rookie trophy, and Marco Miguel from GEDLICH Racing presenting the second and third place trophies to Simon Schranz and Artem Sevrukin. Quick few photos for our top 3 drivers. Thank you very much for congregating on the top step. And down for the press there in pit lane. Thank you very much, guys. But of course, let's go to our overall podium. Starting with our best team, please give a big hand to the winning team, Inspired Teamwork by High-Tech TGR. In third place, continuing his streak of podiums throughout the whole season, please welcome Brazil's Gabriel Gomez. And the second US Racing pilot on the podium in second place today, please welcome Germany's Maxim Lem. But your winner, double winner here this weekend at MotorLand Aragón, a superb performance. Your winner, High-Tech TGR's Finn McLaughlin. Please be upstanding for the national anthem of the winning driver. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Once more, I'd like to welcome out Isaac Gonzalez from Pirelli and Marco Miguel from the GEDLICH team to present the trophies to High-Tech TGR, the winning team. Finn McLaughlin, your winning driver, and your runner-up Maxim Rem. Third place, Gabriel Gomez. Quick few photos on the top step after a very interesting weekend in the Formula Winter Series. Look forward to seeing the conclusion at Catalonia in a short while later on in the month. Few photos once again down on pit lane. And we're just going to get a quick photo with Finn and the team member. And yeah, we're all good. Thank you, guys. We look forward to seeing you in Barcelona in a not too distant future. For now, though, more racing here at MotorLand Aragón. Next race is coming up.
Well, we're going to be treated to similar interesting shenanigans, I'm sure, in this race. The GT4 Winter Series is lining up on the grid on what should be a slick tyre surface on the circuit now. I suspect everybody should be on the slicks, but we'll find out, I'm sure, that among other things with Izzy down on the grid.
Indeed, you are correct. The cars that I can see certainly on the slick tyres, as it has stopped raining, and of course it has had plenty of time now to dry out. A bit of a crazy race in the Formula Winter Series, but we move swiftly on to the GT4s, where it feels like a lot is riding on this race. Of course, we've got the number 77 Elite McLaren of Mackenzie Cresswell. A couple of concerned faces, I have to say, down here in the Elite camp. I maybe won't go and speak to Mackenzie because there are definitely a couple of concerned faces on their side of the grid. I did see that they were just peeling some tape off the car and re-sticking some tape at some point, and team manager has gone to go, sorry, not team manager, mechanic has gone to go and speak to Mackenzie. So I wonder if there's just a couple of things going on there. I maybe can try and grab a quick word with Mackenzie. I know team now clearing out, so I am going to grab a quick word with Mackenzie. Mackenzie, is there something going on potentially with the car? They look like a couple of concerned faces in the Elite camp.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Is there something going on? It looks like a couple of concerned faces in the Elite camp as you came to the grid.
No, all good. I don't know, they're concentrated, they're looking forward to it.
Okay, good. In which case then, feels like there's a lot riding on this race. How are the nerves?
I'm feeling good. It's the same as any other race, I suppose, just go out and do the job. And yeah, hopefully it falls our way this time.
All right, best of luck out there. Thanks for speaking to us. Right, we will continue back. Yeah, they did look like there were a couple of concerned faces, but Mackenzie's saying all good, so I don't know if he's just maybe trying to keep calm, but we will continue back. The 8-12 here of Callum Davies on P3. Now, they've had a bit of a tricky weekend, it's fair to say so far. Callum has got the little window open, so I'm gonna stick the mic through as always. Callum, it's been a bit of a tricky weekend for you guys so far, I think it's fair to say. A couple of maybe missed opportunities, but a final opportunity to get something good in this race. So just quickly, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Yeah, confident. Charlie, unfortunately, this morning with his race, we had a bit of oil on his windscreen. Not sure from which car, but that really prohibited him from seeing. So, yeah, but we're definitely on the pace. Charlie was quick. His sectors were good. Just need to put them all together and, yeah, need to get this start dialed in and, yeah, we'll be up there.
All right, good stuff. Thanks, Callum. We will continue back. We have had the 3-minute board, so I think we're going to have the 1-minute board very shortly. So I'm going to continue back. Of course, alongside him will be the Aston Martin, the number 39, Max Hewitt in that car. I saw Baudouin just doing some warm-ups before we came to the grid, so getting really in the zone and ready for this endurance race. Of course, a driver change coming up during that pit stop window, and the 1-minute board's gone up, so we can get to this race now.
So then, largely dry, apart from a few damp patches out on the circuit for the GT Winter Series. Everyone appears to be on the slick tyres, which is certainly the sensible choice. Mackenzie Cresswell is on pole position for this one, alongside Enrico Verderer, the top two in the championship, the top two in your order as well. Callum Davis in 3rd place. Alongside him is Maximilian Hewitt in the number 39. Joachim Bulting is in 5th position in the number 38 car. The number 38, a Pro-Am entry. He'll be sharing that car with Peter Turting. Mark Ellman, of course, will be handing over to Owen Hizzy later on. Alan Gabay starting from 7th on the grid. Alongside him, Mikael Sander in the Cayman Trophy category. The leader of that Cayman Trophy standings. Tim Horrell in 9th position alongside Daniel Blickel, in 10th position. 11th place is Willy Kuna, another of the Cayman Trophy cars. Thilo Goss, unfortunately not able to take the start after the damage to that number 700 car in the previous race. So Ravi Ramid will start from the rear in 13th position. Ramid, who will be driving solo. Charlie Robertson did the sprint earlier on so that he got a chance to play, but now Ravi Ramid is driving by himself for this one. So then, wet race, 2 laps behind the before the time starts official. Well, the time starts after 1 lap, but we got 2 formation laps out there, I believe. So that is the bulletin there. We will have 2 formation laps because even though they're on slicks, it's a little bit different than what they encountered this morning here at MotorLand Aragón.
But I think in some ways, Adam, arguably trickier. Because it's a constantly changing surface at the moment. We've just seen that to a big effect with the Formula Winter Series, whereas this morning it was cold, it was damp, but it was stable conditions for everybody out there. This is a longer race as well, so there's more endurance element to it. Drivers are going to want to just gently bring themselves into this one so they don't have any nasty surprises in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's going to be a wild card, isn't it? How they adapt to these conditions. You don't want to be the driver that gets a wheel on the damp, locks it up. Of course, there is still quite a big damp patch into turn 16 on the inside of the corner. So hopefully they've all sighted that, because that nearly caught out a few of the Formula drivers on the slicks when they were carving their way back through the field in the latter half of the race. The clock then is ticking. You can see there the handbrake in use on Tim Horrell's number 30 machine, and then he's got effectively like a ring behind him or behind the steering wheel to accelerate as well. A really interesting setup there developed by Paravan, the team partners at WNS Motorsports. Paravan, the German organisation, and the American racer who has had his entire racing career many years post the injury that unfortunately rendered him paraplegic. He has continued his passion for cars all through his life, but especially after the accident. A big part of his recovery, from what I gather, was, I still want to go and be a racing driver, and he's found a way to make it happen, initially in America, now over in Europe. And he has been really great to watch so far this season. Tim starting from 9th on the grid, a little bit uncharacteristically low, to be completely honest. He's usually up there among the pro drivers, and I wouldn't mind betting that he will be one of those that moves through the order early on.
Quite possibly. He had a podium yesterday. It's great to see him on the podium after race number 1. He'll be starting alongside Daniel Blickel for this one, the lone AM entry in this race. So it's 4 pros at the very front of the field. Elite Motorsport, SR Motorsport by Schnitzelarm, Rafa Racing by Racelab, and the Aston Martin from Racing Spirit of Le Mans, who had a really tough race earlier on this morning. Then the 2 Pro-Ams, the first of the Pro-Ams, the Plus Line Racing Team number 38, initially piloted by Joachim Boelting, and will be for the majority of this race. Mark Ellman for the second of those Pro-Ams for SVG Motorsport. Alon Gabay, brilliant work this morning from Alon Gabay to drive through the field. Keep an eye on the first of the 5th of the Pro entries. But the first of those Porsche Caymans in that block from row 4 down to row number 6. That also includes SR Motorsports' first of the 2 CT category ones. That's the CS variant of the Porsche Cayman GT4. Also intrigued to see how Ravi Ramid gets on. Obviously, by the information that we've got, Adam, going the whole race, but had a very strong race 1 yesterday. and has almost got nothing to lose there, starting from the back of the field.
Yeah, he definitely will be doing the whole race on his own. That's previously he was having both sprint races to himself and then having Charlie in the endurance. He's now decided to give Charlie an outing in one of the sprint races and do the endurance on his own. He decided he was going to do that at Valencia as well, but at Valencia, of course, he didn't actually get to the second stint of the race. The car ended up in the gravel after about 20 minutes, so he'll be hoping to get the full duration this time around. It is an hour-long race. We are 56 minutes remaining, given this second safety car lap. The safety car looked like it might want to stay on for a minute there, but we are now underway, and we will now be going racing in the third and final GT4 Win Series race of the weekend. Mackenzie Cresswell is your leader, and oh goodness me, further back that was, I think, Mikael Sander getting a bit loose and fishtaily towards the midfield. He's going to lose out many positions there. Cresswell it is that leads Davis in second, and Enrico Förderer has had a mare of a start. He's down in, what, 6th, 7th position. Joachim Bolting spins and does well, quite frankly, to miss the barrier. He will rejoin 12th and last then. But, yeah, bad start for Enrico Förderer. Did he get hung out to dry on the wet patches, I'm wondering?
Yeah, I think he did. I think he just tried to turn in, and the front end didn't allow him to progress around the corner at the rate that he would have liked. I agree. Good recovery from Joachim Bolting there to not hit anything. Was facing the wrong way, but just got on the anchors to be able to recover. Good start for Racing Spirit of Le Mans as well. Maximilian Hewitt in that Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT4. They're already up to 3rd place. That might be a good piece of kit to have underneath you at this stage when you're trying to get the temperature into the tyres. The big Aston performing well at the moment.
Alain Gabai, who of course ascended through to win the second race of the day in the broadcast at the start. So the first race of our Sunday broadcast was Alain Gabai's masterclass in the damp conditions. He's up to 4th position with Tim Horrell right behind him in 5th place. So Tim, as expected, has moved through the order. But yes, Maximilian Hewitt in a strong position. Of course, Baudouin Detu, yesterday in the first race of the GT4 Win Series weekend, claimed the first podium of the year for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Maximilian Hewitt now wants to be a part of a podium for them as well. Meanwhile, Callum Davis is going for a big move, but he was trying to brake there on the curb, and that was never going to work. He ends up going for the lead and losing second. Maximilian Hewitt moves up to 2nd place there as Callum Davis straight line turned 16.
That did indeed. Very close there between Cresswell and Davies. I thought they were going to trade a little bit of wing mirror paint at that point, but no, they kept themselves running. That has elevated Hewitt up to P2. Other changes of position on that first, or that second lap, I should say. Alain Gabai is up to 4th place. Tim Horrell on the move. You said to look out for him, Adam, and he's into the top 5. Let's have a look at a replay. This is on board through the first couple of corners. This is on board with Tim Horrell. I think this is how we're going to see what happened to... Oh, yeah, Bolting just lost the back end. Just lost the back end over the painted curb, and that's how Bolting went down to 11th place.
The curbs, the white lines, the paint beyond the curbs, all very treacherous in these conditions. Even though the circuit is very much in favour of the slicks, it is very tricky out there on the circuit, come what may. The top 5 go bounding down the hill then at the corkscrew. Enrico Förderer 6th, and I must say a word as well for Daniel Blickler in 7th position. What a start he has had. He's moved up through and he's challenging the number 11 of Enrico Förderer. Förderer, who to this point, along with J-Mo Hartling, has had an exemplary weekend of racing, is now outside the top 5. I honestly didn't think we'd see that Merc out of the top 5 today.
No, but we have seen it across the course of the weekend on the Mercedes platform, maybe struggle a little bit in the earlier part of races and then comes on song. This being a longer race could is there a problem for one of the Porsches there?
Yeah,
going slowly out of turn 15.
Goodbye. Alain Gabai was, slowing there, so that is hugely unfortunate for him. The race winner, the winning car from earlier on, unfortunately out of the race by the looks of it, or at the very least having to do a Control-Alt-Delete. But yes, well spotted. Gabai slowing down, and the W&S team have had some really rough luck at times this season. The car does appear to be running again, though, at fairly decent speed there, just going through turn 17. And as he comes through the back of shot, not going into the pit lane. So I just wonder if what happened there. Maybe something as rudimentary as clipping the pit limiter with your thumb? I don't know. It could be a momentary issue or a momentary error in the cockpit, one or the other.
Well, either way, at least hopefully it's not an intermittent issue, because that would be very, very tricky for the team to diagnose. Either way, we'll keep an eye on Alain Gabai's pace over the next few laps. Change for 10th place, Adam. Joachim Bolting's got ahead of Michael Sanders, so that's PlusLine Racing Team in the number 38. That's the third of the Pro-Am entries through and past the 111, operated by SR Motorsport by Schnitzland, but they still lead of the two CT category runners by 1.5 seconds ahead of Wilhelm Kuhn.
Ravi Ramid on the back of Daniel Blickler for 6th and 7th place, as you can see there, and just ahead of them Enrico Förderer is coming back to Tim Horrell. Here's Elman and Bolting fighting for 2nd in Pro-Am, but the leader in Pro-Am is fighting for 4th overall with this car, Enrico Förderer. Förderer is now coming back on song. I take your point that you made about the Mercedes maybe not being as strong at the start. It doesn't usually suffer at the start of races in dry conditions, but maybe this almost dry, it is a factor still that the car isn't quite there in the first couple of laps. One way or the other, Förderer is having to make up for lost time and lost ground at this stage of the race. He's got the slipstream now on Tim Horrell in the Porsche, but the Porsche is traditionally pretty slippery and pretty fast towards the end of a long straight. We saw that at the season opener Estoril, and we see it again here. Maybe just even a half a car length, but a little bit of extension between the two parties as the straight wore on there for Tim Horrell. Either way, he's got his hands full. The bronze-rated driver, it's difficult to remember sometimes that he is the bronze in that Pro-Am lineup, and even Nico Grundl says, yep, no, he's my bronze, but sometimes he's quicker than me. And Enrico Förderer, the young teenager, the 18-year-old pro racer, is going to have his work cut out for him with Tim, who isn't really a racing veteran, but he is very wily at the wheel of that Porsche.
He's done a good job so far, started 3rd of the Pro-Ams and has worked his way to be the leader in that category. Ravi Ramud's continuing progress from the back of the field. That's the Invitational car, the Evo version of the BMW M4 GT4. Century Motorsport now up to 6th place. They've just got past Daniel Blickler's number 32. So again, good progress. He's really impressed me, Ravi Ramud, this weekend. It's been good to see.
It really has been very good to see Ravi's performance for both of us. It's, I guess, novel to see him in a GT car. Of course, he did British GT last year in a GT4 car run by Century Motorsport. But we've both experienced him previously in Ginetta competition, which is where he made his debut in the Ginetta GT Academy series. Enrico Förderer made his debut in GT4 Win Series last year. This is his sophomore season, and he wants 4th place back as he is trying to find his way around Tim Horrell here. Tim is going to leave the inside, beckoning for Enrico Förderer. Förderer should be brave on the brakes here, but Tim is going to, I think, quite wisely. Oh no, I was going to say he was going to try and set himself up for a run out of turn 15, but instead he gave Enrico something to think about on the inside line. Enrico had to make room, and here comes Tim right back through as he shifts up into 5th gear. Tim Horrell and Ravi Ramud are now both on the offensive. This is going from bad to worse now for Enrico Förderer. The big BMW is in his mirrors. He goes to the inside of the Porsche. The BMW is with him too. It's an all-German car battle. Porsche, Mercedes, BMW, and Tim Horrell in his German whip has just whipped Enrico Förderer into shape.
Good fight there from Tim Horrell. Knew his car would be strong down the long straight and kept himself in with a fighting chance into turn 1. No change. You can see Ravi Ramud's keen to get through now. Very close with the number 11 of Enrico Förderer, but not able to wedge a door open on that occasion. Keep an eye on Alain Gabai, who, whatever that problem was a few laps ago, it was just a one-off, because Alain Gabai is back with this group now, has got past Daniel Blickler on that last lap for P7, and has just set his personal best of the race so far. But this is a really good scrap here, Adam. for 4th place. Tim Hurrell seeming to build with confidence all the while as we go corner by corner. This is surely going to be frustrating, Enrico Federer.
Yeah, absolutely must be frustrating, Enrico. That much is clear. So then, Cresswell is leading by 2.2 seconds. We haven't mentioned him for a while, so just to touch base on that. Mackenzie Cresswell still out there, still leading. Maximilian Hewitt doing a good job in 2nd place ahead of Callum Davis. But what about 4th position? Well, Enrico Federer for the 2nd lap in a row would like to try and make this work for himself at turn 12. This time it is a good move at that corner. Very nicely done. No room for Tim Hurrell to try and fight back for it, at least through 13. Now let's see if Tim can set himself up for a good run out of T15 and perhaps have one last crack at keeping Federer behind. It was quite a nice line out of the corner, but I think scrubbed too much speed there on entry. Federer then should be out of the firing line of Tim Hurrell. It's the big BMW in Tim's rearview mirrors that's now going to be giving him more pause for thought, but the Mercedes being towed gradually towards the Porsche. He's not going to be brave enough on the brakes though to make that move. It would have been a very risky move had he tried it, and gets a bit oversteery there. Where's the BMW in relation to him? It is behind. Tim Hurrell then down to 5th place. He still leads in Pro-Am, but Ravi Ramid is now going to challenge him for that 5th position.
He is indeed over the line. Everyone in that group setting personal bests this time around. Just looking further down into the other categories, still Joachim Bulting ahead of Mark Ellman in the Pro-Am battle, about 5 seconds between the cars, 9th and 10th on the road overall, and the gap continuing to grow as well between the two Porsche Cayman GT4 CESs. This is the CT category. Michael Sander is now 4 seconds clear of Willy Koo.
Yeah, Sander, a former GT Winter Series champion, back when the GT Winter Series encompassed GT4 cars, even some sub-GT4 cars, as well as the big cars we see in the category today, and loving his time in the Cayman Trophy in the GT4 Winter Series, his 2nd year racing this class in this series. So, Daniel Blickler, we did see him before with Ravi Ramid. He's rather fallen off the back of Ravi, a couple of seconds behind him, but he's still not far away. We've seen him in the back of some of these shots, just behind Alan Gabai, so he might end up a factor in this battle. I think both WNS Porsches behind Ravi Ramid might get in some way assisted by Tim Hurrell, as Tim now starts to fight with Ravi in the 71. See there that minute touch of the brake on corner entry there for Tim Hurrell, of course to slow the car down, but also I think in some regards to tip the car into the corner. And Ravi in the big BM towards the end of the straight will probably suffer versus the Porsche for just the size of that frontal area on the BMW. The Porsche brakes for the corner. Ravi is very, very, very late on the brakes. Surely that can't work. No, it cannot. It was noticeably later on the brakes for Ravi Ramid. Everything remains effectively as it was, but that would have been heart in the mouth for both parties.
And off the racing line as well, on the inside, trying to break where there's a little bit less rubber at this stage. But good effort from Ravi Ramid. He's made his intentions clear now that he wants 5th place pretty quickly for himself and Century Motorsport. Nearly have an opportunity there. He's taking a much tighter line through 2, using a lot of curb there in the BMW. A bit of a notification from the very start of the race. Apologies if we mentioned this one already, that the number 38 of... Oh, that's a bit of a moment between Hurrell and Ramid. Hurrell now wide and Ramid through.
A lot of important stuff in the back end of a Porsche typically. Hopefully that car is okay. It seems that all 4 wheels are still pointing in roughly the same direction. My first thought was whether maybe the toe link would be affected, but it does seem to be just about all right. All the same, now Tim Hurrell is under pressure from Alan Gabai. Gabai trying to find a way past his WNS Motorsport teammate, and it's going to be hard work by the looks of it. They're side by side coming through T11 and going both very, very wide indeed. Everyone now using this wide line again after quite a few drivers in the previous race didn't want to. Much later on the brakes there was Alan Gabai into turn 12, and he manages to outbrake Tim Hurrell.
He does indeed. I'd just be a little bit concerned. I think the bit of the bodywork is caved in on the rear right corner of the number 13, whether anything else has been pushed on, particularly onto the rear right wheel. But right now everything seems relatively okay for Tim Horrell. To go back to the point that I was going to mention before that moment happened, grid procedure under investigation for Joachim Bolting. So that was obviously something that the race control and the officials are looking at there. It has been some good progress though for Bolting since he had that spin on lap 1. Is back up to 9th place. Ooh, was a bit of a problem getting into the corner there for Tim Horrell, and yeah, that is quite caved in on the rear right bumper.
Yeah, no, caved in for sure. I was worried it would be a bit more damage, but at the very least the car seems to still be able to go at somewhere close to racing speed. I'm not convinced it's quite the same car that he had a lap ago, but at least he's got a little bit of pace, and at least he is still the Pro-Am leader. Of course, Ravi Ramid, while it is a Pro-Am driver lineup in that car, Ravi and Charlie, they are invitational entries, so they can be discounted, of course, from that Pro-Am order. Tim Horrell leads the class then. Joachim Bolting is only 4 seconds away, though, so if there is damage to that car, Tim and Nico Grundle, his co-driver, may have some cause for concern. The pit window, incidentally, opens in 5 minutes and 40 seconds here, so from minute 25 of the race through minute 35 of the race, the pit window is open. 10 minutes to serve your pit stops, and of course for a lot of drivers, a lot of teams I should say, the driving will be switched, and it will be, in the case of Joachim Bolting, Peter Turting, the former DTM and World Touring Car driver, who takes over, and I expect that car to be quite the thorn in the side of the Grundle Horrell number 30 W&S car in regards to that Pro-Am lead.
Absolutely. So we'll look forward to that battle, should it ensue later on in the race. 20 minutes gone, 40 to go. Here's your race leader, Mackenzie Cresswell for Elite Motorsport. And we haven't really talked about Mackenzie too much in this race so far, since that moment, close moment with Callum Davies in turn 16, Adam. But right now, Mackenzie Cresswell doing the similar kind of things that we've seen him do across the course of this season. He's reliably in the 2-minute 5s, is setting a really good pace, and his teammate Tom Leben will be liking this back in the pits.
I believe it was 28 points, the title deficit between the Elite McLaren, well, between Mackenzie in the Elite McLaren and Enrico Furter and J-Mo Hartling in the SR Motorsport Mercedes coming into this race. And of course, in this position as it stands, with Enrico Furter 13 seconds off the lead, 5 seconds off the podium, things bode rather well for Cresswell, rebuilding and actually across the weekend slightly extending his championship lead after the victory for SR Motorsport yesterday. We thought that perhaps this was going to be a weekend that worked out majorly in favour of the Mercedes crew. That might not be the case, though, if Cresswell and indeed Tom Leben can continue this form. Max Hewitt, of course, still there in second place, the former Formula Regional Americas and Toyota GR Cup driver, making his first European outings in the GT4 Winter Series. He has been very interesting to watch. Both he and Baudouin Detu come from very different backgrounds. Baudouin, a former motocross racer, so a slightly different perspective from each side of this driver lineup. But both of them have been hoping for better fortune, and better fortune so far they have had this weekend at Aragon. Some good opportunities to show what the car is capable of. Racing Spirit of Le Mans, of course, also this weekend in Qatar, with the World Endurance Championship representing Aston Martin, the first time that they have represented the brand in the LMGT3 class, the World Endurance Championship. Not the smoothest of days for them over in Qatar either, but just a sign of how revered the team is by Aston Martin, a partner team, of course, for the organisation, or for the manufacturer, but the fact that you're representing them in WEC, that doesn't come unless they trust you.
No, absolutely. In a high-quality field. A bit of news from race control, as Maximilian Hewitt comes over the line to start another lap. Not a surprise to see this one on our screens, but under investigation, contact between cars 30 and 71 at T4. That is indeed Tim Horrell and Ravi Ramyeed. So from a few laps ago, that's at that moment whilst they were competing for 5th place.
Absolutely. Looks to me like Callum Davis is still maybe a little bit red-misted. That car's body language looks fairly aggressive to me.
Yeah, it's been looking twitchy all weekend, the 812, particularly on the power out of corners. It hasn't looked as stable perhaps as the elite motorsport McLaren Artura, and I'm sure that's down to a little bit of setup, a little bit of driver preference as well. But what is good for Callum at this stage is that at the moment it feels like this car's going on the attack. Too many times this weekend perhaps we've been seeing it dropping back 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th places, but right now Callum Davies quicker than Maximilian Hewitt. 2 minute 5.9 last time around. That was 5/10 quicker than the Aston that he's pursuing.
Yep, so Cresswell now 7.8 seconds faster, or 7.8 seconds clear at the front of the field. He was 9/10 up on Hewitt previous lap, and also 6/10 quicker was Callum Davis. So I think that this battle for 2nd and 3rd is pretty close to igniting. And what about Enrico Federer, a 2:05.6 last time by? So 2nd is being outpaced by 3rd, and both are being outpaced by 4th. That bodes very well for the race to come. Pit window will open in 35 seconds time, so the window is not far away from opening. None of these drivers in the top 4 will be able to capitalise. Maybe some of those further back can slide in. I wonder if maybe Mark Elman might just about be able to hand over to Owen Hizzy at the very first opportunity if he fancies it. We'll have to wait and see whether that pans out in that fashion. But either way, we are now at this critical point of the race. And of course, I think in this race in particular, solo drivers like Ravi Ramyeed, with their experience of the track, will have a little bit of favour for themselves. However, for now, Ravi is rather preoccupied with Alan Gabay. Of course, he will hand over to Maximilian Schreier very shortly. But for now, Alan wants to try and get one last scalp before he switches over.
Indeed, another battle that we're going to be keeping an eye on, I think, in the next lap or so is the number 32 and the number 38. Very close as into the pits has come Mark Elman, so you were right, Adam, that he's timed that to perfection, whether that was by judgment or luck. Either way, efficient work from SVG Motorsport.
Yeah, no, I think it was about 34.45 as he came in. Mark wasted no time at all in handing over the car to Owen Hizzy. Mark Elman, of course, preparing himself for his summer season of racing as well. Having never competed in a GT4 car previously, we'll be doing GT Cup in the UK in the summertime, and we'll be looking for a strong conclusion in the Pro-Am class. We also saw Vili Kuna in, so he's deciding to hand the car over pretty quickly to Luisa Carla.
Yeah, and those pit stops will be ongoing. Just to go back to that area with the what is now 8th place battle. There it is on your screen. The blue and orange Porsche of Joachim Bolting, recovering after that spin early on, has been chipping away at the lead that Daniel Blickler has held over him for the past couple of laps. Last time around 6/10 quicker to pull that gap down to 6/10, but it's again that old adage, can Bolting have enough pace to find a way past the single AM car in this field? These two had a bit of a meeting earlier on in race number 2. So we know that they're two evenly matched drivers around this MotorLand Aragón circuit as they both head into the pits.
Callum Davis in, Enrico Federer in, Ravi Ramyeed in, and also receiving a 5-second penalty for contact earlier on with Tim Horrell. So dramas for the number 71, Ravi Ramyeed. Meanwhile, see there Charlie Hart now being strapped in by Callum Davis, who's done everything right in the first part of the race. He did have that one little error straight lining the hairpin, of course, at turn 16, but otherwise a very, very solid stint, and Charlie Hart will know that he should have a fairly decent car underneath him to try and challenge in the second phase. As you said, a slightly twitchy car, but still a car that's looking quite competitive. Mackenzie Cresswell is still pumping in fast laps at the moment. He'll, I think, maybe want to stay out there a little bit longer. He's still got the bit between his teeth, but I suspect that the Elite Motorsport team will soon beckon him in as install Tom Leben.
Happy scenes down there for Rafa Racing by Racelap, and with good reason. A very, very solid stint from Callum Davies. Hands over to Charlie Hart, another young racer here, who will be looking, first of all, to use this separation on track to find a way through and past Maximilian Hewitt and the Racing Spirit of Le Mans 39 car. 5-second penalty to be applied at the end of the race has come in, and unsurprisingly, and unfortunately, but unsurprisingly, it is for the number 71 of Ravi Ramyeed in Century Motorsport. That's for the incident with Tom Horrell earlier on. Back out on track goes Charlie Hart. A good turnaround for SR Motorsport by Schnitzlam as well, with J-Mo Hartling now at the wheel of the Mercedes AMG. Does he look a little bit closer to the rear of the McLaren than when they came in, do you think, Adam?
Only by a couple of seconds, but the answer is yes. It was maybe 4 or 5 seconds pre-window. It's now more like 2.5. He is closer, so J-Mo Hartling will be looking to stamp his authority on this motor race. Of course, J-Mo is the driver who hasn't had the opportunity to win yet. Federer won yesterday in the SR car. He's not stood on the top step at all this weekend. He'd love to do that before this closes, if so, or he would love to do this in general, but it's going to be hard to catch the elite car. The other McLaren, though, is firmly within his crosshairs.
Absolutely. Into the pits is the Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Aston Martin, Maximilian Hewitt. Very good first stint in this third and final race of the weekend for the GT4 Winter Series. With a quick bit of service and a driver change as well to boot. That'll be the main part of that service, of course. Let's see if they can hold on to second place. Federer definitely pushing on there, using all of the curb out of turn number 15. But again, this is the part of the course where the McLaren starts to come strong, particularly that second half of the straight. Again, there is the other of the McLarens, and the race leader, Mackenzie Cresswell, flashing the lights, just letting Ravi Ramyeed know that he's there. Heading towards turn 16, as out of the pits heads Maximilian, or the Racing Spirit of Le Mans, number 39.
So bad one, did two, taking that car over. Let's see if Mackenzie Cresswell decides to pit this time by. We'll keep an eye on that, as we will this battle that's currently for 4th position in the race. But of course, we should be expecting a couple more pit stops, including Mackenzie Cresswell, who does indeed make his way into the pit lane. The only driver now who has not pitted is Tim Horrell, who continues to power his way around the circuit in the Pro-Am entered machine from WNS Motorsport. Here is Tom Leben, ready to take over the number 77. Just waiting to see if Tim pits this time by, or whether he'll elect to pass through and maybe try and lead a lap. Looks like he might be in the pits. Yes, he is in the pits as well. So now everybody will have made their pit stops. The Badouin Detu car came out quite a way ahead of Charlie Hart and J-Mo Hartling, it's worth noting. We'll see where Detu is relative to Mackenzie Cresswell. They had almost 10 seconds worth of advantage. Now, interesting pit stop here. Let's stay with this if we can. There's a little bit of moving and shaking going on the driver's side there. They're just effectively disabling the system for Tim Horrell, so Nico Grundle can now take control of the car. The system is not only very, very good, but it's also able to be disabled during the race, allowing Tim Horrell to share with Nico Grundle.
Yeah, really interesting part, an interesting car of within this GT4 Winter Series, and full credit to the team for giving us that innovation within the class. Here's a tight scrap. This is the two cars competing over the CT category, both of them operated by SR Motorsport. Luisa Carla is ahead of Cedric Fuchs. Is that a swap? No, they have swapped, haven't they? So Cedric Fuchs is now ahead of Luisa Carla after the pit stops.
Yeah, so Cedric in the first sector got that done because Luisa was ahead at the line. I wonder if maybe she made a slight error or something like that. The SR car is back out onto the circuit and back out in the lead. And I think it might end up being quite a significant lead over Baudouin Det 2. It was around 10 seconds. I get the feeling it might have grown. We'll wait and see on that front. The AMR Vantage is already through the start-finish line. We'll have to see eventually quite where that is time-wise. We will see at the end of the lap what the gap between them is. J-Mo Hartling, critically, fastest lap of the race.
Track's definitely getting quicker. Quite a few green and purple lap times and sectors coming in. J-Mo Hartling's gone purple again through sector number 1. In fact, the exact same sector time to the thousandth of a second than Charlie Hart. 0.741 seconds ahead. So those two probably trying to work together right now and just see if they can close in on Baudouin Det 2. The gap is 2 seconds.
Same through the first sector to the thousandth of a second. They'll still complain about the BOP. Yeah. So then here is Det 2, and there is the picture for second, third and fourth places. Det 2 has been homed in a little bit by Charlie Hart. J-Mo Hartling is there as well. We are now primed, ready and in the grandstand for a three-way scrap for second position. This is going to get very interesting very quickly.
Down the straight they go then. Battle for effectively second, third and fourth once all the pit stops have been taken into account. Here is the number 38 Plus Line Racing team. That is now up into 8th place. That has been a switch in the pit stops, hasn't it? So Peter Terting is now ahead of Daniel Bickler in the AM class number 32.
Yeah, exactly right. So Terting up to 7th overall and now leading in the Pro-Am class. Maximilian Schreier would be the next target for Terting. He's only 10 seconds up the road. Schreier is very fast, but it could be possible if Terting's got the bit between his teeth. The highly experienced driver who has previously won championships in GT4 machinery. It's not the biggest stretch I've ever considered that Terting could do it. We'll wait and see if that happens for 6th overall. For now, though, Baudouin Det 2 is going to have to stretch, I think, and expand his elbows to keep Charlie Hart and J-Mo Hartling behind. Of course, for J-Mo, he will know right now every point counts. As long as Tom Leben stays out there in the lead, that points gap between elites, the championship leaders, and SR Motorsport will grow. But J-Mo has an opportunity here with 2 cars directly ahead of him to at least minimise the damage and give himself and Enrico Ferderer a fighting chance of trying to take the title in Barcelona.
Indeed. Wide line once again. So one of the areas where track limits are not being looked at this weekend. Oh, so Ferderer having a little look. Sorry, J-Mo Hartling having a little look there at Charlie Hart into turn 12. Thought better of it. 24 minutes of this race to go. And good on the brakes is the Mercedes there through this part of the course. It can really make those switches of direction very effectively indeed. But this is where we get onto the straight. The slimmer feature of the McLaren Artura there will lend itself, and it'll get a little bit of a toe off the back of Det 2's Aston Martin there. But is Hartling close enough to have a look into the braking zone of turn 16? Hart goes defensive down the middle of the road. He's got to get his braking point right and does so. Good control from Charlie Hart to hold on to 3rd place.
Exactly right. Yes, Charlie Hart holding on for the time being. I thought Charlie was quite a lot later on the brakes there, to be honest, but still managed to get it stopped for the corner. So J-Mo Hartling in 4th position. wanting this podium, and of course Badouin Detu right now is probably J-Mo Hartling's biggest supporter, because he'd quite like that Raceland McLaren to be further and further in the rear view mirrors. Detu currently in that second position. That would be, for the second time in as many days, the best finishing position for the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin this season in the GT4 Winter Series. Just to update you on 5th place, Ravi Ramid is still there in P5. He is about 4/10 slower on the previous lap than Maximilian Schreier, who's only 4 seconds back. So as this battle begins, there's another battle potentially developing.
A good digging deep here at the moment from Detu. Detu with a fastest lap, a personal best, should say, for this car, a 2:05.7, which is at the moment pretty much on pace for the top 4. They're all in the mid-205s right now, but it looks like Charlie Hart and J-Mo Hartling have got themselves organised again. And as I say that, Charlie Hart just takes that defensive line coming over the crest of the hill and down into turn number 12. So maybe another attack coming in here from Hart and Hartling, closing in on the Aston Martin. The exit of turn 15, so important here at Aragon to set yourself up for this long run down towards turn number 16. Hart pulls out, maybe having a think about a move on the brakes here. He's a bit far back as they run into the second half of this straight that just seems to go on and on and on forever. Very easy to get your braking wrong because it's so long that you're thinking about it, but that's all pretty tidy from the two, Hart and Hartling. It remains this way, Racing Spirit of Le Mans in second place ahead of Rafa Racing and SR Motorsport.
There we go. So let's see what the gap is between the top two at the moment. It's 9.3 seconds. So actually, I think Tom Levin is just cruising out there personally. He's got a 10-second lead to play with. He's going to take it easy. Meanwhile, Detu, Hart and Hartling are all split by under a second, 9/10 between them as all three cross the line that time by. Here comes Hart, strong of course in the mid-engine McLaren there through that switch back at turns 3, turns 4 as well. The big Aston will have Detu seesawing at the wheel. The Mercedes though is being wheeled very nicely by J-Mo Hartling. Charlie Hart is under pressure. He's pressuring. He doesn't know whether to look out the windscreen or the mirror. And Ravi Ramid had to do a bit of reversing there, unfortunately. A spin for Ravi Ramid. That drops him behind Maximilian Schreier. Of course, there's also a 5-second penalty hanging over the head of Ravi Ramid, who's already in danger of potentially losing that place. All he's done now is cemented the fact that, well, he has.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Ravi Ramid. I don't think there are any other cars around him on track because everybody's on the same lap at the moment. So a little moment there for Ravi Ramid. He's got it out now, as you say, Adam, get back on and not just overtake a very quick number 31 from W&S Motorsports. It's all down the inside. Here comes Charlie Hart. That's a little bit unorthodox, trying to work an opening now. And into the graveler touch there for the two, and Hart is through. Here comes Hartling as well to try and initially take third place away from Badouin Detu. I think was a bit surprised by the move from Charlie Hart there. This one's not done as they all head down towards turn 16. Charlie Hart tries to take the defensive move. Hartling's down the inside. Detu goes round the outside. Can he get it stopped for turn 16? He's got to get on the power again, but it's Hartling who wins out in that trio through turn 16. Brilliant determination from J-Mo Hartling, and the SR Motorsport number 11 is back into second place.
2-for-1 deal at the local Mercadona then for J-Mo Hartling. He's now got Charlie Hart and Badouin Detu on the back of him. Hart's still feeling sandwiched here. This might be an opportunity as Hartling drifts out wide. Hartling loses out there, just couldn't get the car turned in. Again, the front end not quite biting on the Mercedes on that occasion. And Charlie Hart has eventually moved himself up into second place. It looked for a minute as though he might end up on the losing end of this three-way battle. And now he's in P2. Badouin Detu, meanwhile, has lost 2 places in half a lap. And he will be seeing red at this point.
He will be. I don't think this battle is done at all, particularly on that long run down into the braking zone of 16. Just to confirm as well that Daniel Bickler has got through in the battle for 8th place past Nico Grundl. That's not a class position, that's just in overall. But good to note there, a strong battle between two cars, both prepared by W&S Motorsport. What can Hartling do about Charlie Hart here? This is all for championship points as well. Two cars both running in the pro category, second overall and second in that class, and with Tom Leben and Elite Motorsport leading this race at the moment, this is very important for SR Motorsport, for Enrico Federer and J-Mo Hartling for that championship bid. Out of 15 they will go now. What kind of speed, what kind of punch out of that left-hander has J-Mo Hartling got? He's very strong on the brakes at this point of the race. The long straight that seems to go on forever. Is Hartling going to pull another big move down the inside? Detrue is on the lights there to try and put off. Both drivers ahead. Hartling to the outside. That's going to get close again. Who can get on the power earliest? It's going to be Hart, and out wide goes Hartling as the approach turns 17. No positions change on that occasion, Adam Weller, but I think a bit of paint might have.
Yes, it did. A fraction of green, I think, has appeared on the otherwise white, red and black Charlie Hart McLaren. J-Mo Hartling is really quite desperate to make this position back up. Badouin Detu getting a bit wrong-footed there at the first corner. He'll have cost himself a couple of car lengths there. But yeah, J-Mo Hartling doing everything he can, the ultimate aggressor right now out there on the circuit, and Charlie Hart now has the elbows out in a big way, and has been very fun to watch so far in this race. Whether he's been on the offensive or whether he's been on the defensive, he's been good fun. Of course, Callum Davis had a very feisty stint earlier on as well. The Rafa Racing by Race Lab boys, they often mean business when they're out on the racing circuit. And business at hand is defending second place, which Charlie Hart is doing as hard as he possibly can from the man who is the fastest out there on circuit, at least in terms of one lap pace. J-Mo Hartling's car with the fastest lap of the race so far, but of course losing time as he continues to battle with Charlie. And let's see what happens this time as we approach the final sector. Turn 13, turn 14, and then the all-important 15th corner on the lap, possibly the most important corner on the lap. It's a very well-angled corner, a 90-degree turn, and you've really got to nail the execution of the corner to maximise your run onto the straight. Detu didn't maximise his run onto the corner there at all, just struggled to find the apex. Hartling didn't have a bad run, but I don't think it's a good enough run to move forward into a position to overtake Charlie Hart. No, it is not. Charlie remains unattacked, almost unattacked through turn 16, but J-Mo still in striking range.
Detu a little bit deep through turn 16 there. I just think the Aston Martin is starting to lose that edge of pace to keep with these two. Bit of race control news just to go over it. Peter Terting in the number 38, or the number 38 as a whole for Plusline Racing Team. 5-second additional penalty at the end of the race for track limits. However, wouldn't actually change their race position right now. The number 71 5-second penalty we noted earlier in the race for that contact with the number 30 earlier on.
It's a 5+5 now for Terting,
yeah.
so 10 seconds total. Oh, Badouin Detu. What happened there? Was that an issue with the brake?
I think that was an issue with the brakes on the front right corner. That looked very strange indeed, and a whole heap of dust came out of the front right. But that didn't look like driver error. That looked like a mechanical problem to me, Adam. As said, I just got a sense that the Aston was fading, and of course it went a little bit long into the last big braking zone, didn't it, at turn 16, so I wonder if there's a developing issue there.
I'm hoping he got through turn 7 all right after that moment at turn 5. But Badouin Detu continues on, at least for now, but I suspect that might be the sign of a developing and only ever-increasing problem here, unfortunately. Oh, he is still running. Okay. So he is 4th place. He is away now off of this battle for second position. We'll keep an eye on Detu and see whether he retreats to the pit lane. He was still certainly going at full racing speed when we just saw him. But let's focus back in on Charlie Hart. Jamo Hartling is looming large in the mirrors. He is just slightly losing out, I think, maybe towards the end of the straight. No, he's gaining. The Merc has good legs, but he's on the outside of the corner. Isn't going to get to the inside. Will have a look, though. Try and set himself up for a good run out of 16 through 17 and 18. Stronger through the apex at 17 there as well, I think. Is he going to be close enough up the end of the straight? I don't think he will be, but he is still making life incredibly hard for Charlie Hart. But this now, from turn 1 through about turn 7, is the section where the McLaren is usually a little bit more sure-footed.
It is indeed. This is where the configuration comes into its own. Just over 12 minutes of this 1 hour race to complete things for the GT4 Winter Series here this weekend at MotorLand Aragón to go. Tom Leven's lead, he's definitely in race management mode, in 13.7 seconds up the road from these two. New personal best last time around from Peter Turting as well, we should note. Again, that track limits penalty has come up on our screen, but a 17.2 second advantage over Daniel Blickler in 8th place on the road negates any positional effects of that one. Jamo Hartling, I think, just trying to keep things nice and composed through this middle sector, Adam, as we've noted. This is where the McLaren is particularly strong, all again thinking about turn 16.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. So let's see what kind of run we can get for Jamo here through 12 through 15. Charlie with maybe 2 car lengths, 3 car lengths to his favour as he turns into turn 14. The Mercedes are a lot better on the brakes, seemingly there into 14. Good run out of the corner though for Charlie Hart. And now we'll see, that was what, 2 car lengths maybe as they came out of the corner. Let's see what's left of that 2 car lengths by the time they get to the braking zone. It should be okay this time for Charlie, but he's trying to break the slipstream as best he can from Jamo Hartling. Jamo, I think, was fractionally earlier on the brakes, but both cars make the corner okay. No move this time from Jamo, but I think it's safe to say that this battle is more than likely going until they see the checkered flag.
I tend to agree. A really good track positioning there from Charlie Hart. Just came into the centre of the track enough to not leave a full width on the outside for Hartling to try and get deep on the brakes and then around the outside, but also not compromise his own line too much. I think that shows a lot of the maturity that Charlie Hart has built as a driver over the last year or so. And again, Hartling is maybe going to have to think of something a little bit unorthodox to find a way through past the 8-1-2. Because right now, it feels like Charlie Hart's got his number.
Yeah, well, maybe so. It's maybe in terms of pure racecraft right now, Charlie is really showing his stuff. Did we just have another moment for Ravi Ramyid? I fear that was a moment. I'm hearing it was indeed a moment for Ravi. We've had an additional 5 seconds, by the way, applied to the number 38 car of Peter Turting. So Turting continues to explore the outer limits of this circuit. Ramyid, meanwhile, will now have to potentially consider Owen Hizzy before the end of the race, given Owen is now just a few seconds down the road from Ravi in 7th and 8th respectively.
And looking like he's got some decent pace. I mean, a 2:06 last time around, but that was whilst he was overtaking another driver. So we'll keep an eye on that gap. Very small gap between Hart and Hartling. Has Hartling got enough speed to draw alongside before they start thinking about braking into turn 16? This is where the Mercedes starts to be strong, pulling more to the centre of the road this time is Charlie Hart. Hartling's going to have the route round the outside. He's going to draw almost level with Hart. Good defence again there from Charlie Hart, not getting too deep into the corner. This is the most composed I think we've seen the Rafa Racing by Racelab car this weekend.
Okay, yeah, I think I tend to agree with you on that front. JMO was noticeably closer coming out of turn 15 that time by. Of course, now is the time where even when JMO doesn't have a moment at turn 1, and he definitely did just have to catch a slide there, this is the bit where the McLaren tends to scamper away. I think for the next lap or so, Charlie should hopefully have a little bit of respite here, because he's at least got 3-4 car lengths, which I grant you, yes, not a lot. Battle still very much active, but it is the largest gap we've seen between them in about 5 laps. So he'll take the small victories as they come.
Yeah, he will indeed. And just keep ticking down the time as well. 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the clock. Still no trouble for the race leader, Tom Leben. Just cruising around at the moment in the low 2-minute 5. Oh dear, it's really not going well at all for the number 38. The 4th track limits penalty. That is now 20 seconds. This has come up on our screen in the commentary box. So that, I think, now would have a profound effect. It would lose Peter Turting and Plus Line Racing Team 2 positions on track.
Well, one of the more famous quotes of 2024 in pop culture was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5, quote of Kendrick Lamar. The 38 and Peter Turting have gone 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5. So maybe they'll play the Super Bowl next year. Charlie Hart and JMO Hartling very close together again as they run down the main straight towards turn 16. Again, the Merc is quick. He will have a nose ahead almost at the braking zone, almost on an even keel as they slam the brake pedals once again. And it's almost a replica of the previous lap ultimately between the two of them. Charlie Hart again, as you said, fabulous track positioning, great racecraft from him. He's really making sure that JMO doesn't get an opportunity, even though clearly the Merc seems to have the slightest of edges.
Yeah, I'd say on pure pace, the Mercedes does look quicker, but not to the kind of extent where he'll just breeze past the McLaren at the moment. And Charlie Hart, even just that braking of the slipstream, maybe going to the centre of the road at what first people would go, surely he's going a little bit too early there, but it's just to take that little edge of a performance gain away from Hartling, because you always know that Hartling's going to use that outside line. That's where any of the rubber that's been laid down since the track went back to being fully dry, and it is properly dry here at MotorLand Aragón now for the first time on Sunday. It's very, very shrewd driving at the moment from Charlie Hart, and he keeps building as well. He's not overdriving in the second sector either. This is where the McLaren is strong. To repeat that again, 5.5 minutes to go. Again, I think Hartling's really going to have to scratch his head here to think of a different way to get by. Maybe try and change the strategy and build up for a move into turn 1.
Absolutely right. 5 minutes and 10 seconds of this race left to go. The clock is ticking down for JMO, and there's going to be a part of him that gets that little bit more desperate every single time we have this point of the lap at turn 16, where he knows the car is strong, but he also knows he's running out of attempts, running out of laps here to go through turn 16. This doesn't look like the best of runs that he's had so far.
I don't know, his run through turn 14 was pretty good. It's just a question of whether he is close enough and can he get alongside. Not at this stage. Yep, Hart will pull to the middle of the road and say to JMO Hartling, if you want to overtake, you're going to have to do it around the outside. And then Hart, oh, that's a big move there from Hartling. And they're both off the road.
Oh.
Into the dirt goes Charlie Hart. And who's going to emerge in front of this? It's still going to be Charlie Hart. I think JMO Hartling just lifted off the brakes a little bit there to get back underneath. He's going to have another go here into turn 1. We said turn 1 might be the point at which JMO Hartling could get this move done. Down the inside for second place with 4 minutes to go, and he's got him.
I think this battle has just become a lot less civil. That was an act of frustration from Charlie Hart, diving across the grass on the runoff area to retain his second position after JMO shortcutted the apex of turn 16 to get into second place. I think both parties are now furious. I'm not quite sure how that one's going to shape up in race control, given they were both very off track at different points. But regardless, it's now JMO in second, Charlie Hart in third. We're going through the section of the circuit that suits the McLaren, and that Mercedes is now going to potentially approach turn 12 through turn 16, the strength area for the Merc as the leading car. Can Charlie Hart do anything now to answer to J-Mo Hartling in the final 3 minutes and 15 seconds?
Key for Charlie Hart is not to get too rattled, to wait for the opportunity to come to him and focus on getting those good apexes through 12, 13, 14 and 15. But to be honest, the Mercedes looking strong now. This is the pace that's been bottled up for the past, 10, maybe even 15 laps. Now J-Mo Hartling is clear, and I'd love to see if we can get a little look at that again. But I think what happened there was Hartling, instead of breaking deeper into the corner last time around, just held himself back a bit to allow him to get that turn, to take that tighter line through 16. And I said he had to think of something different to outfox Charlie Hart, and eventually, by the time they got down to turn 1, it pretty much worked.
Just to cover quickly, 25 seconds now of penalties for Peter Turting, and that's important because Owen Hizzy is only 19 seconds back from him. So the Pro-Am lead, with the times corrected, will be with SVG Motorsport and Owen Hizzy. Potentially those track limit penalties will have cost the Pro-Am victory for Peter Turting and Joachim Balting. Meanwhile, we rejoin the battle in the Cayman Trophy class. Luisa Carla hasn't lost any ground over the last 20 minutes to Cedric Fuchs. They've been together the entire time. Luisa, who struggled a little bit in the wet conditions this morning, back on song now in the dry weather, and she'd really like to get one over on Cedric.
Absolutely. It's already been on the podium once this weekend, has Luisa. Is there going to be another one of those classic opportunities into turn 16? That was a nice tidy run by both Fuchs and Carla through 15. Here's your race leader. Again, we've not talked too much about the Elite Motorsport number 77, but it's good to show that they're still circulating out there. Again, in management mode, I reckon they could go quicker than this. As here goes through Carla down the inside of Fuchs for the lead in the CT category, and it looks like Louisa's got it done.
Louisa through then into the Cayman Trophy lead for now. I will put that asterisk on it, going on to the penultimate lap of the race for them. Towards the end of his penultimate lap now is Tom Leben, heading down towards turn 16 for the second last time in this race. We ride on board with him as he approaches the corner. 255-ish kilometers an hour, I understand, towards the end of these straights in the GT4 cars. Of course, your mileage may vary depending what car you're driving, but Tom Leben 15 seconds clear at the front of the field. Very controlled, measured performance again from he and Mackenzie Cresswell. This is the kind of thing we saw from them at the start of the season. Drive away at the front, dominate the race, take the points.
Yeah, they've been very, very good this weekend, and it's going to give them a big confidence boost, I think, ahead of heading to Catalonia, which in some respects has similarities to this circuit. That big long run to turn 1, for example, and a technical section in sectors 2 and 3. It gets worse and worse for the number 38. That's now 6 times 5, 30 seconds, and if I've got my maths correct, I think that's going to lose them at yet another position on track.
Yeah, potentially so, yeah. Here is the Cayman Trophy scrap again then. We keep an eye on this. They are starting their final lap this time by, so we've got another lap and a half of this battle. It's switched again. Louisa was ahead at the line. It's now Cedric Fuchs back through into the Cayman Trophy lead. Now the 812 also there was flashing with a penalty. Was that only 5 seconds?
Yeah, just a single 5, yeah.
I also wanted to say J-Mo Hartling, now that he's been released from that scrap, fastest lap of the race, 2:04.386. I get the distinct impression that's a statement. I was quicker, it was just quite hard to get past you.
Was indeed, but not quick enough to catch this young man. And the Elite Motorsport team, Mackenzie Cresswell, started this race off with no fuss, grew the lead to around 10 seconds, handed the car over to Tom Leben, who's continued to pace it round in the low 205s, the high 204s at one point. The lead is 14.4 seconds. This has almost been a perfect day for Elite Motorsports.
Yeah, it really has been solid. Of course, they'd have loved a win this morning, but otherwise, yes, very good job. They've outscored the SR Motorsport team in both races today. That is the main objective. Mackenzie Cresswell wants to win that overall championship. Tom Leben wants to help him there. And at the moment, Tom is very much holding up his end of the bargain. A brilliant second phase of the race from Tom Leben. He and Mackenzie Cresswell have claimed yet another victory in the GT4 Winter Series. Second place will go to J-Mo Hartling and Enrico Ferderer. 18 points for them. Ultimately, that will make it a 35-point deficit between the two parties going into the season finale at Barcelona. Elite with the championship lead in their favour, while we saw their Baudouin Detu crossing the line in 4th place. Good to see that Baudouin got to the flag after we thought something might be wrong with that car. Here is Luisa Carla diving for turn 12 to move back into the Cayman Trophy lead. A great move from Luisa, but Cedric Fuchs isn't going to take that lying down. They go through turn 14 and 15. Luisa late on the brakes there, but she shallows up her exit through turn 15. Oh, I think she actually did quite a good job coming out of 15 ultimately. Cedric might not be close enough to challenge into the final corner. Wow, what a battle this is between Luisa and Cedric. All throughout the GT4 Winter Series order, we always have entertainment. And Luisa Carla, I think, is going to come out on top. Oh, but Cedric Fuchs really tried to get it done at the last turn, the last braking zone of the lap. A frustrated young man, I think, there towards the end, Cedric Fuchs. But Luisa Carla has come out on top for herself and for her co-driver, Mikael Sander. That is a victory in the Cayman Trophy category. The final maths, by the way, on the number 38 car. Peter Terting with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 5-second penalties. That is 40 seconds of additional time on his race. So while he wins Pro-Am on paper, in reality it will be 3rd in class for Terting and his co-driver Joachim Bolting, who I don't think will be best pleased with that entire situation. But Owen Hizzy and Mark Ellman from 8th overall will move up to 7th, and therefore they will also win the category in the Pro-Am classification. That will be a good way for SVG Motorsport to put a cherry on top of their weekend at MotorLand Aragón. But Tom Leben, along with Mackenzie Cresswell, once again the race winners in the GT4 Winter Series. Of course, Charlie Hart did have a penalty at the end as well for track limits, 5-second penalty at the end of the race. Now that is obviously not ideal, but it also doesn't drop him down any. So Charlie Hart will still be 3rd in the race after that penalty is applied. Tom Leben wins the race. The number 77 McLaren Artura once again driving towards what the Americans would call victory lane. And it has been a wildly successful season so far. It will be the 5th victory of the year for Elite Motorsport. Mackenzie Cresswell, of course, has been with them all season. Josh Rattican was there for those first 4 victories, 1 at Portimao, 3 at Estoril. But now it is Tom Leben and Mackenzie who win a race together for the first time. Mackenzie Cresswell's championship lead in the GT4 Winter Series extends further. 35 points is relatively comfortable. It's by no means definitive as a championship lead, but Tom Leben and Mackenzie Cresswell have put themselves in Elite Motorsport a step closer to the championship. There have been times where it seemed that maybe it was going to be a partial season schedule for Elite, but under the impression they will be with us for the finale in Barcelona and looking to win that championship. There's prize money associated with doing so as well, so plenty of incentives for them to arrive to the finale and try and win that championship. There's Mackenzie Cresswell greeting Tom Leben. Charlie Hart there telling his fellow McLaren team congratulations. Hart and Hartling towards the end of the race there. Certainly got a little bit intense between them on the circuit. We saw that moment there at turn 16 with Jamo running shallow into turn 16, jumping across the curbs, and then Charlie running across the dirt, which I think is what caused that 5-second penalty for track limits. It certainly was an extreme case of track limits in the turn 16, turn 17 complex. All pro in the top 5 then. Maximilian Schreier along, of course, with Alan Gabay finishing 5th place. I think a shame in some ways that they had that issue early on in the race with Alan Gabay, the car slowing down. They unfortunately didn't get to challenge for the podium this time. Tom Leben and Mackenzie Cresswell have, I'm sure, very happy scenes for the team in black and yellow.
Indeed, very happy scenes down here. And as you rightly point out, a first win together, boys. So you've done it with Josh, now you've done it with Tom. And as I said to you on the grid, it felt like a crucial point. It felt like that's when you needed it. And you just did everything you needed to in your stint to hand it over to Tom to bring it home.
Yeah, exactly that. We've had a rough few races, so it's really good to finally get that weight off our shoulders. Haven't won since Portimao, so yeah, really good to have the win. Car was really good all the way through. No drop off at all. So huge thanks to Elite Motorsport. They've given us a great car for the weekend. And yeah, Tom did a great job in his stint. So yeah, couldn't be happier.
Yeah, I pushed you a little bit on the grid, said were there any nerves. A little bit unfair of me to say that, but if there were any nerves, it didn't show.
There's always going to be a little bit of nerves, but you know, I've done enough racing now to know how to cope with them.
Absolutely. And then Tom, I mean, I don't know if you were aware, quite the scrap going on behind you with the other McLaren and the number 11 Mercedes. But for you, it was just cruise and bring it home, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a case of bringing it home. I've got to thank Mackenzie for giving us the gap at the start so I could, yeah, just get it across the line, really. I was keeping an eye on them in the mirror to see who was in what position. I saw they were sort of swapping about a little bit. But yeah, it's the best result we could really hope for.
And now going into Barcelona, I'm pretty sure we will see you in Barcelona. You're, of course, extending the championship lead, so a pretty good position to be in going into the final round.
Yeah, that's what you want to do when you come to weekends like this where you're fighting for the championship. You just want to keep adding to the tally of points, and that's what we did. I think we gained about 3 points on the Mercedes over the weekend, so that's what we wanted to do coming into the weekend. So yeah, really happy. I think we can hopefully have a good weekend in Barcelona, so yeah, fingers crossed.
Every point counts. Go enjoy the final podium. A win once again for Elite Motorsport.
A win for Elite Motorsport and a thrilling race for us in the commentary box, even if Tom Leben didn't see most of the action. We can show him some highlights now, though. The third and final race of the GT4 Winter Series weekend. Mackenzie Cresswell on pole position, led the way into the first corner. Some slippery conditions out there on the circuit, catching out Mikael Sander at the first corner, catching out Joachim Bolting at turn 3. The circuit just in the final stages of drying out after wet conditions over the lunch break, and the wet curbing catching out Callum Davis there under braking as he tried to challenge Tom Leben, tried to challenge Mackenzie Cresswell for the lead. Owen Hizzy's car with Mark Elman at the helm early on, getting dispatched there by Joachim Bolting. Enrico Federer was having a bit of a battle. He fell through the order as far as 6th place in the early stages, was trying to reclaim 5th position from Tim Horrell. And that was happening with Ravi Ramid, also very much involved in the scrap. The Invitational Class BMW versus the Pro Class Mercedes and the Pro-Am Porsche from WNS Motorsport. Horrell eventually saw Enrico Federer pass by, but not without a big scrap, and then a big outbraking moment for Ravi Ramid. He tried to make it 6th position. He then tried again at turn 4 and unfortunately tagged the rear of the WNS Motorsport Porsche. Looked like it maybe slightly affected Tim Horrell's car. He would then lose out to Alan Gabay, who slowed down earlier in the race briefly with what looked like some sort of momentary technical issue. Just clambering out of the car there was Callum Davis, handing over to Charlie Hart, and Hart would end up in third position post-pit window. While that was going on, Cedric Fuchs, who had just taken over from Willy Kuhne, found his way past into the Cayman Trophy lead, but that wasn't the last chapter of that battle. Baudouin Detsu rejoined the race in second place after a good start from Maximilian Hewitt. And while that was going on, or while Hewitt was cheering on Baudouin Detsu in second place, the battle for third was not only closing in on the racing spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin, it was also intensifying between Charlie Hart and Tom Leben. That would soon become a three-way battle. Ravi Ramid, meanwhile, had a bit of an off-track moment all on his own down at turn 4 and 5, just losing the rear on the BMW. Three-way fight for second place. Running wide there, Baudouin Detsu, Jamo Hartling on the inside of Charlie Hart, and it would be Jamo that moved up into second place. But a lap later, Charlie wanted to try and get back at Jamo, succeeded at doing so. Baudouin was not out of the fight either as they continued to scrap. Owen Hizzy managed to get himself past Nico Grundle for at the time second in Pro-Am, and unfortunately it looked as though there was a bit of an issue for Baudouin Detsu towards the last 15 minutes of the race. He spun and fell out of contention for second place. He would, however, cross the line in fourth. This was the moment that Jamo thought he had second place, but then cutting across the dry grass was Charlie Hart. He came out back ahead of Jamo, but he wasn't having that in the SR Motorsport car. Jamo to the inside at turn 1, and that would ultimately prove to be the definitive move in that battle. Luis Zicala and Cedric Fuchs were still scrapping for the Cayman Trophy victory. Carla had the advantage at this stage, but then Cedric Fuchs got his way back past in a brilliant scrap. While all of that fighting was going on further back, Tom Leben was all on his own and secured himself the overall victory. Cedric Fuchs had one last attempt at trying to reclaim the Cayman Trophy lead after Luis Zicala got back through, but he was not successful. Carla wins Cayman Trophy. Tom Leben and Mackenzie Cresswell win overall, pulling up to the P1 spot. Victorious again in the GT4 Winter Series. The championship leaders who we understand, going to see in Barcelona win the race. Of course, a few seconds clear of the second place car. Hopefully we will see the results in a second here. The second place car, of course, being the Mercedes-Benz of Jamo Hartling. Third place for Charlie Hart. Fourth position for Baudouin Detsu. Fifth place for Maximilian Schreier. Sixth for Ravi Ramid. Owen Hizzy wins Pro-Am ahead of Daniel Blickler. Nico Grundle in ninth. The Cayman Trophy result going to Luis Zicala along with Mikael Sander. Willy Kuhne and Cedric Fuchs behind her. A dramatic race then. Of course, just ahead of the Cayman Trophy battle would have been the very, very penalised Jamo and Peter Turting and Joachim Bolting car. They finished third in Pro-Am. They'll be on a podium then, and the podiums are ready to go. Let's head down towards the podium now with Andrew.
Thank you very much, Adam. Busy podium set next for the final race of the weekend, the endurance race for the GT4 Winter Series. Let's start with the Cayman Trophy category, the CT category that was very close at the end there. Please, first of all, welcome your second place team in the 110 for SR Motorsport. Please welcome Willy Kuhn and Cedric Fuchs. And your winners in the Cayman Trophy, also for SR Motorsport, please welcome the drivers of the 111, Mikael Sander and Luis Zicala. And the trophies to be presented for our Cayman Trophy drivers, please welcome once again Georgie Chapman from Pirelli. and Sergio Fonseca from GEDLICH Racing. Great scrap between the two teams here that went down to the very last lap of the race. And smiles all round after a strong weekend here at MotorLand Aragon. A few photos down and smiles to the team in pit lane. And now, because it's the last race of the weekend, it's time for a little bit of the champagne. Thank you very much, guys. I think the celebrations will continue into the rest of the evening. And a great job by both Michael Sander and Luis Acala there, taking the race victory. Next up will be the AM category. A big round of applause once again for the two teams there from SR Motorsport. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Well-deserved round of applause there. The AM category next. Please welcome your winner in the AM category for W&S Motorsport. It's Daniel Bickler. And the trophy to be presented by Georgie Chapman from Pirelli to our category winner. And of course, a few photos to mark the occasion. Great to have Daniel with us here this weekend at MotorLand Aragón. And he'll get a bottle of bubbly from Quinta das Arcas as well for all the efforts here this weekend. Yeah, Daniel's going to give it some celebrations here on the podium. Make sure that it's shaken well, so it gives it a good old pop. It's still very cold here. There we go. Great work. Thank you very much, Daniel. Hope to see you again soon. Next up, the Pro-Am category. The top three receiving trophies and champagne for their efforts here this afternoon. This is the classification after the post-race penalty. So please, first of all, welcome from Plus Line, the third place team of Joachim Bulting and Peter Terting. In second place for W&S Motorsport, please welcome the team of Tim Horrell and Nico Grundle. And your winners in Pro-Am here today in the Ginetta G56, prepared and run by SVG Motorsport. Please welcome Mark Ellman and Owen Hizzy. The trophies to be presented once again by Georgie Chapman from Pirelli, Mark Kraukenberg and Sergio Fonseca from GEDLICH Racing. Big smiles on the podium as well in a few moments' time for the photos, of course. Super work by SVG Motorsport. Mark Ellman and Owen Hizzy on top here this weekend in the endurance race. Calm, delivered drive to the top step here in Pro-Am. Once again, a few photos for the media down in the gallery, and after that has been done, I think they can protect their suits for next weekend from the champagne, but I'm sure the champagne will be enjoyed later on this evening, of course. One more category to go for the GT4 Winter Series is, of course, the Pro category. Top three receiving trophies and champagnes from Quinta das Arcas. Please, first of all, welcome your third place team in the 812 from Rafa Racing. Please welcome Callum Davies and Charlie Hart. in second place in Pro today. Really great battle throughout the course of this one. In the end, won out by team number 11 for SR Motorsport. Please welcome Enrico Federer and Jamo Hartling. But your cream of the crop here this weekend in the GT4 Winter Series in the endurance race. Please welcome your Pro Class and overall winners in car 77 from Elite Motorsports, Mackenzie Cresswell and Tom Leben. And the trophies once again to be presented to our top 3 teams by Georgie Chapman, Mark Kraukenberg and Sergio Fonseca. But a really superb performance from both Mackenzie Cresswell and Tom Leben. Looked easy from outside. I'm sure it was anything but a very professional performance. A few photos to be taken first, drivers. No champagne yet. And a few photos down in the gallery, down in pit lane. And now it's time for the champagne. Great scenes here in the Pro category for the GT4 Winter Series, but we've got more racing coming up here at MotorLand Aragón. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, welcome down to the grid for the final time today and the final time this weekend here in MotorLand Aragón. Of course, the GT Winter Series about to have their final race of the weekend, and this race slightly shorter than previous rounds, but will give us lots of action, I'm sure. And I'm delighted to say that the number 8 car has made it to the grid this time. Luca Engsler is Jonas Clarkley going to be starting in that car, which means that Luca Engsler is alongside him. I think I might try and grab a word with Lucas just to have a bit of a chat. Luca, just to have a bit of a chat as to what happened earlier. Of course, that car didn't make it to the grid, but he's busy in conversation with Jonas right now. Luca, can I just grab a quick word as to what happened earlier? Obviously, didn't manage to make it to the grid.
Yeah. Was not here, so first time today here. Yeah, we tried different things, didn't work, but that's why we're here.
Do you know what happened as to what failed in the car?
Well, it failed is wrong. We tried a different brake pad that there was a bit of a risk that it's too aggressive. But yeah, we're here to learn, so all good.
Yeah, here to learn and here on the grid now, so looking forward to a good race.
Yeah, thank you. Will be a fun race. I'll hop in the second half and then, yeah, let's go.
All right, have fun out there. We'll let you get off the grid. We will continue. So, of course, the number 14 won the race this morning at the hands of Simon Birch. Thomas Anderson will be starting this endurance race. If I didn't say earlier, this is the endurance race, and that does mean that we will be having pit stops and driver changes in this race. As Lucas just said, he will be taking the car for the second half of the race in the number 8 Lamborghini, that car in the GT3 Pro, and will be putting on a good fight, I think, up against the number 14 of Thomas Anderson and Simon Birch. It's a very familiar looking grid. The number 25 of Jerzy Spinkovic there on P3. Finished P3 this morning, starting P3 again, so we'll be hoping to do the same. And it has been an important weekend for the number 1 car of Kenneth Haya and Maurice Fiskirch and Jamo Hartling coming straight from the podium onto the grid. Of course, he's just been on the podium, came P2 in the GT4 Winter Series, and Enrico's come to join him. So very busy down here by the number 1 car. But yes, a crucial weekend for both Kenneth and Moritz. Very busy indeed. Actually, pretty much everyone from the team's come to say hello, but we'll continue back as they continue saying their final words to Kenneth, who will be starting in that car. Maurice Fiskirchen, who's just walked across our camera shot, will be taking the race, taking the car, I should say, after the after the pit stops. And the number 64 here alongside me, the AKM, a new entry this weekend of Charles Dawson and Aaron Farhadi. Charles having a great battle yesterday. Of course, Charles has raced with us before in the GT4 Winter Series. He came the Pro-Am champion last year in the GT4s. And now we're going to go straight to this race.
So a shortened race here for the GT Winter Series, down to 50 minutes from 55, which is the usual distance for the endurance. We have, of course, run long in some respects today. Thomas Anderson is our pole sitter for this race, starting the Resoon More Than Racing Porsche that took a race victory earlier on, of course, with Simon Birch. Delighted to see Jonas Karklis and Luca Engstler on the grid. Jonas starting the car, looking to put in a good first stint, as he did a couple of weeks ago at Valencia. Jerzy Spinkovic in third position, the first of the Cup 4 Lamborghinis. He is alongside Kenneth Heyer, who's received a lot of support there, as we saw down the grid from his SR Motorsport cohorts. 2 laps behind the safety car, by the way, so no rush on this grid. Charles Dawson, 5th alongside Aaron Farhadi in that number 64 AKM Motorsport car. Simon Orange is 6th on the grid. Marcus Clutton will finally get his opportunity to hop behind the wheel this weekend as well, at the wheel of the 67 McLaren. Eimantas Navikauskas, the Lithuanian driver, sharing with Jonas Gelzinis, who I'm reliably informed is having his birthday today as well. So happy birthday, Jonas. Shota Apkavaza starting from 8th on the grid in his Cup 4 Art Line Lamborghini Huracan. 9th on the grid, Cristiano Maciel, still the championship leader in the GT Winter Series, but not by much, it must be said, at this stage. Only 14 points in it, I believe it would be, in the GT Win Series at this stage. Carrie Schreiner is 10th on the grid in the number 11 car. In fact, it'll be less than 14 even, I think. Alessio Ruffini in 11th position, the 333 car, the Cup 4 machine, alongside Mons Stalin. A 157.724 for him on row 7 of the grid. Hubert Darmetko alongside Andreas Sorensen, and then at the back Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury alongside Alexander Bijatovic. I say at the back because I believe we're not going to have either of the remaining 2 cars out on the circuit. Is the Greystone McLaren there? No, I didn't think so. The Porsche 992 GT3 Cup of Biankowski is not present either. So unfortunately 16 cars remaining after a litany of different issues for a couple of our teams. But we are going to go racing with a strong grid and a very compelling battle in the GT3s and in the Cup 2s as well. I think that's going to be a lot of fun to watch. But for now we're going on to our second formation lap, which I must say they're taking at some speed, aren't they? Especially because they don't have a lead car ahead of them at the moment. So Anderson is kind of dictating the pace and getting heat into the tyres as best he can. It almost looks like a race lap as they flick the car into the first corner.
I say, well, the timer has started for 50 minutes. I think we've also not got the number 7 out there, Adam. That's the other of the PTT Racing Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars. So unfortunately, that means that we're down to 2 cars in Cup 2.
Yeah, Hubert Darmetko does sometimes choose not to do the endurance race. I should have considered that element. Unfortunately, he is no more for this one. Yeah, maybe not quite the sparkling battle in Cup 2, although Mons Stalin and Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury will no doubt try and give us some entertainment. Ahmed is driving solo, incidentally. Well, of course, Monstalen is sharing with Kalle Bergman as per usual. So Thomas Anderson, I think the first phase of this race for him is going to be about doing the absolute best he can, trying to put Simon Birch into a good position. Simon is his young rocket, as his co-driver. For Thomas, the bronze driver in that lineup, I would suspect he might struggle against Jonas Karklis, but we'll see how this unfolds. I think Charles Dawson also going to be one to watch from 5th place as well.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. There's some good pace yesterday for Thomas Anderson in the first race. Didn't always go his way. Had some dramas out along the way as the field form up behind the pace car for the end of this second formation lap. So. Yeah, I think on balance, Karklis, Dawson, Spinkovic may have a good start as well in this one. But if Thomas Anderson can keep that car, say in the top 3, top 4, that'll be a decent position to hand over to Simon Birch, because Birch was very, very quick in the damp conditions in race 2 earlier today.
Absolutely right. So Anderson and Karklis getting heat into the tyres for the last time. Everybody weaving to try and build some temperature up. Be good to know the gap between the top 2 and the overall points, if we could just get that up on your spreadsheet there.
We'll work on
that. It is... you haven't updated it yet, my apologies.
It, yeah.
All right, I thought you'd updated it already, knowing how nimble-fingered you can be at times. But we are going to get underway and racing then this time by. It was an exciting scrap earlier on among some of the GT3 cars. Not all of them, of course, took the start because Luca Engsler, as he alluded to, an issue with the brakes coming into the second race. We now have all of our GT3s on the grid. We've got a healthy mix of the Cup class cars in amongst it as well. But it's going to be Thomas Anderson versus Jonas Karklis on the run down to the first corner. We are underway. We are racing here in the GT Winter Series. And it is going to be Jonas Karklis all the way around the outside for the lead. And Cristiano Maciel has contact there with Charles Dawson. And that might be the end of the race at the very first corner for Maciel. Now, as he has started the race, he will score points, but he won't score points for the class win. Andreas Sorensen has survived turn 1. Unfortunately, Cristiano Maciel has not.
Yeah, that's not a good moment at all for Cristiano Maciel. It looked like the front right was completely locked up there, meaning I don't think that A, of course, the number 50 is going to be going anywhere quickly. So at the front of the order, Thomas Anderson trying to hold his own at the moment. He's lost the lead, but that's not too big a concern right now. Is that Liqui Moly Team Engsler Lamborghini Huracan, which we were robbed of seeing in action this morning. Technical troubles on the formation lap with that car not even making it to the grid in race 2 earlier on today. They lead. Thomas Anderson holding in second place, and once again Jerzy Spinkovic in that bright orange Lamborghini Huracan. That's the first of the Cup 4 cars. Has had a strong start and is about to get to its strongest part of this lap. Yellow flag out and a safety car has been deployed on lap 1. I would imagine this is for the recovery of the number 50 Cristiano Maciel, because if that front right wheel is still locked up, and I would imagine that it is, that is going to be a bit of an effort to recover, Adam.
So just loop back around to the championship battle. It's 10 points between them coming into this race. That's going to potentially change here with Cristiano Maciel now not finishing. Let's take a little bit of a look at the start again. It was a fast starting Maciel, super late on the brakes and clatters into Charles Dawson. Unfortunately, that was just an error for Cristiano, and he'll know it as well. He's a very calm-headed and rational person. He'll be under no illusions, and he'll be very disappointed disappointed with the damage to his car. He might also be a little bit remorseful for the AKM Motorsport team, because I believe Charles Dawson has some damage. He hasn't come across the line yet in the safety car queue. I think that car with some war wounds after that contact.
Yeah, looking from the first angle, this will be an even better view of it down the inside. Charles Dawson is going to be unsighted. Yeah, just simply didn't know that the number 50 was there. There was another car between Dawson and Maciel, probably meaning that Maciel was in the blind spot of Dawson there. That is how the race ended for the championship contenders. There is the Dawson Mercedes. There's a lot of interest in the engine bay there for the AKM Motorsport prepared machine. And again, just from the body language of the team and the mechanics, Adam, that doesn't look like it's getting back in the race in the too near future, unfortunately.
Quite possibly not, no. The last moment of body language that we got there was a definitive, yeah, that's not going back out, unfortunately. Charles Dawson and Aaron Farhadi, I feel sorry for him. He hasn't got his chance to race all day, of course, because Charles did the sprint this morning. It looks like they will be out of the race. This is positive news, though, for Kenneth Heyer, of course, because that's another position that he can gain, another set of points that he can gain. In fact, the worst, that he can do at this stage of the race now is outscore the car he's fighting with in the championship, because Cristiano Maciel, there is no minimum lap time requirement in terms of scoring points in this series. So because they qualified for the race, they will get points for the race, but those will be second place points, so 10 points. Kenneth Heyer, the worst he can do now is finish 5th in the GT3 class, courtesy of Charles Dawson retiring from the race. Therefore, minimum 12 points. No matter what happens from here, Heyer and, of course, his teammate Moritz Viskirchen will profit in the championship battle.
They will indeed. 42 minutes of this race to go under safety car conditions. Let's have a very quick run down your order behind the safety car. So Jonas Karklis leads the race for Liqui Moly Team Engsler. Thomas Anderson for Razun More Than Racing in second place. Jerzy Spinkovic and Unique Racing sit in third. Kenneth Heyer there, fourth overall, second of the GT3s. Those first three teams are all their respective class leaders. So Heyer in the SR Motorsport Mercedes, fourth overall, second in class. Fifth overall, third in class, Simon Orange for Orange Racing by JMH. We've just seen that the safety car is in this lap, so it's over to Jonas Karklis to get some tyre temperature into his Lamborghini Huracan and then get this one underway again. AARC Line, AF Corsa Conrad Motorsport, Autosport Racing and AWorks Motorsport, they complete the top 10 before we go back to this restart, Adam.
Outside of the top 10 is Eimantas Navikauskas, who dropped down from, what, fourth position? I'm just wondering if maybe there was a secondary incident involving Charles Dawson and the AKM car, because it was fairly fast through the first sector of the lap, despite that collision with the Ferrari, and then it dropped off, and Eimantas lost a lot of time. That's pure speculation on my part. It could just be that Eimantas made a mistake further around. I'm not sure. But all the same, quite a few issues in the first lap of the race. Thankfully, only a momentary safety car. Jonas Karklis leads the race. We are back underway. Gets some heat into the tyres, what little he can, going into the first corner. Anderson follows him in second. Jerzy Spinkovic will retain that third place for the time being, but he'll soon be under scrutiny from Kenneth Heyer, who, of course, has the downforce in his favour in a Mercedes-AMG GT3, the straight line speed, the strength of that Super Trofeo spec Lamborghini ahead of him. And I remember at Estoril, the season opener, the first race of that weekend, Kenneth was having some frustrations trying to get around the Jerzy Spinkovic Lamborghini, the straight line speed proving a little difficult to overcome in that race. And now Kenneth has the same task to do again. And of course, if he gets too caught up in chasing the Lamborghini, there is the opportunity for Simon Orange to come and interfere as well. So let's see how this all plays out. Also, Andreas Sorensen is just ahead of Kari Schreiner. Andreas informed me that he had a brake issue as well in the first race of the day for the GT Win Series Race 2 at the weekend. That is how the Kari Schreiner collision occurred earlier on. Kari, incidentally, next in line in the overall standings behind Andreas Sorensen in his number 76 Ferrari.
Indeed, onto the pit straight, sorry, the back straights for the second full flying lap. And look at Karklis breaking away now from Thomas Anderson. Thomas Anderson may have to think about Jerzy Spinkovic here, because here is where the Lamborghini really starts to get into its stride. There's the extra top speed of the Unique Racing Cup 4 entry. Down the inside is Spinkovic into turn 16, and that's a textbook move from Spinkovic up into second place overall. What can Kenneth Heyer do now? This is an opportunity to get past a rival in the same class, potentially gain some more championship points, maybe then get out after the two race leaders. No move from Kenneth Heyer yet into turn 1. Thomas Anderson holding his own right now. Further down the order, other changes. Move from Ahmed Arif Al-Khouri for A-Works Motorsports. Ahmed is up to 9th place. Has just got past Alessio Ruffini. That is not a change in position within their categories, so Al-Khouri still leading in Cup 2, 3rd place in Cup 4 for Alessio Ruffini. The good news, in addition for A-Works Motorsport, is they've now got a car in between themselves and the next car in Cup 2. That's the Willico Motorsport, number 44, currently piloted by Mons Tallinn. Leaders coming down through the corkscrew, winding it through turn number 10 here on the 5th lap of this race. I've got to say, Thomas Anderson doing a very good job again here, having a quieter race. He was involved in a lot of scraps, a lot of overtakes in the first race for the GT Winter Series yesterday. If you've missed any of the action here this weekend, don't worry, you can watch every single racing lap back here on your YouTube broadcast, and all of the events from earlier in the season. The run through Portugal at Estoril and Portimao, and 2 weeks ago at Valencia, will be back on your screens next weekend at Barcelona. 37 minutes remaining in this one, though, and it seems, Adam, as if it's just getting into a nice rhythm now before that first pit window opens.
Absolutely right, and yeah, as you said, the pit window not far away, 6 minutes and 40. Andreas Sorensen, I think, is slightly savouring, well, he's not savouring that braking into the 16th corner of the lap, a bit late on the brakes there, but he will be savouring the opportunity to pass to Mikael Mack. He came up to me at lunchtime with a wry smile and said, "Got quite a good co-driver, you know."
Yeah.
Jerzy Spinkovic in second overall, then ahead of Thomas Anderson at this juncture, while Kenneth Heyer and Simon Orange are still behind. So Spinkovic making forward progress up against the GT3s, which is so impressive from the young Polish driver. And, well, that is going to be a point of intrigue going forward. Quite how much perhaps Jerzy Spinkovic can distance himself from the likes of Anderson, from the likes of Heyer before the pit window, where you'd expect those cars to go a little bit faster. Anderson will hand over to Birch. We know he's nitro fast, of course. Kenneth Heyer will hand over to Moritz Viskirchen, who's already won a race this weekend. And then, of course, Simon Orange has Marcus Clutton in the back pocket. So, Clutton is, of course, someone we haven't seen in the GT Win Series before, but a lot of you watching at home, and certainly myself and Andrew, are familiar with the name, familiar with the reputation, and I expect he'll be quick too.
Will be indeed. I wonder for Spinkovic at the moment, the track conditions, I just had a little reference back to qualifying yesterday, and we are in dry conditions, but the track is nowhere near as quick as it was yesterday. Just by comparison, we're about 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds off the pace that we saw in Quali 2 yesterday. And that reads to me that the GT3s aren't quite able to use their little bit of aero grip through the corners. That's going to be serving Spinkovic quite well to not lose as much time perhaps in those parts of the circuit. A little bit of a look there by Simon Orange on Kenneth Hire for 4th place, but thinks better of it for now. In the meantime, Shota Abkazava closes in. That's the second of the Cup 4 Super Trofeo cars entered by Art Line. And the number 12, a beautifully prepared machine. If you are in the Barcelona area next weekend and you want to come down and have a look at that one, it is beautiful. Very nice paintwork indeed. Do hope we get to see that car again.
I will say as well, just for those of you who are maybe intending to come along, as Simon Orange, who will be coming along to Barcelona, has a bit of a wiggle. It is the only couple of events of the season, the Barcelona weekends, where there is a small entry fee. So please do book a ticket if you want to come along. I think it's €12, something nominal of that nature, but there is an entry fee associated with coming to spectate. So if you are watching along and intending to come to Barcelona, make sure you book your tickets to avoid disappointment. Jonas Karklis leads the way then by 4.5 seconds at the line. It is a Lamborghini 1-2 of differing specification. The Evo 2 GT3 up against the Evo 2 Super Trofeo car in the top two. But the main point of intrigue, the battle of intrigue here, is between Kenneth Hire and Simon Orange. And Simon Orange putting on a jolly good show here at the wheel of the 67. In the business side of his life, he made a pretty big deal at the start of the year, and I thought it might be something to do with maybe focusing more on racing. I asked him about it. He said, no, I'm busier than ever, but I still love my racing. And that is so obvious in talking to him, in watching him race. He's been racing since 2016, starting in MX-5s. But he is really, really handy in a GT3 car, as Kenneth Hire is presently finding out.
Yeah, he's looming large in the rear view mirror of the Mercedes at this present time, and we saw Simon Orange be able to get his overtaking shoes on numerous occasions yesterday. Was very unlucky towards the end of the race. Had an incident down at turn 16 that took away many of the positions that he had gained. Fastest lap of the race, Jerzy Spinkovic, 1 minute 55.6, very good pace.
Yeah, absolutely right. Bouncing across the curbs there is Simon Orange. Shota Abkavaza is not far behind them as well, of course, in 6th position in the Art Line Lamborghini. Carrie Schreiner, I think, might have potentially now got herself in a position to get involved in a battle like this in the future. She's gotten past Andreas Sorensen on that lap, so Carrie has been released and she is now getting onto the pace of some of the GT3s ahead of her, and of course she will hand over to Danny Sufi when the pit window opens, which it is going to do in about 90 seconds, and that will be our next point of intrigue, of course. Who will pit when?
Indeed, very close still between Spinkovic and that's target of being the fastest driver on circuit. Well, he's got it at the moment, a 1:55.634. There is Carrie Schreiner for Conrad Motorsport, distinctive blue and black colours. And we've already seen success for this weekend in the hands of Danny Sufi in the Prototype Winter Series. Didn't quite wrap up the championship this weekend, but is very much standing in a position to wrap that title up when we do start things at Barcelona. Bit of a defensive line from higher down into turn 16. No way through there for Simon Orange as we come round to complete yet another lap, and a new fastest lap of the race from the race leader. Jonas Karklis, 1:55.505, extends the advantage at the front of the field to 4.6 seconds. 30 minutes and 30 seconds and counting to go. Are we going to get anyone coming in at the back end of this lap? Because they can't come in yet. The reference point for the start of a pit stop and the pit window opening is the timing line on pit entry. A bit of a moment there for Simon Orange in the middle of running through turns 4 and 5. Due to Racing, nope, they've not got the opportunity to pit this time around. The only team that will have the opportunity will be Autosport Racing with Alexander Bjatovic. The pit stop window is now open. Do the team in 4th place in Cup 4 take the option. We'll remain and see in due course. I think we're still waiting for them to come round. But this is going to be the lap where most teams have the option for the first time to come in, do their driver change. They've got 10 minutes to do so. We have seen some dramas with getting the pit stop window right in the variety of races that we've had here this weekend. Here is your battle for 4th place. Kenneth Hire and Simon Orange keeping things nice and steady. But I keep being impressed, Adam, by the car ahead of them. Thomas Anderson. This has been a very solid opening to this race.
Yes, it has. It is... ooh, Kenneth Hire had the wipers on there for a moment. Not once, but twice. I'm just wondering, yes, I'm hearing rain has started falling around the circuit. That is a huge point of intrigue going into this pit window. Of course, there is written into the regulations a mandatory pit stop situation with tyres, but they did declare it a wet race at the start, didn't they? It was 2 safety car laps declared a wet race. So if anyone dares, they can change tyres now. There's nowhere near wet enough out on the circuit, but those who are coming into the pits now might be hugely disadvantaged if it continues to fall, and those who come in later come in on a wet track.
This, as a new driver, in a race like this, is an absolute nightmare. Going back out onto circuit with rain starting to come down, it doesn't matter what your teammate tells you, because the reference material of what they've experienced for the last 20 minutes is disappearing in front of their eyes. Now, it could be another one of these short showers. We've been having these throughout the day. We had this in the Formula Winter Series race earlier on, did we not? Where it rained for about 60 seconds at the very start of things and then dried up again. So I think in terms of tyres, I think you just stay with it now, because the pattern of what the weather has done so far today would make it a big risk to fully commit to a wet tyre. These are all looking like very clean pit stops. Away goes the number 1 for SR Motorsport. There is your race leader, Jonas Karklis. Brilliant job so far, and a good bounce back from the disappointment earlier for Liquid Molly teammate Slade.
And if he is seeing those specks of rain, I'm sure he will be, I'm wondering if the team is maybe saying, look, Jonas, we're going to keep you out there just in case it gets bad, and then maybe we can get Luca on the wet tyres at an opportune moment here. Jonas Karklis continues to press on around the circuit, the exhaust tips glowing all the while, and continues on. I was doing it by ear there, listening to how much of the throttle he was with the 5.2 litre V10. No sign of him braking for the pit limiter. Just coming out there alongside the 44 car was Mons Fallon at the wheel. Of course, it will now be Caleb Bergman taking that over. Moritz Viskirchen still with the windscreen wipers on. Now with Marcus Clutton for company. Just ahead of them, of course, is Simon Birch. Birch goes through his shot. Then it's Viskirchen. Then it's Marcus Clutton. That is a very interesting trio of cars to come together on the circuit, and Clutton means business against Viskirchen. Viskirchen goes deep. Is that just him getting a little bit spooked by the McLaren, or is that him struggling because it's getting wetter out there? I'm inclined to think maybe a little bit of both, but mostly the latter.
Yeah, I tend to agree. The lap times have massively dropped off. Karklis is an example. 1 minute 55.5, his best lap time, is now beyond 2 minutes, and everybody else is having pretty much the same problem. Yellow flag is out at turn number 11, so that's the same kind of region of the circuit as off is one of the Lamborghinis. It's Bijatovic in the number 32 for Autosport Racing, who were in 13th place. That's a little, don't like to see that. But, well, everyone else continues. But, yeah, conditions not improving out there. Very much going the opposite way.
Yep, Jerzy Spinkovic then and Shota Abkazava might also profit from this then, of course, with these conditions. Now, to the 67 on the inside line, Marcus Clutton is on a mission. Did they switch that out for wets, I wonder? I don't think I saw wheel guns working away on the 67. But the rate of speed versus everybody else has me thinking something's going on extremely fast through the first and second sector. Either Clutton is feeling immensely brave, or maybe they did get to change the tyres.
Or it could just be a bit of tyre temperature that Clutton's been able to keep the heat in his rubber more than his competitors. Yes, being brave with the car will help in that regard. And a good old detailed look there, Animus, to what tyres are on there. Race leader is in.
I just don't believe it. And normal Alexander Bjatovic, unfortunately, because he's had another moment. I think that must be coming out of 17. Yes, 17 into 18. And that is, again, a driver on slicks in damp conditions, struggling, and indeed coming into the pits. So I think he will hand that car over now to Peter Matic, his teammates. In fact, no, Bjatovic, sorry, was in the car after the stop. So Bjatovic just said, nope, I just want my wets now.
Yeah, he has indeed. Jerzy Spinkovic is in the pit lane for his mandatory stop as well.
And Carplace.
Will of course, keep going with this. There is the number 32, not looking too happy at all. It's been a rough couple of laps for them.
Yes, the race leader is in. We need to see what's going on down at the other. We need the cameraman really to turn around and have a look at the 8 car to see if there's a pit stop going on. There is. But did they take tyres off that car, the lead car in the race? I don't know if they did, you know.
No, I can't see any evidence of tyres being taken away as if they've just been switched off, the number 8, or for the same matter, the number 25. I think we've seen a new race leader cycle through as well. It was, of course, on pit stops, but Shota Abkasava is now in the lead of this race and also in the lead of Cup 4.
Yes, momentarily. Jerzy Spinkovic, incidentally, profited massively because he was 4 seconds faster than Jonas Karklis on the in-lap. So he's only 3.7 seconds off the overall race lead, albeit, of course, Luca Engstler is now at the wheel of the car that he took 2 DTM race victories with last year.
Into the pits, well, out of the pits now, has gone Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury for A-Works Motorsport. Tidy stint for A-Works Motorsport in the early stages of this one. They've looked to hold the lead in Cup 2 ahead of Willico Motorsport. We've got Kalle Bergman now at the wheel for them. We can just see it's very fine rain here at the moment. It's not even enough to really register on our commentary box window, but you can just see from the body language of the cars out there, it is tricky. There's been a driver change as well for Conrad Motorsport. And for the 3rd time this weekend, we welcome Danny Sufi out onto the track. But for the first time here in a GT car, is now properly performing his double duties.
Yes, indeed. And just ahead of him on the circuit, or 10 seconds ahead of him, will be Mikael Mack. So actually, the 76 AF Corsa car moved back ahead during the pit cycle of the Shriner Sufi Lamborghini GT3. There's your battle then in the Cup 2 class. Kalle Bergman was 0.06 of a second ahead of Arif Al-Khoury at the start of the lap. I think probably Arif just got demoted potentially by the 44 on the previous lap. But Bergman only just ahead, and there is the lead side by side. Both cars clearly still struggling on the slicks, so no tyre change for Engstler Motorsport, and they are indeed both struggling immensely, but it is the Spinkovic car that's getting the better of the situation. Abkazava is in, so this is now officially for the race lead, and in these conditions, Spinkovic seems to have the upper hand.
And this again, this is all going to be down to tyres. This is similar to what we saw at Estoril, that right now those GT3 cars, they can't use their aero. They've not got the mechanical grip underneath them that the aero can then translate down and through. That's not so much a problem for the Super Trofeo cars, and we're hearing, Adam, that it's really starting to come down now out there. The rain is getting heavier.
Camera op radar says it's properly raining. Jerzy Spinkovic says, I want to lead this race. He gets to the inside at turn 7 and with relative ease manages to get past the number 8 car. Now, this is a complex situation. If it is indeed heavily raining at all corners of the track, someone will most likely dive into the pits first. Who will it be and how much will they profit are the two immediate questions on my lips. If it stays heavy rain or heavier rain, proper rain around the circuit, it won't be long before it's undrivable in these slicks. Luca Engstler clearly feels it's right on the verge of undrivable right now.
I think if you're looking at a contender for who's going to blink first, perhaps someone like a Danny Soufi, someone who's a bit further down in their classification right now, not as much to lose. There's only 20 minutes of this race remaining, and you see the GT3 cars are really struggling to turn in. Apart from if your name is Marcus Clutton, because now the Orange Racing by JMH machine has closed in this gap to Luca Engstler. What a performance this is by Orange Racing by JMH. We're going to have a lead battle here in GT3. Oh, not a lead battle, of course, in the classes, because the first car is a pro car, the second car is not, but never mind that. Down the inside goes Clutton and takes second place.
Yeah, Clutton was incredibly fast on the previous lap versus Engstler. And look at this, Luca is massively struggling, stays out there on the circuit. Marcus Clutton now homing in on Jerzy Spinkovic, and the GT3s, seemingly minus this McLaren, are definitely struggling in the first sector of this lap just gone. Danny Soufi went from 8th down to 11th with 3 Cup cars, a Super Trofeo and 2 Porsche 992s, all getting past him. Wet tyres are being readied in some of the garages, as we can see. And here is Marcus Clutton going to the inside for the lead. Orange Racing by JMH on their first weekend of the GT Winter Series for the first time lead a GT Winter Series race. Meanwhile, the first to blink is Shota Abkazava. Shota Abkazava in the number 12 car, leading the race. The Cup 4 machine, 31.3 back, was Shota Abkazava to the top 2. But this changes pretty much everything out there around the circuit. So Marcus Clutton leads the way. Spinkovic is in second place.
Is indeed, and I see those tyres that we saw being prepared were, at least judging from the paint writing on the side, I think for GT Racing, the number 24 of Jonas Galzilis, and that's exactly the kind of candidate I would think for, do you know what, just throw a set of wets on and see what happens, because they're at the moment down in 5th place in GT3. Well, it even looks like Marcus Clutton's starting to struggle now. This is through turns 13, 14 and 15, and the rain continues to come down. There is a switch. That is the Abkhaza car, is it not, in the pits? Yes, it is the number 12 for Art Line. That's second, currently lying second in Cup 4. They've had a rough weekend. They're not really in any kind of championship contention, so again, that makes sense to a degree. A team that's a bit of a wild card in the midst of things right now, throwing on a set of wets to see if they can close in to their class leader, which is right there, the number 25 Unique Racing Lamborghini Huracan of Jerzy Spinkovic. But the track conditions getting worse and worse and worse now. Let's see what the lap times are for Marcus Clutton. He was 7 seconds quicker last time around. He's now dropped another 12 seconds. A 2:19 is into the pits. Comes Spinkovic.
Jerzy Spinkovic is in. Jerzy Spinkovic is in. And then Luca Engstler is potentially going to stay out, is he? Yes, he is. I thought Luca Engstler might be due a visit to the pit lane as well, given just how much he was struggling on the previous lap. But no, it's Unique Racing coming in. Unique Racing in the pits.
And to a degree that makes sense. You cover off the move that you've just seen from your closest rivals in your same category. Big thanks to Izzy Browning and the team down there in the pits. We have received the confirmation, not for our own sanity, I think, out of in the box. That car is on slicks. So the pace that we saw earlier, that'll have been tyre temperature, that Marcus had done a great job versus the rest of the GT3s to keep his tyre temperature. He's now lost it, completely lost it, and is in the same horrible understeery boat that all of the other GT3 drivers are in, and it's going to be a question now of how long is it going to be before one of these teams blinks.
I had somewhat fallen in line and accepted the fact that you were right, and he was on very warm slicks, but that pace at times between himself and the other cars around him, you could have sworn he was on the tyre for the moment. He'll be wishing he was on the tyre for the moment now, won't he? And I tell you what, Jerzy Spinkovic, yes, he's going to cover off the threat from the Cup 4 Lamborghini, but if the weather doesn't improve, he's still a threat for the overall race win. Oh, especially with moments like that. But if he's going a good 10, 15 seconds a lap faster, and I wouldn't mind betting that's where it's at if it keeps getting worse like this, he might yet be a factor for the race lead.
May well be. There's more drivers coming into the pits. Danny Soufi in the Conrad Motorsport number 11. That's the one of the GT3 Lamborghini Huracans. He is in for assumedly a set of wet tyres. And a reminder on our screen that there is a minimum 2-minute time in the pits to change tyres, and that's the thing, because you've only got 14.5 minutes of this race remaining. You have to sit there. You have to sit there exactly for 2 minutes, because it's the reference of the in and out timing loops for your minimum time. But it's that question of, it's not just a case of switch your tyres in and chuck it back out. You've got to make up the best part of 2 minutes deficit, which right now, whilst the slick runners are struggling, doesn't look like they're losing time doesn't look like they're losing time at a rate that would worry them with only 14 minutes left. I am hearing in my ear, though, Adam, that we have potentially got the number 8 coming in. Yes, we do. This is the former race leader, Liqui Team Engstler. Luca Engstler has pulled the pin and said, no, can't do this anymore, need a set of wets.
Yeah, absolutely correct. There you see the 67 still struggling out there on the circuit. There's Engstler in. 2 minutes, they can take it easy, but this team know what they're doing with their wheel guns.
So in come the number 8, off come those slicks that'll have lost all temp. I mean, you couldn't even see any steam from the moisture coming off of those Pirelli P0s. That's how much they've lost their tyre temperature. They simply will not work in these conditions. On go the wets. And then we'll see after this pit stop how much the deficit is. I think another car that's still circulating out there. What a performance this is for Michael Mack in the Ferrari 296 Challenge for AF Corsa. This is a Cup 1 car that's now sat in second place overall as everybody else has come into the pits. There is one of your cars that is now on wet tyres. Adam, this is Danny Soufi in the number 11. What is the pace like for Danny Soufi right now? 2 minutes 39, which was his out lap. So it's the next time round that we'll truly see what the comparison is.
Well, he's on his out lap now, so that 2:39 was his in lap.
Yeah, true.
So he was struggling quite a lot. Now, pit stop time is a consideration here. 2 minutes minimum to change tyres. I thought in my little black book that was only when the race wasn't declared wet, to be honest with you. But if that is the case, that it occurs in these circumstances as well, Unique Racing will be in trouble, because their pit stop was 1 minute and 19 seconds.
So a bit of reference data for us. Shota Abkasava has been on wets for a good couple of laps now, and just did a 2 minute 15.6. And looking at the sector times, Sector 1 isn't looking particularly strong versus this car here, the Marcus Clutton McLaren 720S. So yes, I think wets are a little bit quicker than dries right now, but not to the extent that they would make up a 2 minute pit stop. If I'm Marcus Clutton and the Orange Racing by JMH team right now, if the weather stays this way and the grip levels get no worse, keep him out there, keep cracking on. Because that gap is going to be pretty large once all these pit stops are done.
Yeah, absolutely right. Marcus Clutton, though, still leading the way. I'm fascinated at how we're watching McLaren 720S GT3 Evo, and yet at certain junctures it sounds more like we're at Team Sport with the karting tyre scrub sounds that feel very familiar to me on a typical hire kart day. Clutton, 26 seconds the good in the lead of this race, willing the car on, willing the grip underneath him on, and I must say it does look a bit more controlled than it did a couple of laps ago now. I think I don't know if the rain has stopped out there, but at the very least, it seems Marcus is getting his head around it.
He is indeed. He's doing an absolutely tremendous job. The lead is now 26 seconds. I tell you who else has held their nerve, Adam. SR Motorsport by Snitchland. They've not pitted for a set of wets, and as a result are now third overall, second in GT3, and are going to be scoring a handsome haul of points here. We'll confirm what the point situation is when we've got it fully figured out. But yeah, they are doing nicely at the moment. They're a long way behind this car, some 48 seconds, but a good degree up the road from the next GT3 runner, which is Simon Birch. In the number 14, down in 9th place. Another little bit of reference though, Jerzy Spinkovic is in some ways maybe the biggest threat to Marcus Clutton right now. It's the highest running driver still, or is now on a wet tyre, but again is only 1.2 seconds quicker than Marcus Clutton. Marcus Clutton, I don't know how he's done it, Adam, but it seems to have got the tyre back into that needed performance window. He's back to a 2:11. That's absolutely fine right now.
That's more than fine, yeah. So maybe these decisions to pit were rash after all, but I can't blame the drivers because you've got to risk spinning, as unfortunately Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury has. He is back out there now on the circuit. He will continue to lead in Cup 2 quite comfortably. Kalle Bergman hasn't even crossed the line to start the lap that he is currently on. Danny Sufi is flashing the headlights at the number 1 car of Moritz Viskirchen. Even though he is a lap down, he is charging towards the rear of the Merc. Getting a replay here of the spin there for Ahmed Al-Khoury. Quite an easy one to do at turn 7, even in the dry. That's not too crazy to have that moment happen to you, but in the wet, it is extremely easy to lose traction at the rear.
Yeah, steering in our ears as well. The lap times would suggest it that yeah, the rain's easing off. The rain is easing off, and for anyone who made the option to put a set of wets on, the weather gods have not been on their side as Al-Khoury's gone round again, this time at turn 15. Double yellows briefly out there, but these conditions will now massively lend themselves back towards Marcus Clutton, Michael Mack and Moritz Viskirchen, who I reckon are maybe Milos Pavlovic has stayed out as well on a set of dries. Yes, Pavlovic has, because that car has only been into the pits one time. Khalid Bergman is the only other car that is still, judging from our information in the box here, still on slicks. And I've got to say again, taking the risk. Autosport Racing in the 333, they're on for a podium here in Cup 4. Adam, up to second place with that bravery in staying out there.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. So Pavlovic, a pro champion in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo going back a decade. He has long since been a favoured peddler in Lamborghini Super Trofeo machinery, and he will soon find himself on the back of, I think, the unique racing car if things continue to dry out. He is currently lapping slower, but let's see where things go from here. That's Marcus Clutton just chasing at the moment Simon Birch. Now, I don't recall as to whether Birch, yeah, 2 stops for them as well, so they will be on wet tyres also. It's going to be a bit interesting to see who's faster here. There's almost nothing in it between them, is there, at this point? Maybe Clutton is marginally faster, and that again points to the wet tyres maybe not have been the way to go after all.
Yeah, I think if you're taking care of them, you can still get a bit of pace out of the wets, although it's definitely not in the power of hindsight and all of that, not the way to have gone. I did note that Shota Alcazava lost position there. You can see the bright blue Lamborghini in the background there. It just looks like the tyres have gone completely on that Lamborghini. That was one of the first cars to come in, of course, for the wet tyres. You could see as well Simon Birch desperately, well, similar to what we saw from his namesake in the Formula Winter Series, Simon Strands, desperately trying to find some damper pieces of track out there to cool those treads down. But Marcus Clutton continuing on lead is now 26 seconds.
Meanwhile, this is Khaled Bergman on the inside of Moritz Viskirchen. Bergman having a little look there. I think Bergman's just been overtaken by Viskirchen, but all the same, the Porsche isn't too far off at all in terms of pace. In fact, Bergman all the way around the outside, unlapping himself on Viskirchen. So, interestingly, as quick as Marcus Clutton looks on the slicks, Viskirchen is not performing brilliantly at the wheel of the number one car. He is limping around and struggling a little bit. That Mercedes just not wanting to play ball for him right now. And just to say, cars 88, 25 and 12 under investigation for a minimum tyre change infringement. We know it's 2 minutes minimum tyre change. I did say I thought there was something in that regulation bypassing that for wet weather. I have reread Article 46 of the regulations. Teams, that's the one to look at. No, there is not a provision for wet races in that article, so it's a fairly slam dunk investigation of it. Ultimately, it says 2 minute stop if you want to change tyres, and it wasn't made.
Yeah, that's a bit of an error operationally. Those cars in question, 88, 15 and 12, the A-Works Motorsports Porsche 992 in Cup 2. That's your current Cup 2 leader. So Khaled Bergman and Willico Motorsport may well benefit from anything coming on from that. And also, you are 2 of your top 3 in Cup 4. So the 25 being Jerzy Spinkovic and GEDLICH Racing, and the number 12 being Shota Alcazava and ART Line. So we'll keep on top of that situation. There's only less than 4 minutes of this race to go. What a performance. What a story this weekend for this car. First race had a face full of Audi R8s on the exit of turn number 10. Brake failure or brake problems, I should say, in race number 2 and out on lap 1. Here in a very up and down race 3, they're looking at a resounding Cup 1 win and also a spot in the top 3 overall. He's got very screwed up there into the braking zone.
Mikael Mack, as squirrely as that was in the braking zone, he is one of the best for my money, honestly. One of the best GT drivers out there. Honestly, I think criminally underrated. I remember some of what he's done in International GT Open, for example. He was mega at a time when that series was hugely competitive. And there was a switch for 4th position. Milos Pavlovic driving clear past Moritz Viskirchen. But frankly, I think Moritz Viskirchen can only care so much because, of course, 2nd in GT3 remains. And for the title picture, that is still okay enough for him. But Clutton leading the way and potentially on the way to an overall win and a GT3 win here. Look at Milos Pavlovic and the power in the straight of that Lamborghini. The Ferrari, the 296 Challenge car, is marginally faster in a straight line than the Lamborghini, but the Lamborghini is still a rocket ship when it comes to a long straight in its own right.
It is indeed. The thing, I understand the caution for Viskirchen in terms of the championship, and there's a 49-second gap, and it should be okay. There's only 2 minutes to go of the race, but you don't want to go so slowly that you then, because that's another one of your slick tyre runners, that you lose temperature completely on the last couple of laps of this race, because the next car behind is Simon Birch, which is a wet tyre runner and lapping pretty quickly at the moment relative to the rest of the field. In fact, so quickly that it's the 2nd fastest car on track right now. The only other car faster than the Razzoon More Than Racing Porsche 992 is the GT3 Racing Audi R8 in the hands of Jonas Garzinis, but that car is down in 12th place overall. So yes, I understand why Viskirchen is taking it nice and steady, but don't want to do it too much and then cause yourself a problem further down the line. 5-second penalty is coming in for the number 8 for exceeding track limits too many times. That'll be applied at the end of the race. Don't think that that's actually going to change any positions though. So yeah, Luca Engstler and Liquid Moly Team Engstler will stay as things stand, classified in 7th place overall.
Absolutely right. So they played it by the book, of course, with their 2-minute 3 stop. So they've escaped that issue and are now just trying to survive on the tyres that were probably only right for them for maybe a lap or two, because it started drying out again pretty much as soon as Luca came out of the pits, unfortunately. So wrong call on that occasion for them. It's been the right call, though, for Orange Racing by JMH Automotive all throughout this race. Obviously, Simon and indeed Marcus did a very good job of keeping the car on the straight and narrow, building temperature in the tyres during the first phase of the race, because they were so obviously fast. As you pointed out, post pit stop, Clutton just had so much more grip.
It was the middle phase of this race when the rain started to come down. The other GT3 runners were struggling on that temperature. You know, somehow, I'd love to know how, and I'd love Izzy to find out post-race.
Yes, good point.
That whatever Marcus Clutton did, that made the difference in this race, not just in the GT3 category, but overall as well. The advantage is 22 seconds. What a team effort as well from Orange Racing, whilst everybody else is losing their heads tactically and with the tyres and getting the pit stops wrong. They've stayed true to their plan and are going to take a brilliant victory.
Yes, Marcus Clutton darn nearly walking on water in this race as he came back out from the pit stop on slicks. He seemed to master it in a way no one else did. He and Simon Orange are race winners on their very first weekend in the GT Winter Series. They have taken their inaugural win in the category in race 3. Marcus Clutton and Simon Orange both contributing immensely to that result. Mikael Mack crosses the line in second position for he and Andreas Sorensen. A great result for them, a Cup 1 win as well. First time I think we've seen them do that since Estoril, if memory serves me correctly. In third position, Jerzy Spinkovic should come across the line. Of course, there's an investigation looming over his head. We'll see how that one goes. Milos Pavlovic was about 17 seconds off him. So if it is a fairly harsh penalty, then potentially there will be a shift on that front. A few cars, of course, may come unstuck with that, including Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury, who has already crossed the line to win in Cup 2. There is the third place car provisionally. Jerzy Spinkovic across the line. Milos Pavlovic in fourth position. Moritz Viskirchen, meanwhile, rounds out the top 5 in the overall standings, or he will do once he crosses the line. Pavlovic is fourth place for now, and then the next car over the crest of the hill will be Moritz Viskirchen in the Mercedes to take fifth place, but more importantly for he and for Kenneth Heyer, second in the GT3 points as well, as they try and defend their championship this year. Sixth position and third in the GT3 category is Simon Birch. So the 14 now will be just coming through the final corners. That's the Audi from Utah Racing that's just crossed the line ahead of them. But there is the final member of the GT3 roster, and Simon Birch coming across the line. And that should be all of the cars across. Yes, so everyone has taken the flag, but Marcus Clutton was the one to get there first. The race winner, Marcus Clutton and Simon Orange for JMH Automotive, Orange Racing. And great to see them in the series. Great to see some of that form that we've seen from Clutton and Orange in years gone by their own admission. 2024, not the easiest season for the combination of Simon Orange, his Orange Racing label, and JMH. But it looks like the car is hooked up very well indeed right now for the team. And they will be with us again in Barcelona as well, so I'm quite excited to see how that weekend fares for them. We've got some interesting additions to the entry list, as we often do at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. And the cars making their way back to pit lane now. Another one of those very interesting scraps at the tail end of the season, I'm sure. But another very interesting scrap with wet tyres, dry tyres, a strategy race to the nth degree there in the GT Winter Series. And the second place car already there.
I can tell you why if you come here.
Andreas Sorensen with Mikael Mack. Big embrace between the two of them. Andreas, I think, having a really good time this weekend. He was a little bit dejected based on, of course, the lap 1 DNF earlier on in the day, but even then at lunchtime when I caught up with him after that, he still seemed pretty jovial, and now he'll be very happy with second place. You can see the rain's still slightly falling down on the circuit, but even with that little bit of precipitation, it turned out the slicks were the tyre to be on at the end of the race. And Marcus Clutton survived that patch of scary wet conditions well. And there you go. Marcus and Simon are both obviously pretty happy with that one. The team down at JMH Automotive, Orange Racing, have come here to the GT Winter Series to see how they stack up against some of these international teams, and of course to see how the car is feeling underneath them going into their summer plans for 2025 as well. And a good start to March, certainly, for Clutton and for Simon Orange. And it's lovely to see just how happy Simon Orange is there. He's won many races, he's won many championships back in the UK. He's competed in Europe as well previously, of course. That's nothing new for him. But anytime he's on the top step, anytime he's had a good race, there's still a huge beaming smile on Simon Orange. He absolutely loves motorsport, and it's great to see him and Marcus Clutton having a good time down there. Mikael Mack and Andreas Sorensen, I'm sure, will be pretty delighted as well, with second overall. Of course, Cup 1 honours, but sadly, Cristiano Mathiel not able to finish the race. So a default win really within Cup 1, but a sublime performance from Sorensen and Mack to come second overall. And it's always novel when we've got 3 classes on the podium as well. And of course, thanks to Jerzy Spinkovic and Unique Racing, that is the case. A third place for them, albeit with an investigation potentially looming overhead for the Unique Racing team. Milos Pavlovic will be keeping a close eye on the bulletin board, I'm sure, on his behalf and Alessio Ruffini's behalf, because if something is done about that pit stop infringement, or that tyre change, that could change the face of the Cup 4 order. Anyway, down in the pit lane, Izzy Browning has managed to catch up now with Marcus Clutton, and a beaming Simon Orange. For the first time, they are winners in the GT Winter Series.
Exactly right, Adam. First time in the Winter Series this weekend together, and a first win to end the weekend. Perfect way to end the weekend, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. A good way for us to start our Winter Series debut as well. So, yeah, it was great, and Marcus did what he gets paid for. He was magnificent.
Yeah, absolutely. I said to you right before we came on air, I think a couple of people up and down the pit lane wondering how you did that. I mean, you just stuck it out. It wasn't easy at all, but you did stick it out and ultimately won the race with quite a nice gap.
Yeah, I think, you know, it paid off, and, you know, granted, a lot of people stopped for wets, and I was panicking a little bit at that point, wondering, you know, what the delta was to them, but yeah, just stuck it out, and early on when the tyres were still warm, I made the most of it and made the moves, and did my best to keep some temperature in the tyres. So, you know, but all credit to Simon, he's done a grand job, and, you know, that's what we're here. We're here to enjoy it, we're here to learn, and, you know, ultimately have some good racing, and we've had all that.
Definitely, and of course you started the race, so then you had to watch probably a little bit nervously as the others come in and get the wet tyres on, and you're still on the slicks. How enjoyable was that to watch, though?
Not at all, actually. I was saying to the lads, I'd rather be out there on slicks in the wet, panicking, than watching. I was screaming at him to slow down. I don't know. He wanted to win it by 3 laps, I think. I think at one point when they changed to wets, they were going 0.3 of a second quicker in the so. Like he just didn't need to panic, but of course he didn't know that. And when I told Winnie to let him know. He told me to shut up and let him concentrate. So what can you do?
Well, you won the race in the end, so that's what matters. And we're going to see you back in Barcelona?
Yes, definitely travelling over there tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, good stuff. We'll let you go and enjoy the win. Well done, guys. A first win for them this weekend.
The chef was in the kitchen, and JMH told Simon Orange to let him cook. Cook he did. What an exciting race that was in the GT Winter Series. Highlights of race 3 then. A very, very tumultuous race. It started in practically dry conditions with an early lead for Jonas Karklis. An early contact though, Charles Dawson and Cristiano Mathiel unfortunately colliding at the first corner. Mathiel would go no further. Charles Dawson's car would make it to the end of the first lap, but then it would also retire. Safety car out then to collect the number 50, and then the race got back underway. Karklis leading Thomas Anderson, Jerzy Spinkovic in third, and then in fourth place was Moritz Viskirchen. Thomas Anderson sparring a little bit with Jerzy Spinkovic, as Haya was incredibly keen to try and make up some positions, of course, as he tries to compete for that overall title this season in the GT Win Series. For Simon Orange, it was a very good first stint. He would hand the car over to Marcus Clutton critically, with seemingly quite a lot of temperature in those tyres. It was getting wet around the circuit. Jonas Karklis was pressing on, waiting to see if it would get wet before handing the car over to Luca Engsler. Clutton, though, was driving past people like they were standing still. Granted, Moritz Viskirchen, who took over the number 1 car, made that quite easy for him. But in general, Clutton just seemed to have the edge, driving the slicks in slippery conditions. He soon got his way past Simon Birch as well. Birch, one of the quickest young talents out there, but even he was struggling in the wet conditions. The number 8 car came in to get some wet tyres on the car. It looked like an inspired move for maybe a lap or two, but then unfortunately it started to struggle. The weather started to turn towards the slick tyres once again. This was Jerzy Spinkovic moving past into, at the time, the race lead. So this is actually before the tyre switch, actually, my apologies. So we were still on slicks for the top 2 at that point. Danny Sufi was struggling on his slick tyres, getting overtaken by no fewer than 3 cars on the way into the first corner there. Moritz Viskirchen, I think slightly scaring Shorter Abgazava there, coming out of turn 13. And this was Marcus Clutton closing in and getting past Luca Engsler, and shortly thereafter also making his way by the number 25 of Jerzy Spinkovic. Clutton was on slicks, but he just had more temperature in the tyres, and both Jerzy Spinkovic and Luca Engsler would eventually opt to switch over to those wet tyres. Number 333 machine of Milos Pavlovic was struggling a little bit. He was sticking with the slick tyres. He would doggedly stick to them for the duration of the race. Oh, goodness me, as Ahmed Arif Al-Ghahuri did a very good job there not to get collected by the recovering Kalle Bergman. Even Marcus Clutton wasn't infallible, as the conditions only got scarier out there on the circuit. And that was the story at this point of the race. Slicks off, wets on, and it was looking like the right move for only about 5 or 10 minutes. Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury did switch tyres, but unfortunately the car was just not manageable in the tricky conditions. These half-wet, half-dry, greasy weather, no one's friend. And lots of drivers were exploring the outer limits of the track, trying to find grip, trying to find purchase wherever they could. By this time in the race, it was suddenly the wets that were failing and faltering for some drivers out there on the circuit. Marcus Clutton, who was doggedly sticking to it though all through the race, by the end he was pounding in fast laps, and even though the weather tried to turn against him at one point, he was unstoppable in that race, ultimately leading and winning by 17 seconds. Mikael Mack, who also stayed on slicks throughout the race, he's 17 seconds off the lead and winning in Cup 1. Jerzy Spinkovic, third overall for Unique Racing.
A question mark hanging over the head of that car because they made a second stop for tyres, but it was less than 2 minutes, which is technically against those regulations. Milos Pavlovic, the 333 car, in 4th overall. Moritz Viskirchen in 5th place, the SR by Schnitzelau machine, in P5. Simon Birch in 6th position, and rounding out the class podium in GT3. Luca Engstler in 7th place ultimately in GT3 Pro. Shorta Abkazava in 8th place for Artline. Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury in 9th position. And Danny Sufi rounding out the top 10. A frustrating race for him. He was very scarcely on the right tyres at the right time during his stint after taking over from Kari Schreiner. Kalle Bergman in P11. In 2nd among Cup 2 behind Al-Khoury, who won the class. Jonas Gelzinis finishing up those who took the flag. Viatovic, Dawson and Mathiel all withdrawing from the race in the early stages. So then the podium is ready to go. Let's get ready to go down there now. Andrew Mather is prepared, so let's go and celebrate one more time.
Thank you very much, Adam. Indeed, here one more time at MotorLand Aragón for our final podium ceremony of a fantastic weekend for all the Winter Series at MotorLand Aragón. We start this evening with our Cup 4 podium in Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Please, first of all, welcome your 3rd place team in this category for Artline, the number 12, Shota Abaksava. In 2nd place for Autosports Racing, please welcome the team of Alessio Ruffini and Milos Pavlovic. And the winner in Cup 4, please welcome out on the podium for Unique Racing, Jerzy Smidkovic. And once again, please welcome Georgie Chapman from Pirelli, Mark Krakenberg and Jan from GEDLICH Racing to present the trophies for our top 3 in Cup 4. And congratulations all round in what was a really, really tough race tactically for drivers, mechanics, engineers, and the whole team alike, up and down the order in every single category. And a few more pictures down from those in pit lane. And some very well-earned champagne courtesy of Quinta de Arcash. Thank you very much, drivers. I think they're going to save those bottles for later. Let's move into Cup 2. The top 2 drivers receiving, top 2 teams, I should say, receiving trophies and champagne for their efforts. Let's first of all welcome the 2nd team in Cup 2 today for Rilico Motorsport. Please welcome Mons Tallinn and Kalle Bergman. Hopefully they're on their way. Mons and Kalle, are they there? Ready? Here they are, Mons Tallinn and Kalle Bergman, ladies and gentlemen. And in 1st place in Cup 2, please welcome in the number 88 A-Works Motorsport machine, Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury. Once again, we welcome Georgie Chapman from Pirelli and Mark Krakenberg as well to present the trophies of 1st and 2nd place to our 3 drivers on the podium. And in a few moments' time, we'll have some more photos both here on the rostrum and down in pit lane as well. Great stuff once again. Drivers, this is the time where you can celebrate. You've got your champagne bottles. If you want to keep it for later, that's absolutely fine. But if you want to spray it on the champagne, now's the time to do so. Thank you very much for driving here with us this weekend. Next up in Cup 1, just the single Cup 1 entry getting through to the end of the race, but what a race it was for the number 76 AF course. So please welcome your winners in the Ferrari Challenge 296 category. Car number 76, the drivers Andreas Sorensen and Mikael Mack. And Georgie Chapman once again to present the winners' trophies to Andreas Sorensen and Mikael Mack, who braved it out, stayed out on those Pirelli tyres all the way through those tricky conditions on those slicks to also finish very, very high up in the overall order. I do believe that our GT3 Pro drivers are now here. They'll be next on the podium. Please welcome your winners in the GT3 Pro category for Liqui Moly Team Engstler, team number 8, Jonas Karklis and Luca Engstler. Big cheers from the team there. Thank you, Georgie Chapman, once again for presenting the trophies to our team in GT3 Pro. Who've been very entertaining to watch this weekend. Very, very quick. Little bit of bad luck along the way, but well-earned rest after this weekend. Thank you, guys. We'll hopefully see you again very, very soon. One last podium for us here this evening at MotorLand Aragón is, of course, the GT3 podium. First of all, let's welcome out onto the rostrum in third place for Razzoon More Than Racing, car number 14, the team of Thomas Anderson and Simon Birch. In second place in GT3 for SR Motorsport, the number 1 team of Kenneth Heyer and Moritz Fischkirchen. And a fantastic victory for this team. They held their nerve throughout the course of that race. For Orange Racing, please welcome your winners here at Aragon, Simon Orange and Marcus Clutton. And for one last time this weekend, the trophies to be presented by Georgie Chapman from Pirelli, Mark Krackenberg and Jan from the GEDLICH Racing team. Brilliant weekend here at MotorLand Aragón. Very much look forward to Barcelona the next 2 weeks at Circuit de Catalunya for the culmination of this 2025 Winter Series season. Do hope you can be with us for the entirety of those 2 weekends. All of the broadcasting brought to you by Alpha Live. A few more pictures down in the pit lane before we release the champagne. And the champagne does come out for the GT3s on the podium. Fantastic stuff here in MotorLand Aragón. But for now, let's head down to Izzy Browning.
Hello everyone, welcome down to the pit lane for the final time this weekend. As is the case at the end of every weekend, delighted to say I am joined by commentator Adam Weller, of course, who has had a very busy day, it's fair to say. A lot of action in all the races. We've got just the one round left, so heading into Barcelona. So we'll look forward to Barcelona. We'll start with the GT4s, of course, Elite's Mackenzie Cresswell, I should say, going into that on top.
How 24 hours changes things. We're talking about the gap narrowing 24 hours ago after the first race, and then he comes out of Sunday with a better points advantage in the GT4 Win Series. And honestly, based on that first race, I wasn't expecting that. So good job to Mackenzie Cresswell. Of course, he's got the ultimate assistant in Tom Leben. And we'll see how the GT4 Win Series plays out in the finale. I think that's going to be the most popcorn-worthy battle going into that weekend.
Oh yes, a showstopper, that's for sure. And Simon Birch just running behind us with the champagne to one of his mechanics. And of course, Tom Leben had quite the races last year in Barcelona. Very feisty races from him. So very excited to see that one. We'll move on to the Formula Winter Series. Of course, put on a great show today. A word on Finn McLaughlin, because that was incredible.
Both races were excellent performances from Finn, of course. 2 wins in 2 races on the day. That doesn't get much better. But yeah, race 3 was a work of mastery from him. We were all kind of thinking he'd got it wrong halfway through the race as the wet tyres kept driving further and further away from him. And then suddenly it just dried out enough and the wily Irishman made it work. I mean, we can see why he's where he is in his career right now. And I mean, we're what, 3 meetings into his car racing career, and I'm already sat there thinking, where is this going to go? How high are we going to go up this mountain with Finn McLaughlin?
A very, very impressive showing from Finn McLaughlin. Right, we'll move on to the Prototype Winter Series. I think potentially we thought the championship was going to be wrapped up this weekend. It wasn't to be, but actually what it did give us is a first win for Lawrence Herr in the Prototype Winter Series, which feels a little bit strange to say given how experienced he is in LMP3 machinery.
Yeah, almost 2 seasons into the Prototype Winter Series. Of course, he's won 3 LMP3 titles in his own right, so you'd expect him to have already had that accolade, but no, it finally came today. Obviously, John, if you're watching, we wish you well. John Brownson is poorly today, and we hope we'll see him back at Barcelona. Danny, of course, still the heavy favourite for Barcelona looking ahead there. But, yeah, it was a good day of racing for Lawrence. And I think, based on his interview, I think he was relishing today a little bit.
Yeah, I would say so too. Seemed very, very happy. Right, we'll move on to the GT Winter Series then. Of course, our final series today. Lots of teams and drivers just popping back to their garages to end the day. Yes, the GT Winter Series. Simon Birch, a fantastic showing from Simon, and Simon doing Simon things, wasn't he?
He did do many Simon things in that race on the start of the day. Second race of the day was a masterclass for Simon Birch, but then race 3, I mean, that was Marcus Clutton doing something quite incredible, making everyone believed he'd found grooves in a slick during the first part of that second stint of the race. Obviously, it's a compelling situation still heading into the finale. I don't think much will have changed ultimately when we look at it between the top 2 in the overall point standings. We'll work that all out going into Barcelona, but what we can say is that across all 4 classes, Barcelona is going to be must-see.
It will be, so make sure you join us. Andrew Mather now joins us from the podium. Andrew, well, your first weekend in the Winter Series paddock. How have you found it?
It's been fantastic, really good fun, some great racing, some dramatic racing, particularly today with the changeable conditions. I mean, that Formula Winter race that we had for race 3, I think will long live in our memories. Brilliant race to call. So roll on Barcelona next week. It's going to be great.
Absolutely. Looking ahead to the finale now, what are you most looking forward for?
Close championships, close championship fights. I think obviously in Prototype Winter Series we know which way that's going. It's just the formalities. But you know, GT Winter Series that we've just seen there is looking very, very close. You know, Formula maybe a little bit further apart, but it's the last day of last weekend of a season. Anything can happen, and yeah, again, GT4's looking close. So plenty of intrigue as we roll on to Catalonia.
Absolutely, and that will be in just a few days' time, and we will all be there. We will hope to have your company as well. Make sure you join us for the season finale in Barcelona in a few days' time.
Hustling, pushing it down, racing. They both go deep into the corner.